Already had the clarity, LC. That's the thing. I already know that this is the case because the reality is that you can have sexual acts without there being penetration.
So
Right?
it's
You
sexual
can do
intercourse.
things that are.
So what is? Let's look up the definition of homosexual. What is a homosexual?
Oh my god. Go pull it. No, hey, go look it up. You just said you're gonna look things that are.
So what is? Let's look.
No, hey, go look it up. You just said you're gonna look it up. Pull it up.
Homosexual activity.
A homosexual and homosexual activity are two different things.
I couldn't hear anything. I thought
that.
I just
A homosexual and homosexual.
hear anything. I thought
that.
I just.
Of course they can, Spiff. This is some religious bullshit that they're trying to skate through. And I don't understand why they're doing it. It's a waste of time.
Yeah. So homosexual acts are sexual behaviors of genital contact between individuals of the same sex or gender. These acts can include manual gender. These genital contact, oral genital contact, or other forms of contact. Homosexual acts are distinguished by same-sex nature of the participants. There's my definition. Acts are distinguished by same of the participants.
All right, can you provide what the source was on that?
Yeah.
All right, can you provide?
Yeah. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. I use AI overview.
Where did they source this information?
Wikipedia. I use AI overview.
Source this information. If Wikipedia is the only source that you can find,
would you like what source works for you?
Find another.
Yeah. What source would work for you, Sean?
Wikipedia is the only. If Wikipedia,
what source works for you?
Find another dictionary, any dictionary.
Okay. Yeah. Let me see.
Dictionary, any dictionary.
Webster Dictionary.
So even in the definition, so in the definition you provided, it requires of genital contact, right?
Yep.
You stated that that's what it said. Okay, does it have to be contact of the other being, or could it be your own contact? You provided it requires. Okay, does it have to be contact of the other sex? Like, say, if you were to do mutual,
same sex,
master debating.
It's the same sex, is what I read. I thought.
You didn't answer my question.
You want? What do you mean? Ask again. I guess maybe I didn't understand.
Debating.
It's the same sex.
Answer my question.
You want? What do you? I'm sorry.
Okay, so if you were to mutually debate with someone in the room, is that a sexual act? So if you were to mutually with someone in the room, is that a sexual act?
Is that other individual touching you?
Someone in the room, is that a sexual act?
You? Shawnee?
No, and that was the question that I asked you. Does it have to be the other person touching you?
So that wouldn't be a homosexual act.
I just said the person isn't touching you.
Right. So
the question that I asked you, does it have to be the other? I just said the person isn't touching you.
The other person isn't touching you. That would not be a homosexual act, right?
Yeah, Ducky, you've got to get a better definition than Wikipedia.
Well, Shawnee, I know that you're not able to trap me. It's not working. I understand.
Yeah, Ducky, you've got.
Well, Shawnee, I know that you're not able to trap me. I understand that. I stand firm behind what I said, right? Homosexuality, right? In order for someone to be a homosexual, they are engaging in conscious homosexual intercourse, right? They're cognizant. They know that it's happening. intercourse. Innocent. They know that it's happening.
Okay, did you find a actual definition?
Well,
If you would
no,
like, I can go.
Shawnee, I
I can go
didn't
get one.
because you wanted that same definition. I was trying to find it, but then you
Okay, did you find a actual definition? Get one.
because you wanted that same. You directed me back to the other one. Remember?
I was just getting clarification on the definition you. You could still go get the
Yeah, I don't know.
source. You can still go get the source definition behind it, right? Wikipedia. You would agree Wikipedia is not the primary source?
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was trying to do. I can do that.
Ducky,
Yo.
you can't use the word you're trying to define in the definition that you're defining it with. So you can't use the word homosexual in the definition that you're defining it with, the definition of what a homosexual is. So that's why you can't use the term homosexual act when trying to define what a homosexual is.
But I can, Broccoli. Why can't I?
No. Because definitions, by definition, do not have their word inside of it.
That's interesting. But I can, Broccoli. Why can't?
By definition, do not have their.
Interesting because the definition had the definition. It had the word in it.
Wasn't the definition? That's the point. That's why you need to go to a dictionary.
Definition. Yeah, you didn't find the definition. That's my point.
Okay, so it had the word in it.
And that's the point. That's why you need to go to a dictionary.
That's my point.
Okay, so I'll look even harder. I know that you want me to believe this false narrative, but I can't do it, guys. I'm sorry. I'll look even this false narrative, but I just can't. I'm having a hard time doing that. I just, no matter how many times you try to say it, it's not going to change it.
To Jesse,
I'm doing that. I just, no matter how many times you try to.
To Jesse, I'm not interested. He said he didn't want to do it with Tbones, so.
Yeah. Let's just disengage if you guys want.
No. Please. To Jesse,
Let's just disengage if you guys want.
Please. This is something that's important. I think we can all learn from this subject. Can you please provide the definition, right, of what homosexual is? T-Bone provided a definition earlier, and it was not what you just said.
Oh,
right? Of what homosexual earlier, and it was not what you just said.
Oh, where was I at when you read that?
You were here. T-Bone, are you still there? Earlier, and it was not what you just said. You were here. He probably in another live having another debate with somebody. T-Bone. He probably in another live having another. So Spiff, I would, but I don't remember what his argument was against that.
Shawnee, they're in a mom meeting.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
That's why he's not responding.
I can pull up the Merriam-Webster.
Please, Brock, thank you.
All right, here we go. All right, so Merriam-Webster says.
I think since we're going to bring Broccoli up here, I'm going to bring up somebody else as well. I think that's only fair.
Nobody cares about that, man. Go ahead.
It's all good. Yeah, Broccoli, show me.
Homosexuality is sexual or romantic attraction. So it says it right here, sexual or romantic attraction.
Officer, can you let conservative lens up, please?
I would ask. Oh, I'm sorry. Officers in a mod meeting, Shawnee boy. So.
Oh, she's already up here. We're good. She's up here. So go ahead and read your definition, Broccoli.
Sexual or romantic attraction is what the Webster's definition says.
For homosexuality.
Yeah. Sexual or romantic attraction to others of one same sex.
There we go.
Yes.
Yeah, but it says romantic attraction. The romantic attraction is what everybody's arguing here.
Can you give me the definition in Webster's for homosexual? So, okay, can you give me the definition in Webster's for homosexual?
All right. All right, it says. All All right, it says of relating to or characterized by sexual or romantic attraction to people of one same sex.
Okay, now can you look up homosexual sex?
Why
This
why
is
would I do
weird.
that?
What the fuck
Why
are
would I
we
do that?
doing, man?
Well,
It's
that's not
really
fair.
not.
It's
That's
not
not
relating
fair.
though. We're trying to define what it is to be a homosexual.
Mm-hmm.
Homosexual sex is the act of, whereas a homosexual is the state of being.
Right. So a state of being based off of what?
Based off a
So, okay, let me
attraction.
ask you this. Let me ask you this. Do
based off a
thoughts,
romantic attraction.
okay, so do thoughts or feelings of something
By
make
definition,
you
that's
something
what
of
it
who
means.
you are?
By
So
definition, that's
for
what it
example,
means.
if you have thoughts of unaliving somebody, if you have thoughts of, doing bodily harm to somebody to where it causes their unaliving, does that make you a murderer?
Being a murderer is the act of committing a murder.
Committing, right. So in order to be a murderer, you would have to commit a murder. In order to be a criminal, you would have to commit a crime. In order to be gay, you would have to engage in the act of
No, because by definition, a murderer is not somebody who thinks about murdering.
Are you sure?
Based off
Yes.
what
Yeah,
definition,
look up
Lynn?
the
Where are you
definition.
getting this shit from?
Look up the definition. You can bring your definition. But I
Hold
implore
on.
you to bring the definition of what a murderer is, because it's not both the act of and romanticizing about, it's just the act of.
You know what's crazy, guys? Gotta be honest with you. You guys want to hear something crazy?
You're really gay?
No, are you gay though, Broccoli? I love you.
That wouldn't be crazy.
Broccoli, if you are gay,
crazy at all.
It wouldn't be crazy if I was.
Broccoli, no, I love you if you're gay. I love all gay people. I love people that are trans. Everybody, I love every human. If you are though, and I accept you.
I'm more like Ligma. I'm only going to butt fuck you if I feel like there's a power struggle.
Oh my God! Shut up, dude. Stop that. Holy shit.
You heard that conversation this morning?
I'm not in this, dude. I don't stop that. Holy. I'm not in this, dude. I don't put me in this, dude. I don't know nothing. I'm here minding my business, dude.
Ligma's claim is that
Broccoli, you're minding my business, dude. Broccoli, stop. Broccoli, stop.
No,
Broccoli,
I
stop
have
right
to.
now.
I
Broccoli,
have
stop
to.
it. Stop
I have
it.
to. This is insane. This
Stop
is why
it.
you guys are on this topic right now.
Broccoli, it's not why we're on this topic. He was debating from a psychological standpoint. That's not what he feels. That's not what he believes in. So stop.
His claim was outrageous.
Broccoli, he's not here to defend himself. I think it's bullshit. Be fair, bro.
Why is homosexuality so hard for these people to understand? I'm confused.
Why is it that when people bring up, so now we got 1, 2, and Jesse is kind of a good debater. So now we got 3 people up here that are trying to take for this false narrative. It don't matter. You know why, guys? Let me tell you why it don't matter. Because Lynn's has gone on panels against 6 people and fucking dog walked all of them at the same time. So I'm excited to watch this shit. I'm not gonna lie.
I
don't think you
I knew this was some team shit, bro.
Jesse's a lightweight compared to her. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm not gonna lie to you. You didn't even win the one that we had. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Like Jesse though. What'd you say there, Princess Broccoli?
Ducky, why are you talking so much shit though, bro?
Because I'm having fun. They talk shit to me. I'm doing it to them.
This is so weird. You're not. I just don't understand why you're engaging in one of the worst lines of reasoning I've heard here. It's actually embarrassing.
All right, Jesse. Thank you. So anyway, what were you getting?
So let's do this logically, okay? You are saying that the definitions provided aren't enough, but you won't provide the direct definition for the term that we need, like the word attraction, right? So the word attraction, can we define that now? Are you going to try to engage with that at all, or are you going to do this thing where it's personal and you can't engage in a conversation with me?
Hold on, Jesse. Repeat what you said, buddy. I'm sorry. I was eating.
So he can't even do that.
Can you
Okay.
repeat what you said, buddy? Please. Hold on.
Yeah, he can't do that.
But Jesse, with all due respect, he said he was supposed to have provided the actual source, like the primary source for his definition.
Just to be
saw
clear,
from the
though,
AI
I wanna be
overview,
clear. I wanna
and we
point
haven't
something out, 'cause
received that yet.
I
And
do
I'm
wanna
trying to
point out the
understand
Okay,
where
just
that was
for
a
the
description.
record, though, we're not debating.
Definitions.
For the record,
short
for the
claim.
record, we're not debating, right, guys?
No, we're not. We're conversing, and you're not engaging in the conversation either. I would argue we have an easier time conversing with like an actual duck.
Jesse, that was ingenious. I
Are
appreciate
we?
that. That was
Are
really
we?
clever. I love what you did there.
Are we ready for the? Are we ready for the prior strat that was happening, or what's going on?
Yeah, no, he still. So he brought up an AI overview of what homosexual
Oh, I don't
means,
care. I don't care about
and
none of that.
hasn't been able to give us
Well,
a
just
I
like I
breakdown
said,
and a
we're just
primary source as to where he
conversing. We're
got this
just
from.
conversing, Bob. Come
it,
on.
I will say this. I and never mind. I don't want to help you, Ducky. You're 3-1. No help.
if we're just
Because I was about to
conversing,
give him a position that would actually like all he has
But
to do is change one word in what he's saying,
T-Bone, but
and he
we're not
could.
even debating, T-Bone. We're just
Yeah, I know,
conversing.
but I'm saying for the future when you go into a debate with it, like
if we're just conversing, then in this conversation, I reject the premise of homosexuality. It doesn't exist.
Yo, here you go. Here he fucking goes.
Homosexuality does not exist.
Why?
It violates the tenets of natural law
how?
because because organs serve involuntary functional purposes. So to classify a reaction would be against natural law. It's a man-made categorical error. It doesn't exist.
So
So
you're
you're saying you're not. Oh, sorry, T-Bone, go ahead.
no, you got it.
So you're saying that um the title, like the label of homosexuality, doesn't exist.
Correct,
Roger.
because earlier there was an argumentation where we utilize arousal. Well, people orgasm during grape, but I wouldn't classify them as homosexual or not if they're assaulted by a same-sex individual. That'd be inappropriate.
Valid. Valid.
So
Okay.
this is a categorical error
That's a
used to
bar.
divide and classify. Oh, bye, Lens. Used to divide and classify individuals inappropriately.
I
All
think the
right.
only problem that I have with this is that I think that there serves a purpose and utility
Which
behind
is
classifying these individuals. So for example, and it may seem ableist, but a person who struggles with schizophrenia or a person who has autism, right?
Mhm.
That wouldn't be something that they can control either, right? That's
Yeah.
and not to say that it works within the same way as homosexuality, but
Mhm.
um, what we know is that if somebody has psychotic episodes, they could be considered as schizophrenic. And
the
I think
diff
that
Depending on the type of
the
psychotic episode, yeah.
but the
correct.
difference is though, somebody with a disorder like schizophrenia, unmedicated and unregulated, their worldview warps. But if somebody is a quote unquote homosexual, this is not worldview warping. This only changes their social constructual interactions, which again are all man-made design. But a schizophrenic has an objective reality that they will live in, and it's divorced of ours
Well,
typically.
it doesn't
And
matter.
to
You can
be
plug and
fair,
play
they
with
do
that. You could
make
do
the
ADHD, and that doesn't change much.
Yeah, I would.
to,
You could argue that a lot of these things are not like debilitating, and therefore are they actually X?
So,
interesting.
um,
Because think of it this way, right? In the natural world, somebody with ADHD, it doesn't actually have any doesn't really have too many ailments. They only have ailments in our country because of how we have structured our school system. It's
Medicine.
rigorous. They sit down for 8 hours. They're forced to look at a board, right? All these things are rigorous. But if you give people with ADHD more leeway, we've learned through like play learning or things of that nature, they're actually much more productive whenever you let them use their hands, let them walk around. They're still learning. There's not learning conventionally, but a schizophrenic in the wild is still a schizophrenic. They will still have
Yeah.
episodes where they're divorced of reality. So let's go back. Homosexuality is a categorical error designed by man to inappropriately categorize people based on observable differences in the surrounding and social conditioning. But that's inappropriate because organs have involuntary responses. This is why, again, if a man assaults another man sexually and that man experiences climax, I wouldn't call him a homosexual, but Ducky might.
yes, Ducky absolutely would. Would you
Ducky would
say the
let his
same thing
argument
about
stand.
race then?
Yes, race would be race is a construct
What'd you
of
say, officer?
wait, what?
What'd you
Huh?
say? What did I do?
From what I was hearing from you earlier, you would argue at least correct me if I'm wrong, but you would argue that a man who experiences climax during a rape and assault, he would be, because of the arousal, a homosexual.
No, he has to be a willing participant.
Why?
Officer, will you mute me, please?
Yes.
Thank
So
you.
just to be clear, because this is what I was going to tell you, Ducky, about the word that you used before. So I guess you kind of caught on to it, but the original word that you used was interaction. And
Yeah.
you said that if that individual has that interaction, then that's what makes them homosexual. So then what you would change that to is that they have to be a willing participant within the action.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because if it's not, so if someone like for instance if they drug you, like that person can't get consent, and that would be great, right?
Uh,
So for like a homosexual act, you'd have to know and willingly be able to willingly do so.
But
does
So
a
can consent be
so
reversed?
so I'm not talking to you, Queen. So in
I'm
order
not
for
talking to you
I
either.
know
I'm actually
okay
talking to T-Bone. Can
okay talk to
consent
him
be
then.
reversed after an act?
Can consent what?
Like, can it be reversed after an act? Right. So listen, like the
No.
hypothetical that you gave, right? The person, they're at the hotel, they're chilling, they get that head, get that bread, and they leave, right? Type shit. If after that the person finds out that the person that gave them head was a trans person, consent can be taken away after an act.
Well, and this is where we get really deep with this conversation, because if we were to say that that is not, then the question becomes, if I have, for example, herpes, right? And I engage in intercourse with the individual without telling them that I have herpes, would that then be a
That's a
form of grape?
Yes, that, but like I think it's different.
So
Like you're
then,
not causing
so
like giving somebody head is not causing them harm. What harm
no,
did
no,
you
no.
cause that
I
person
don't think so
in that
necessarily
situation?
either. And to be honest, you can have that conversation about herpes as well. But when you talk about herpes, there's going to be a harm that's done as it pertains to like the physical side of the body. When you're talking about an individual not telling you that they are trans, if somebody would not have slept with you under the false pretense that you were trans, right? Or I'm sorry, they slept with you under the false pretense that you were a biological female, but it turns out that you are a trans woman, there would be a harm done as it pertains
I,
Yeah,
to
I would say
that
yeah.
person. Oh, go
I
ahead.
I think so. I think this
In
actually
order
begs the
for it to be a
question.
homosexual, so in order for it to be like a homosexual act, you have to have shmex
I'm
knowing that that
so
person is a
confused.
biological man, because that would be a choice, right? You know, that's what it comes
So
down
I'm
to.
supposed like people are supposed to walk up to people and be like, "Hi, I'm a biological female."
I,
No,
I
Like,
no,
think
no.
I think this actually
how does that?
I think this actually begs the question, though, Queen, because if the qualifier for being homosexual is consensual arousal, does that mean that we don't know if you're homosexual because you've never been in a position or had consensual arousal? So, like Ducky, how do you know you're actually heterosexual? Unless
Right.
you're telling us you've been experimental with men, in which case, okay, maybe.
Good question.
God damn, officer, what are you doing?
I'm just
Ooh.
following logic. It's just logical calculus.
This
I don't
man's
know.
wanted to debate you for the long.
So, officer, if I could ask you, Officer T-Bone asked you, does this apply to race too? And you started to touch on it, and then Ducky jumped in. Would you elaborate on that?
Yeah, race is a social construct. It doesn't really exist.
You think I can answer the question, Puff? Is that okay? Thank you, brother. So in a nutshell, you
Puff
said,
goes after.
what was that?
I said Puff can go after you.
Yeah. So you're saying that I don't know, I wouldn't know that if I was gay or not because I've never engaged in sexual activity.
Well, how do you know?
So
How do you know if you'd be aroused or not? Yeah, like how do you know if you'll experience arousal?
because I've been around other men, and I
Hmm.
know I've been around them in close proximity, and I
Hmm.
didn't. I feel like you're walking me into a fucking hole here, bro.
No.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
mean,
you
no.
are. This is
So,
what you always
so
do, me, officer. But I'll take the ass whooping and learn from it. It's all right. I got
okay. So every time you're around a woman, would you say that you are aroused in some sense? Every time.
an attractive woman.
Okay. Every single time you see an attractive woman, she has good features. You are immediately sexually aroused. No ifs, and or buts.
So good features. I couldn't say no. I can't say that. I can say that, once I start to interact with her, once I start to, engage with her, as far as like touching her, she touches me. Um, I would,
So just so
like I
we're
said, you're
clear,
walking me, you're walking me into a fucking hole. I know
so
you
so
are.
just so just so we're
Come on.
clear, just so we're
But
clear,
I do want to point
when
out nobody else on this motherfucking panel could do it. Go ahead, officer.
so just so we're clear, whenever you're at work and a
Okay.
attractive coworker touches your hand,
I'm
immediate
letting him
sexual
do it.
arousal enters your
Queen, I
brain.
don't even
Correct?
notice you. Good.
Is that what you're saying?
One more time, officer.
Notice me, you wouldn't speak to me.
Go ahead, officer.
So if you're at work, right, and an attractive female coworker was to touch your shoulder or your hand, sexual arousal is one of the things that enters into your blood there.
No, sir.
Okay. So likewise, if you've never wanted because of societal constraints to engage with men in a way that puts you in a position to experience some type of arousal, how do you know?
So I would say that I've been close to,
Type of arousal, how do you know?
I would say that I've been close to men before, right? I've had
Mhm.
men, touch me on the shoulder. I've had men get close to me, and I've never at any time have
Mhm.
felt the same type of attraction that I have with a female.
Well, it doesn't got to
Right.
be the same. It could just be attraction that is
It,
this has to be equal in power. It could just be attraction that's sexual.
right. So what I'm saying is that the same feelings are not there for a male that they are for for a female. I'm able to differentiate. There's a strong difference.
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna go back to my original premise. So do you agree, by the way, that sexuality is a social construct?
Sexuality is a social construct.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Why not?
I would say, hold on. I would say gender, right, is a social construct.
So you're telling me that who I engage with sexually is a fixed thing? That's a fixed interaction? That's unchangeable?
No, so sex is what we are born as. That can't
Well,
be changed.
I'm not arguing about sex. I'm arguing about sexuality. So you're telling me that humans, we lack the ability as sentient beings to experience arousal by the same shmex, even though we might not even be, as you would say, homosexual, and we cannot engage in those sexual acts because of what?
We
What's the
absolutely
disqualifier here?
we absolutely can engage
Oh.
in sexual acts.
So why does that make them homosexual?
Absolutely. So if you're engaging in sexual activity with the same sex, that would be homosexual. Because so are you? The definition is what I think we
Right.
preface that off with.
What's your definition?
Same sex intercourse. If you are
Oh,
having sex with the same sex,
okay.
intercourse with the same sex.
So I want to go back to my previous framing. So a grape victim of the same
Hold
sex,
on, hold
that
on.
person is a homosexual.
No, it has to. So it has to be. You have to be aware and consenting.
Well, now you're adding that. The definition doesn't say that per you.
Well, am I allowed to add that? That's what I would say it is.
I guess you could, but I'm still going to be curious around why is it that a human? Because are you agreeing that sexual organ reaction can be involuntary? Like, can you have involuntary reactions to human touch?
Involuntary reactions to human touch.
Right. So if well, I'll call them trigger points for TikTok safety. If a person experiences trigger points by another person the same smex, and it causes certain arousal reactions, do you think that's voluntary or involuntary?
If you're not wanting that to happen,
I'm not talking about consent. We can say that they're consenting. Do you think though that that these are voluntary or involuntary responses?
involuntary.
Okay, so then with that statement, you do comply to my worldview. This is a categorical error. We are arbitrarily assigning the label of sexuality to people to just divide them for whatever reason you or society or the government deems as fit. And that realistically, if we broke down that barrier, people would just exist in natural law with having involuntary consensual responses to one another, and we would just go from there, right?
I see what you're saying.
Okay, so yes, it doesn't exist. Homosexuality is a farce. It's a myth.
So if homosexuality doesn't exist, so any type of sexuality doesn't exist.
Nope, it's just people engaging with people voluntarily.
Hey Jesse, you agree with that?
Let's be a position. This is what Ducky. This is the position you already hold about other things.
Jesse, do you agree with Officer Real Talk's statement?
Yeah, I mean, considering the way that you've engaged, yeah, I think that this would be consistent with what you said about being a human. This would be consistent with your other beliefs, Ducky. So this is a good concession. I think this is a good middle ground for you to hold, if you were going to hold something besides broccoli close.
Hey,
Close.
I just came up to say that, Ducky, I don't know if you realized it, but you agreed to my definition of homosexuality while you were engaging with Officer Real Talk.
Yeah.
You said, hold on, let me finish real quick. You said that you know you're not attracted to men.
So to be clear,
Wait,
real
no,
quick.
let me finish, bud.
No,
Let me
I just want
finish.
to. I want to.
You said that you're
what
not
I don't
attracted
want
to
to
men
engage
because
in
you
Officer
don't
Real
have
Talk,
a sexual
right? What I
attraction
don't
to
want to
them when
engage
you're
in
around
Officer Real
them.
Talk, real respectfully, sir, is these aren't I gotcha moments to me. The reason I'm engaging you in this dialogue is because I respect you, Officer Real Talk, right? But the problem I'm having is with people like Broccoli coming up here going, "Way to fucking go!" You know what I
I
mean?
can't
Like,
control
dude,
that.
right. So if I'm going to engage in a healthy dialogue, right, I need people to understand that I'm being genuine. I'm trying to be as fair as I can, right? But don't come up here with "I gotcha" moments, Broccoli. It doesn't mean shit to me. Now, I
What are you
promise
talking
you.
about? I'm just coming up here to
Oh,
tell
I'm
you that
almost
you
done.
agreed
I'm
to the
almost done.
definition.
I'm almost done. I'm almost
Nah,
done.
you're monologuing now. So
I'm
at this
almost done.
point, we
I'm
all
almost
have to
done. I'm
recognize the
almost
fact
done.
that you
I'm
said
almost
you
done.
know you're not attracted to men
I'm almost
because
done.
you don't have a
I'm
sexual
almost.
attraction to
I'm
them.
almost done.
When you're around
Broccoli.
them and they touch
Broccoli.
your shoulder and they run their
Broccoli.
hands through your hair,
I
you
keep
don't
on
actually get aroused by that,
falling
which requires you in order to have that sexual orientation. So that's how
and
you
out of
know. So
love.
thank
Y'all
you
know
for
the song
agreeing to my definition. I
with
really appreciate
you.
that. That was actually a really
Sometimes
fun
I
engagement,
love
and
you.
I think this is great.
Sometimes I feel used. You done? I love to fucking sing, bro.
You
I can
done?
keep going.
You done? You done?
Let me keep going. A moment. I'm okay.
Y'all hear me now?
I'm okay with
We can
learning.
hear you, Bone. Yeah.
I want to
All
learn.
right, thank you. Okay, so real quick, and I hope I hope that you hear you, Bone. Yeah.
I want to learn.
And I hope I do feel like I've always engaged in conversations in good faith.
Yeah, Tim. I think you've
But
been genuine as fuck.
yeah, well, with that being said, I just need you to understand, like, I don't know, like, how familiar you is with the TikTok streets, but like, you are in the trenches now. You are in the thick of shit. Like, I don't know, like, how familiar you shit. Like, I don't. I'm sure someone probably explained to you that I used to be over on that side of TikTok where you at right now.
Sure did.
Yeah, and I definitely, you know what I'm saying, every motherfucking day fending off the fucking ops and shit. Like, even conservative lanes, that's how the shit started out with them. You know what I'm saying? Handing out every motherfucking day fending off the fucking ops and shit. Like, it out with them. You know what I'm saying? Handing out L's, ass whoop about the ass every fucking morning. I just line them motherfuckers up.
Yeah, so
But-
I got.
But I'm saying, with that
go
being
soon,
said, like,
T-Bone.
that's L's, ass whoop about the ass every fucking.
Yeah, so
But-
I got.
But it's gonna be, well, real quick, Ducky. That's gonna be what happens within the conversations. You know what I'm saying? There's gonna be people that have disagreements with you. Be what happens within the that have disagreements with you. Some people aren't gonna be kiki and haha. Other
I
people
got
is
you.
gonna be up here because they want to challenge your worldview.
I got you.
And
I got you. But I want to make sure that everyone.
want to challenge your worldview.
I got you.
And
I got you. But I want to make sure that everyone knows again that we at no point in this conversation did we ever have a structured debate, right? We were engaging in conversation, right? And I wasn't standing firm. We're engaging in conversation, right? I wasn't standing firm to my, what I thought either. Like it's just about me conversating, dialoguing. But before I go, I do want everybody to know one thing and one thing only, right? 3 and 1.
You are really good.
Okay, that's a,
He's,
Can't
he's
wait.
gonna.
I
He's
can't
been
wait to
firm
make
this
that
whole
3
time.
and 3. I can't wait. We should do back to back sometime this week.
I really get it.
okay.
We should do back to back sometime this week.
I gotta go, guys. See
He's
you
the
later.
king.
Jesse, what would you debate him on? Jesse, what would you debate him on?
I would, because he's such a master debater, I think it would be good to talk about some of the divinity stuff that they were arguing with Liv about the other day.
Interesting.
You know,
I think it would be good to talk about some of the
Interesting.
you know, I'm gonna have to pocket. I'm gonna have to pocket that strat for later. That's gonna be. I need like a real conservative to run that on. I'm gonna have to pocket that strat. I need like a real conservative to. I got
Rock is-
Hey, yo, officer, I'm talking a lot of shit right now about this vegan debate, but just know I'm anticipating the loss. Only because I do believe the vegan debate is actually the better debate. Like, it's the better stance to have to start with. But it's okay. I'm a break it down. I gotta just establish the worldview that I'm coming from.
Officer, I got a question for you.
What's up?
In the it's just a social construct homosexuality conversation. How do you bend the other kingdoms that it occurs in, like with penguins and apes?
It's just all natural interactions. It just all follows natural law.
But
now?
they can't
Oh, sorry.
create social constructs.
Right. Well, they also don't label each other as homosexual. So, like, there's no need to establish anything because unless the penguins treat the homosexual acting penguins different, that doesn't prove that there's a construct within the penguins. I would just default and say that doesn't prove that there's penguins. I would just default and say animals, even humans, will do homosexual acts, quote unquote
Penguins are
homosexual
like
acts
penguins are like super homosexual.
for different reasons. So like in humans, it doesn't require arousal. Like a lot of men that assault other men will say they're not even homosexual. Humans, it doesn't require arousal. Like a lot of men will say they're not even homosexual. It's other things that rose their arousal that weren't. It wasn't even the body of the person. Wasn't even
That
the
was
sex.
Ligma's argument this morning. Ligma was saying if there's a power dynamic, then it's not gay.
Well,
What? Wait.
well, no.
Wait.
Underneath the definition, it is.
Bro,
Yeah, it was a wild morning in that fucking panel, man. I jumped up there and I was like, Ligma, what the fuck?
He's saying my supervisor. So Title IX should be gone.
As long as you don't look him in the eyes, bro. Don't look him in the eyes, bro.
Wait a minute.
That's like
So if-
pretending to be ancient Roman, though. We
So
know that that's like
basically-
a faux version of the Greco-Roman tradition.
Yeah, exactly. He was. I think the specific example was like, what about what happens in prison? And there were a couple of other examples, but he said if there's a power dynamic involved, then the arousal comes from the power that you have over the person, not the person themselves.
This app should be pay to play. This should not be a free app. So some of these people wouldn't be on here. What is going
It was a
on?
wild morning. I hope fucking Aqua got that recorded.
Oh man.
Yeah, penguins are super gay. Huh.
I can't believe y'all let Ducky clean people up like that. Though that's wild.
Ducky, look, he.
Ducky-
To be fair, that was
I
on
got a
y'all.
concession
That
out of
was on
him. I'm
y'all.
good. I got a strike and a concession. I'm straight.
That
Yeah,
was
I
on
need to
y'all.
challenge him on something because the Steven one was something.
Y'all, when y'all did that debate, when y'all made Irawaka do that debate yesterday, y'all was wrong as fuck for that. He did not want to have that debate at all. You could hear it in his fucking voice.
There's
And y'all
consent
peer pressured
involved.
him into doing it.
Here comes Sean. Here comes Shawnee pretending to be super woke. Unbelievable.
No, I watched it. I watched it with my own eyes. I said, "Damn, this is crazy."
I even tried to throw out an easy one today. I told people I would defend the affirmative. Trans women are women. Easy.
He's afraid of me though.
For a minute,
He's
because
afraid of me.
it's been a lot of men speaking. Did we announce the tier movements for staff?
No, we didn't. We didn't tell Ducky. Fuck.
The month.
No,
is-
sorry
I
about that. And
thought it
that's
was
because
every
the
month.
leaderboard hasn't been created yet. Once we finalize the leaderboard, then people will be able to, even if it's just screenshots, But we're almost done with that.
Hey,
We'll get that
T-Bone.
done pretty soon.
Go
Huh?
check the spreadsheet. I made a leaderboard tab.
Well, can
Oh
we
shit, you did?
announce the movement that can
Well,
we
so
announce my movement?
oh yes, Bex is now in F tier.
What? Come
Yep.
on,
Yep.
We
nah,
Yep.
this
starting at
shit
the
It
is
bottom
happened.
and we
rigged. This shit
working
is
our way
rigged.
up, baby.
I
Starting at the
This shit
bottom
is
and we
rigged.
debating up.
I delivered Bell or not Bell. I delivered Bex a life-threatening blow earlier this morning when no one was here. It was
This
devastating.
is fucking
No, the fuck you
beautiful.
did not. What are you even
I don't know
talking about?
how like
Eviscerated you.
you're able to do shit like this, but it's fucking hard. Okay, take a look at how this leaderboard is set up, right? If you've done recent debates, you to do shit like this, but it's fucking hard. This leaderboard is set up, right? Automatically go up on the leaderboard, right? Your score doesn't change, but if you see a recent debate take place, you can immediately go in there and see at the top who fucking debated and where their movement came into play with score.
Yeah.
Go in there and see at the top and where their movement came into play with score.
Yeah, it's based off your win-loss ratio. So the people who debate the most are going to be at the top.
Copy.
Yeah, so instead of doing it by points,
I heard a lot of people was talking shit on my name, but no one was trying to challenge me. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So I
that
said,
definitely was
"Fuck it."
happening.
I said, "Fuck it." Right? Everybody wants to talk about where Bexy falls on the tiers. Nobody wants to debate me. So fuck it. I'm F tier now. All right.
So then
I'm
it sound
F
like you
tier.
got. It sound like you got to
Nobody can
start
say shit.
calling people out,
Nobody
right?
can say shit. Hold on, Shawnee. Let me talk my shit. Nobody can say shit no more. You hear me? Nobody can. I'm F tier. Okay.
Uh-oh. Bex, you just disappeared off the leaderboard.
Jesse, when I tell you that I have thrown out the most diabolical topics this morning, just diabolical.
Officer has decided that he wants to be a chaos agent from now on instead of being a police officer. He is a chaos agent.
The problem is that's where when I first met Officer on a different app, that's actually where me and him started. So this is not new. You guys are actually new to this.
As the person who knows Officer the best here, Officer has always been this way. He just dialed it back for the internet. You know what I mean?
You are the one that knows him the best, Bex. That is
Bex, truly.
I do know him the
Truly.
best. And
There was one time, there have been times, there's times when he's on mute where I'm like, I know if he's not there, it's actually better than if he's there. I'm like, I really hope he's not about to throw a grenade. Like crossing my fingers, like, please don't come off mute. Please don't come off mute.
earlier, I almost did it with T-Bone. I had to go back on mute. They were arguing about, like, if you were to expel a group from a country based on their race, is that racism? And I came within a sentence away from being like, lightning debate. It's not. Let's go. Let's just run it. Let's just run the op real quick.
Have you run an actual debate yet?
No. I keep trying.
nobody will debate.
What's up with all the S tiers? What's up with all the S tiers? I thought that they was gonna be.
Hey, I've been trying for
Don't do that. Don't throw all the S tiers out.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to figure it out.
That's on the board.
50. I know 50 been taking
how you
debates,
doing,
but-
T-Bone? T-Bone?
What's going on, Shaker? How you doing?
What's up, Shaker?
I want to talk to T-Bone about March Madness. That's it. Fuck you.
Listen, we on a break, man. We on a break. The game's not till Thursday.
Yeah, I get it. Sorry, but yeah.
Now you go. What you want to talk about with March Madness, man? What you want to talk about? Just a little quick
Nebraska,
commercial.
damn it. Nebraska.
Yeah. Oh, that was a good game. Man. That was a good game, actually. Nebraska did their thing.
You damn Skippy. And I used to live there for 20 years. The fuck? Yeah, of course I'm roofing them son of a bitches.
T-Bone, the only purpose I'm going to serve from now on is to create Phil Bro Chaos Hour. That's all I'm doing for at least the next 6 months.
Hey, officer, officer, can I ask you one question? Do you like sports?
All right.
I almost had a joke. I'll go with no.
Oh, okay. So I get it. That's why we have indifferences. I get it because you don't like sports, so I can't talk to you.
I don't like. I don't.
It's cool. I get it.
I don't like sport. I don't like sports. I don't like sports because the chronically overweight, uncoordinated, and socially inept are there to then spew about how people of actual athletic ability can do better, and I think it's just the height of hypocriticism.
All right, officer, you're like this. My claim is that anybody who watches 10 hours of men in tights and about 37% of the screenshots are all their butts.
That's to be aroused.
Yeah, just a
Just real quick,
He
because
got that shit.
I got a point of
He
contention.
has never
that
watched
goes
a day
for
in
fights
his
and
fucking
wrestling
life.
too.
Because listen, I criticize these athletes all the time,
I watch
and I'm
UFC for one
athletic.
reason, okay? One reason
I'm
only.
one of them. I feel like I've earned my keeps, and I ain't trying to toot my own horn, but I'll dunk on a lot of you niggas. I'm
Hey,
just saying.
run the 1v1 right now. Fuck it. Where we going? What court we going to? What's up, there,
Whichever court
Bone?
y'all want to go to.
Wait, Bone, how tall are you?
No, bro. When I was playing basketball yesterday, bro, my YN whooped my ass yesterday, bro. Like, I'm getting old, my nigga. The joints not moving the same. I gotta go into retirement, man.
Yo, Bone.
Mm.
You still a young whippersnapper.
Donnie, I know
Where
a debate
are
I'll
we
take
leading
with
to
you.
play this basketball?
Donnie, I know another debate
Yeah,
I'll
I'm
take with
27.
you.
I'm getting old, man.
What's up?
Well, hey, look, I used to consider myself Dennis
Hey,
Rodman, right?
yo.
Shaky, hold on,
God
man.
damn, Shaky.
Yeah, I'm a little tipsy. And what's some basketball going
Always.
on?
What are we
It's
talking about?
3:45.
No,
Can we
it's
even go to
not. It's
sleep?
not. It's 5 o'clock where we at. Don't be
Relax.
doing
It's
him like that.
3:45. Y'all
He
are
was-
good.
It's
you-
5 a.m. tonight. I don't give a shit. But
He was tipsy
I
at
don't
4
want
a.m.
Max doing you
March-
out for that.
Hey,
It's 5 o'clock where we
sorry,
at. He can
Max,
do
right? March Madness doesn't start to Thursday.
Say he was
I am really
tipsy at
holding
4
on to this
a.m.
bullshit till Thursday so I can really get really. I got 3 days, 2 days. Yeah, it's March Madness Thursday
Hey,
night.
yo, officer, what was you trying to say, man? What is Shaky
All right,
talking about?
so we have
Shay's trying to yell at us, Jesse.
so we have
Sorry,
our
go ahead.
so we have our veganism. I'll raise you another debate.
Okay.
I'll raise you another one.
Officer, March Madness, you son of a bitch.
God
All right,
damn,
Shaky. I'm gonna
Shaky.
catch you later, man. I'm gonna catch you in 2 days when the game start back up, buddy.
It can be a planned lightning or a planned thunder. It's all up to you. But
Lightning, always lightning.
Always lightning.
until-
Okay.
Yeah, always lightning.
Proposition: democracy as a governmental system has failed.
Okay.
Wait, no, hold on. Democracy as a system is a failure.
Uh-huh.
We would be better served with authoritarian rulership.
Oh, we've done this. We've played with this in the past.
We have. That's why I'm bringing it back up now.
Okay, I can take that.
Okay.
So what? So just no, surprise me. I was about to say. So what would be your premise? But I just want you to surprise me.
Okay. If you're sure. Okay. Wait, when's our vegan debate? Is that tomorrow?
No, that shit isn't a week, man.
Wait, when's our?
No, that shit isn't a week, man. I'm not.
Oh, no, week. Okay.
That is one of the worst philosophical arguments somebody can make. It's going to take a while to put it together, and I know you've been doing this. No, that shit isn't a week, man. And I know you've been doing this shit for years. You vegan gains ass fraud ass nigga. I knew when I heard you say that, I was like, he sounds like vegan gains. That's when I heard you say that, I was like, that's what he sounds like.
Not vegan. No. I'm not. Well, I might be that bad.
Okay, I got
Vegan gains is pretty legit with it too. So
not vegan. No. I'm not.
vegan gains is pretty legit with it too. So
He is legit with it. I'll give him that. He is
Tell
legit.
me
to me it's a hard debate.
You said what, Bex?
I said, tell me why I went to 3 bookstores and didn't find what I wanted.
Hard debate.
You said
Bookstores and didn't find what I wanted.
what were you looking for? I'm still surprised you're reading. What are you reading by Dovachetsky?
The Brothers K.
Yeah, what were you looking for? I'm still surprised you're.
The Brothers K.
Yeah, that's a really long one. I'm like.
It's like
Talk about-
800 pages.
Yeah, talk about wanting to read some like.
I went and got all the
poetic
stuff to
philosophy.
character map it though.
Though, see, people talk about the Stoics, but no one talks about them Russians, dog. Dobachetsky is like the quintessential head of human suffering being necessary for character building.
I love it. I'm gonna character map the whole book. I'm really excited about it. I went and got post-it notes.
He's one of my favorites. Too.
Highlighter.
He's one of my favorites. I'm not gonna lie.
I got it on Kindle, but I want a physical book.
Nah, physical books are for losers. Just listen to
No, Kindle's for losers. I like
Wait a
physical
minute.
books.
What the?
Hey, yo, Jesse. Hey, yo, Jesse, you want to run a fade as well?
I mean,
Hey,
we can
yo.
talk about. We can talk about.
All right. So the argument that I would be willing to have, and this isn't based off of anything I've ever heard you say. I just think you would take it seriously as well, like officer. I believe that EVs are a better consumer product
Jesus Christ.
for your average U.S. consumer.
You think that EVs?
Yes,
Honey,
electric vehicles.
can we have one day without hearing about electronic vehicles?
Yeah. Can we have a day where you don't talk to me
I'm
about
not
cars?
even. And the funny thing about it
What's
is,
going on?
I'm not even an EV guy. I'm just trying to load up some of these
Bro,
debates. I don't care about taking L's or not.
do you remember talking Moon into buying one? Like Moon, Shawnee literally on my panel one night talked Moon into buying a fucking Cadillac, and Moon went and got one.
Don't do that.
And he loves it. And
Literally on my panel one night talked Moon
I love
and
mine.
he loves
It was-
it.
and we love our cars.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm not arguing with you about EVs because I hold the same position. I would have to argue something that's not serious. I'm not doing that.
Okay. We can figure out some other shit we disagree on.
When before Mamdani, I really wanted to hand your ass to you about Zora Mamdani, but now I think the proof's in the pudding, and you conceded, and you also called me handsome. So that's pretty cool.
There's a perception out there that I won't accept, like I won't concede, or that I won't accept that I'm wrong. It's just not easy. There's a difference, right?
Yeah, but in Zora Mamdani's case, the concession.
No, he's solid.
Yeah.
Damn, there's two.
And no, were you here for the one last night, Shawnee, or 2 nights ago that went on too long?
Oh, Jesse, do you know Easy Made? You know Ease Made? You know Ease Made?
God, that guy's a mess. God
Dog,
bless.
that's a dog walking. You missed. I dog walked the shit out of him earlier.
Wait, what happened?
He wouldn't let anyone fucking talk.
Yeah, he pissed me off. So I came up here and had to fucking put a leash around him. There's a guy named Ease Made. Easy Made.
It's easy made, yeah.
Yeah, Easy Made. And he's one of the right leaning Phil bros that pisses me off sometimes. And he just gets on a fucking roll.
Yeah, here's
who was it that you said? Steven?
I've been no easy. What did he talk to me? Oh, he talked to me about the Federalist Papers once, and I was like, my premise was that conservatives of his type have never read them. He then asked me how many there were, and then I said, okay, tell me something about one of them, and then he couldn't, and so the debate ended because, because that was my point, and he got mad. He the rest of the time wouldn't stop talking over me. He called me triggered a few times. I was like, all right, bro. So I'm surprised he came here. I'm surprised at all.
I hate this pen.
Hey, yo, Bone, you should have pressed Ducky on that homosexual conversation, man. That was a layup. You could have got your get back, man. You should have got it.
T-Bone, I'm telling you, once you learn some Phil, T-Bone, you'll be able to spin people around and around and around. It wouldn't even matter. It wouldn't even matter. Homosexuality exists. Okay, prove it. We need arousal. Oh, you just go round and round. Oh my god.
Arousal was a nightmare, bro. If I heard arousal one more time, if I heard it not defined one more time, I was about to leave.
I was in the store. I had to turn my volume all the way down. Y'all are fucking heathens.
Yeah, you know how crazy I sound when Ayatollah's on the panel and I'm saying Ayatollah out loud and I'm in the middle of public?
Yeah, I bet. That's great.
I often just say it. It's a cool name.
I also just have earbuds in though, but that's just me.
Well, some of us are poor. We don't have things like earbuds.
I'm still mad that y'all didn't let me press Ducky on the primary source for what he described as homosexual.
He'll be back.
Don't press him on primary sources, Shawnee. Doesn't work. Shawnee, you gotta understand, this is not a primary source person. He's got great, he can, take the position from it, but it's not. Some of the feedback even that I have for other people in debates are sourcing is key. In that case, I haven't seen sourcing at all. He can, take the position from it, but key. There's debates that have been had that there's no source.
So I'm actually trying to do things now.
There's debates that have been had that
actually trying to do things now where I'm not going to provide sources. So, or challenge them on their source as much as possible. I'm going to try and take their argument in good faith and still challenge them on merit with the idea that their argument is good faith. Does that make sense?
So it's yeah. So when I do that, I mean, you see me do it. That's the actual easy way to a crash out, because they find out they're wrong in like 2 questions, and then you get like over talking, the over emotionalness. I mean, it's really interesting. The Renee Good conversation was actually a really good example of that. Before our Rocket debated it, the fact that there isn't a DHS report that's sworn on testimony or any of that stuff, that would be an example of a time where it was just like, all right, just overtalk me instead of engaging with the fact that we don't have transparency. Like, because that was my claim. My entire thing was like, we don't know what's going on. So it's like, okay, eventually you spin out.
I need somebody to cook Ducky on this white culture.
What's going on? So it's like,
I need somebody to cook Ducky on this white culture debate. That man is on that debate. He's a menace on that.
The culture. Wait, tell me more. What's the position?
He's been running the. Go ahead, T-Bone. You know it better than me.
Yeah, so his position is that if white culture exists, then black culture, or if black culture exists, then white culture exists. And if there's no such thing as a white culture, then there's no such thing as a black culture.
Okay. Oh my God. And no one's taking him up on it? Or you guys have it?
I was up on this panel earlier this morning debating it, but you just had a whole bunch of fucking conservatives who didn't know how to fucking ground culture. Fucking Lynch just said it's the region you're in. That's culture.
Okay, so first of all, before all that happened, we're gonna put some respect. Hold on, we're gonna put some respect on my name because I sat on that panel for 2 fucking hours debating that topic this morning. So I should have
wait.
Let's relax
before me?
a little bit.
That was before me?
Yes.
Damn, so they just got one ass whooping after another?
Actually, I argued that white culture exists.
Well,
For funsies.
I mean,
that's fair. Yeah, I mean, that's the position they want.
Did anyone push back on like what black culture is then?
No, the only one who really had like an argument was Stevie, and she just came up and started telling us that white culture is evil, and we're all evil, and she crashed out and called up people white boys.
Were you talking about trouble, Stevie?
Yeah, and then she told someone she was gonna fuck their white husband because she liked fucking white men, and then I was like, "This is crazy."
I love her, bro. That's awesome. I love her.
So that's about how that went.
So I think that's a very is incredible.
Like, this is crazy.
I love her, bro.
That's about how that went.
So I think that's a very is incredible.
She was crazy. I was like, Stevie.
Go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead. Go ahead.
I think that it is a difficult conversation because I do think that the culture can be perceived in a lot of different ways.
Oh no, go ahead.
I think that it is a difficult conversation. Can be perceived in a lot of different ways. Like there is regional culture, and then there's racial culture that's associated with it. Like for example, as somebody from Cleveland, I grew up in a different culture than somebody like Bex, and I think do y'all agree on that?
Absolutely. Like black culture.
I'm sorry, can you say that one more time? I had to get my stuff.
So there's culture can be race and regionally based. So like, for example, me being in Cleveland, just Cleveland alone, I grew up in a different culture than Bex did.
Correct. Yeah, we argued that this morning.
I just don't think it can be the only thing that you ground as being culture.
So the one.
Thank you so much. Because the problem. I'm sorry, just real quick. Because the problem that comes into play is that there's also overlap that comes into play with this. So, like for example, black culture here within America, we have crossovers from culture within those in Africa. And so I guess you could still say that it's regional, but we still have part of that culture and then subsects of that culture that have been created here in America that we can all experience regardless of whether you're in Nigeria or here in America.
Okay, I forgot the craziest argument though. Hold on. Okay, so I really got on the panel because this guy was saying that there isn't, like, white people and black people don't have culture. And so I walked him through his argument until he admitted that they have culture. And then he got mad. And then this white girl came up who is very obviously racist. And she said that I don't even want to say this out loud, but she said that Black people have culture and African Americans have culture and it's different. And I asked her to specify, and she said African Americans have food and music and all that kind of culture, and Black people have gang violence.
That's a
I think I
crazy
met
ass.
her.
That's crazy.
I met her. She
Wow.
wait. This was the dumbass that fucking gave the example and then said one was black and one was African American and
Name was like
contradicted her
Mad
statement.
Dog or something.
Yes, it was
I
Mad
know
Dog.
that person.
Yes.
I've met that person.
Now, I think you could make the argument that Black culture and African American culture is different, but to reduce
Yeah.
Black culture to gang violence is
Crazy as fuck.
ignorance at
Black-
best, right?
But
Ignorance
hold on,
at
but wait,
best.
but what is the difference? Hold on, because like, okay, so Black.
Max, wait, I know what you're about to ask. Ready? Black culture, Black people, Black is a diaspora, right? It's a race. African American is an ethnicity,
Okay,
right?
okay,
So like
okay.
a Haitian Black person is not African American. They're Haitian American. Yes.
Okay, right. Okay.
There you go.
Okay,
That's
thank you. Because I was trying to get her to like tell me the difference without it. Like, I was trying to get her to like realize she was being racist, but then I just realized that she was just like happy being racist and didn't care. And that's the
She
girl.
didn't care.
To be fair, that's the girl that Stevie went off on, and I stand by it. Stevie was right. You know what I mean?
Oh
Me and
yeah.
Stevie don't see eye to eye, but like I was like, get her, Stevie. Shit.
Can we just to make sure we retort that position thoroughly, by claiming that gang violence is one culture's thing, we erase the impact of Italians who have had one of the
Thank
highest
you. The
impacts on
Irish.
organized crime. The
That's a
Irish
good
are organized
point.
criminals. Those
That's a good
the
point.
Balkans. No offense to Belle, she's not present, but the
Come on
Balkans.
now.
Those are some real hard organized criminals.
Real
And the
shit.
Greeks, oh, the worst of all the Greeks. Ugh, God.
Come on.
I got a
Jesse.
question though. So if white culture needs to be something that's only celebrated by white people, where do we categorize Thanksgiving?
No. Thanksgiving is
Now,
an
now
American
listen.
holiday.
Listen. There was some white
It's regional.
dumbass that came up there and said Thanksgiving and Christmas are a part of white culture.
No. What the fuck?
No, it wouldn't be white culture.
So
That would
Jesus
be
is white.
American culture.
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't say Christmas
No,
because
Jesus-
that derives from the
Jesus
Middle East.
white.
Do
Yeah,
white
you
people
even
really
white.
want Thanksgiving as a culture?
I'm not saying we
They
wanted
probably
it.
do.
Yeah.
It just
They probably
is,
do
though.
actually. The real Thanksgiving?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, the
Do they
real
want- do
Thanksgiving,
should
like-
white people really claim that?
It
you
does.
can't
Nobody-
want
No, but it does
Wait a
give
minute,
credence to the fact that
real quick,
what
just for a
Stevie
second.
said was legit though. White culture is evil, but it does exist. It's just
There you
evil.
go. That's what I was going.
Sure. But I don't think it's a culture. I think whiteness is a lack of culture.
Oh yeah,
That's the
100%.
problem. I don't think it's a culture. I think it's a lack of thereof. And what I mean by that is like when we like if you were to ask me like flat out what is white culture, I would say like genocide. Like respectfully, like
Yeah,
colonization. You know what I
No.
mean? Like raping, pillaging, like all
It's
that's what I
absolutely
would think of, right?
incest. Like
Right,
incest
that
is,
shit.
is,
But
is
hear
white
me.
culture. I'm right there with you.
When we
Well,
talk
I mean,
about, but
they got-
when we talk
they got-
about that, what
they got
do when
football.
wait, when
No, they
got
don't. We
no,
have-
football's not a white thing. No, but when we talk about that, right? When we talk about like, saying that would be their culture, the problem is that colonization is the stealing of other cultures. It's not the creation of their own; it's the stealing of others. You see what I'm saying? So like that's why I say it's not.
Okay, then I have a
It's
question.
not white
Queen.
culture. It's a lack.
Who did-
Whiteness
who
is
did
a
white
lack
people-
of culture.
Okay, who did white people colonize to put raisins in their potato salad?
I don't fucking know. I don't know who did that.
No, that. Oh god,
the
I
answer.
almost lost another fucking account, bro.
I got all the
Also
questions.
Italians, by the way.
To be clear,
What raisins? Yeah, it's a Mediterranean thing for sure.
nobody only thinks of Italian people as the mob. But when we talk about gangs, for some reason, the only things people think about is Bloods, Crips, and GDs. Right? And barely even GDs. Y'all only think of Bloods and Crips. Right?
They didn't even know what you just said just
what
now.
a gang is.
I said they don't even know what you just said.
Say that
just now.
again.
It's fine, but I'm just saying, listen, I said, because Belinda put in the comments that white Italians have brought a lot of culture to the States. So you only think of Italians as the mob. And I was clarifying, like, I don't only think of Italians as the mob. I don't think that way. But what I will say is, for some reason, when we speak on gang culture, people think of Bloods and Crips, but they never think of the mafia, the mob, the fucking Yakuza. Like, all a gang is organized motherfucking crime. So if we're talking about organized motherfucking crime, let's go back. Right? Because only like the police forces listen. You see what I'm saying? All right.
So can we give organized crime to white people?
No. No.
Yeah.
No, because it's not white people doing
I'm
it.
sorry.
It's Irish
Absolutely.
people,
I think you
Italian
putting like contracts in place, and then oh my bad. Sorry.
No, I'm just saying, like, you can't say it's white culture because it's not white culture. It's Irish it's Irish people and Italian people. It's not white people. There's a difference.
Y'all can hear
Irish
me
people
now?
and Italian people didn't even get their whiteness until later on.
That's
right,
fair,
and
but
that's why
do-
they had to
do
create
come-
mafia.
Y'all hear me now?
Right, but they do come to the Caucasus Mountains, though, right?
No, that's the thing. They are not. It's not. Especially back then, it was not the same thing. They were not white. They were Irish.
Can y'all hear me now? Hello.
Sorry.
Yeah, we got you, T-Man. We got you.
All right, bye.
They were not white. They were Irish and Italian, right? This is what I'm saying. They were granted their whiteness, right? You see what I'm saying? So, like, when we know that they were granted whiteness, that's why whiteness is a lack of culture. Because, like, proud Italian people don't call themselves white. They call themselves Italian. They're just Italian. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, you're talking
Nobody's
to
disagreeing with
I
you
feel
about
you.
I love the Italian culture. Don't get it twisted. But, like, you see what I'm saying?
That's why
I see what you're saying, but in this country, it's a little bit different because I did grow up with Italian culture. However, I still have to disassemble the white systemic racism that I benefit from. So it does end up becoming, you do end up being labeled as such in being those cultures. So what white people in America are essentially are Europeans. And I know that there was a time when they weren't, but it is what it is now.
But the thing about it is, I'm not saying that as an Italian person in 2026, you could walk around saying, oh, I'm Italian, I'm not white. Nobody's going to take that, right? Especially on this app. That's not going to be a thing. But what I'm saying is that whiteness as a race does not have a culture, but blackness as a race does. Does that make sense?
You have to label it down. It's white American called white Americans.
Like whiteness, yeah. There we go.
Because like saying white people in general is like including like people from Ireland and Italian and Scottish.
Yeah,
but
and
like,
that's where that's where the separation comes in for me.
That's why I
because
say
don't count those people as white. Well, I do. Phenotypically they're white, but like, I don't know.
Yeah, but Queen, they have a percentage of Homo sapiens sapien in them, which we all know originated in Africa, and therefore they are also black. So, thank you. That's my TED Talk.
We all got a little Genghis Khan in us, so
I just
shout out to Khan, I guess.
I really like Queen as a mod. I really appreciate that Queen's not modded.
Yo, what's today? Today Tuesday. Today is Tuesday. Jesse, you got 4 more days.
It's a day that ends in Y, and I'm claiming today, baby. 4.6%. 4.6%. That's all I'm gonna say.
I am very thankful he has not been around. I'm not gonna lie to y'all.
It'll be a while. He'll chill for a little bit. It's okay.
Does anybody else get a random urge for matcha tea? Boba matcha tea?
I just got a bunch of yerba mate.
Oh my god, I'm fucking addicted now.
Oh man, I love it. I can't believe we get to talk about this. This is great. Also, that's for all of those in the comments that are Italian. It's also almost co-opted by Italians, but it's Latin American. Hands off our stuff.
Wait, what did we take?
Italians were trying to take yerba mate. It's not theirs.
Oh no, but you know why? Because fucking Argentina has taken everything that Italians have made and tried to call it their own. They got a dish down there called fucking Milanesa, it's just a chicken parm. Like, get the fuck out of here. It's a chicken parm. Get the fuck out of here. So then they also got this other dish. They
No,
got
it's not.
straight
It's
up.
different.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not.
Milanese
It's
is a
different.
chicken parm.
No.
Get out of here.
You're
Milanese is the
wrong.
same thing.
You're wrong.
They just copy Italians and then like try and say it's their own thing. That's ridiculous.
No, the Italian culture is degenerate and therefore can't be its own thing. Thank you. That's my TED talk. I will not be taking any debates at this time. Thank you.
Why does everybody got to steal from us? New York took our pizza. You got Argentina taking our chicken parm. They also tried to redo gnocchi and they didn't rename it. They just call it gnocchi.
Is New York pizza better than Chicago pizza?
Yes.
New York pizza
There's
is better than
no,
Chicago
there's no
pizza,
reason to
100%.
Yeah, 100%.
Chicago
New
pizza
Jersey
is at
pizza
the
is better
very
than New
bottom
York
of all
pizza, too.
pizzas.
Yeah.
New Jersey pizza is better than New York pizza. Thank you.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Yeah, that's true. New Jersey pizza is better than New York pizza.
I mean, I'd go as far to say that Connecticut pizza is also up there. I don't know. There's something in your waterways up there.
I would rank Connecticut pizza pretty high too. I would do that.
What the fuck's in Connecticut? Except for Bell.
Better pizza than Cleveland style pizza. Y'all better quit playing with us.
Somebody get his ass out of here.
Some
Go to
what
bed,
pizza?
Johnny. Get
What
the
pizza?
fuck.
Man, ain't nobody
Slice of
even
Cleveland
heard of
style
this shit.
pizza. Hey, it's because
Y'all
y'all
make
niggas ain't
pizza?
got no class. That's on y'all.
Say y'all
Listen.
make pizza.
We might be leaders in violence, but we leaders in pizza development as well.
Are
Hating
you talking about
ass
the deep dish
motherfucker.
pizza? Oh, Ohio pizza. I've never heard of that before.
Oh, Cleveland style. Can't get the pizza I'm describing in
Cleveland
fucking
style is with
Columbus
American. They use
or
American
Dayton.
slices. They put
What's
American
unique?
cheese on there
What's
in
the unique?
Velveeta.
I'm gonna look this up right now. Hold on.
Cleveland pizza, Shawnee. Describe it to us.
Cleveland style pizza.
I have such a pseudo
Delicious and
premise to
high
make right
class.
now.
That's what it is. It's delicious and high
What if
class.
you did a cross reference of pizza places versus violence in a city, and you cross reference those to say that Italian food causes crime?
That's crazy work.
In less than 5 minutes, I could definitely fucking do that.
Let me look this up. Cleveland pizza, bro. That
I'm
shit
just
just sounds
fucking
like.
with y'all. That's a joke from How I Met Your Mother.
Oh my gosh, you got me typing in goddamn.
No, but
Damn.
if you do want to see the
Yeah,
bottom of
there's
the
a
barrel, the
pickle.
very worst pizza is Altoona, Pennsylvania pizza. It actually really is a pizza. They put American cheese slices on top of theirs.
Yo, you know what I just found out? Like, what was a thing? What's that shit called at the bodegas, bruh? Not a cold cut. What's it called? Fuck. Chopped cheese. I swear to God, for the longest of time, I thought that was just a little ham and cheese sandwich.
Nah, dog, that's a cheesesteak.
Nope.
I had no idea. They came to somebody from New York opened something in my city, and like I was intrigued on it. I don't know if it tastes any similar to like what's in New York actually. But those shits are fucking good.
You know what's overrated
Probably
as
one of the
fuck?
best sandwiches I've ever
The
had.
cheesesteaks in Philadelphia, man. They're overrated as fuck.
Really?
I learned that they put actual cheese whiz on that shit. I was like, oh, no, thank you.
Yeah, they're the worst. They're gross.
I want pepper
Cheese
jack.
whiz on a Philly
They
cheesesteak?
put cheese whiz. That's the
nasty as
correct
fuck.
way to make it. It's cheese, like not like cheese.
Fucking imitation cheese. That shit's gross.
No, thank you. I'm okay.
That's
I'll
why,
take my pepper jack any day of the week.
that's why I just get Charlie's.
Charlie cheesesteaks is busting, my
Yo.
nigga. That's
Yo.
boy, I tell you.
Why?
Motherfucker, good deal, motherfucker.
All right, so in DC, the best bet is you go to the Chinese food stores, the ones that have the bulletproof glass, and you
Yup.
can get some
Hey,
of the
you ain't
best
lying.
fucking cheesesteaks. I
You
swear
are
to
not
fucking God,
lying.
they slaughter a goddamn cow to get them cheesesteaks to you.
That should be fresh as hell too.
Mm-hmm. Like you burning your mouth. You can't bite into it for a few minutes type fresh.
Yeah, it's
like-
got to be the one that's got the bulletproof glass. Also, that's the same one that you get the best mambo sauce from.
I was about to say you have to dip it in mambo sauce.
I can't believe
What is
what's
that?
up.
Did he just? Oh no, you're not from. I was about to spaz. You're from like St. Louis. So
Nah, I'm in Virginia though, so I should definitely know like something about what that is.
what mambo
Yeah,
sauce?
DC, we got to do this.
Guys, y'all have no idea how excited I am about this this debate with 50 today. Very excited.
You got an hour and 45.
Very excited.
Grinning. Why are you excited? What's the debate? What's the topic?
It's on Trump's tariffs and why. So I have two claims. One, Trump sold you a lie, and then two, even if he did do the thing that he told you, they were shit deals anyway.
What deals?
Well, that's not quite. That's not quite. That the tariff deals were shit anyway. Like the ones that he did do. That's a better way of saying it.
But what deals?
Okay, because the claim, if
What?
if the claim is about what the tariffs were supposed to be, um, what's the actual verbiage of the claim? I forgot it.
So
I'm sorry.
Donald Trump lied to you. They're not what they're supposed to be, and they're not what he promised you. And then the other thing is what you did get is trash. So
Okay.
not even like, because a lot of people could be like, oh, it's not what he said, but there's still good deals. And I'm like, no. Even what you do have is pure garbage. I know it hasn't been signed up, but I don't even want to do that. I want to argue the merits that are within the trade deals that exist, that are claimed to have existed.
Is there like a specific trade deal or just in general?
I'll do any of them.
Okay. Because
Actually, my argument is going to be on all of them because they're all trash, right? Because 50's not in here, but every single deal still includes a tariff. And if you have a tariff after making a deal with the country, what you're doing is you're still actively creating issues financially for the American people.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, of course, but I don't want to get into it.
Real quick, Shawnee, one of the things that I think you should look up is just today or yesterday, the FCC banned all outside manufactured routers in the U.S. So starting now in 2026, they can no longer import routers from outside the country, and manufacturers have to bring them here to the U.S. This is a forced move by our country. We do not have any router manufacturing happening in the U.S. currently, and they're doing this because the tariffs didn't work to do that. Also, what the fuck do they want to put on our routers? Why are they forcing us to buy U.S. routers?
Wait, you're saying like routers for your like internet?
Yes, dog. All routers.
That's weird as fuck.
All routers have to come from U.S.-based manufacturing starting. This was an article I read this morning. And the FCC is the one who's responsible for passing this, and I have a feeling it's because the tariffs aren't working.
That, and they want to tap into our incognito tabs.
You got stuff to hide in there, FB?
I'm just saying.
Respectfully, yes, the fuck I do, and don't nobody need to know about it. Fuck you mean? Fuck is you talking about? What's the point of an incognito tab if it ain't that?
Right. And just because I'm using incognito tab, doesn't mean I'm gay.
Oh, go
Who he talking about here?
Y'all wrong.
Based off of like what I read on there, I don't even think it keeps you incognito because the data is still. Oh, by the way, I lost both accounts. I lost both the appeals. That's fucking stupid. But apparently, like you still get the data being like pushed off to other companies. You still have the history. Like all of that is still in there. It just doesn't show for the individual that's utilizing the phone.
I just go incognito when I splurge on Amazon. So if my fiance goes through my phone, she won't be able to see it because
You don't got that app?
what, Amazon?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, but I do. I'm talking about when I'm on the PC.
I mean, that's still connected. She probably didn't see it.
And be surprised.
Is it a PC or is it a MacBook?
Nah, it's a PC.
Okay, so that'd be different.
Yeah, she has access to it.
Can I ask you what your PC build is?
It's a gaming build. Epison Tower. It's an Asus.
PC on. I've never heard of
That's
that.
the tower, but it's basically it's an Asus motherfucker.
Got you. Okay.
I'm trying to get a bigger one, but
Bell, do you want to debate me on something?
Um, on what? What do
I
we
don't
not
know.
agree on? What's your stance on Palestine, Israel?
That would be the last thing we debate.
Mm, Black people were in the Americas before the
Jesus
Siberians.
Christ. No, I'm not.
You guys should debate if Trump is acting like a Democrat or not.
Well, I'm the first
Oh,
one.
that's a
I'm
Mm,
the first one
phenomenal.
that said that. I'm the first one that said that
And you're
before anybody on
still
this
very
fucking app.
wrong.
I said it
What
a
are you
year and a
talking
half ago.
about?
I said it a
But you're
year and a
wrong.
half ago.
I mean, Bell, you're wrong though. That was going to
No,
be
I'm
my low
not.
hanging fruit to come for you, but I'm going to let T-Bone take it.
No, I'm not
I,
wrong.
dude, y'all could debate it if y'all
No,
want.
thank you. I'm not taking any challenges. I'm in beef
You
with
know what?
Bell.
You know
So you're
what?
not taking
I'll
any
take
challenges?
For
I'll
right
take
now,
the
I'm not.
So if I challenge you now and you deny it, you just get a strike?
I can't deny the leader. So what the fuck are you doing, T-Bone?
Yes, you can. That is not a rule.
Actually, T-Bone, you know what we do? Here's what happens. So I'll challenge Bell. She'll say no. Serrani can challenge
No,
Bell. She'll say
actually,
no.
I should be able to because yeah, I could say no to you. I'm gonna say no. Like this. No, but wait, is that are you really challenging me now, T-Bone?
Well, I figured me and you could set something up for Friday as a Thunder debate, kind of leading up to the Ducky and Bluntman one. But I mean, if you really don't want to, I'll find somebody else. Don't
No,
worry
I'll
about it. I'll
take
Hey,
stop.
yo,
it.
no, wait,
I'll
hold on. I
take
Because
got
it.
one for y'all.
I could debate FB on fucking like abortion as a conservative. I'm sure he'd take that debate. So
No,
Wait, I
I'll
want
take
you.
it.
Wait, can I challenge? Can I actually challenge y'all? This one is
Challenge
for
who? You already
Bell. Okay.
challenged me.
No, and you didn't take it, and you called me all types of
No, I
sniveling,
didn't take it
all
because
types of
you
bullshit.
challenged
Listen,
because you didn't
we don't have
challenge
to do
off
it.
of a topic. You challenged
I
off of fighting off of something stupid, nothing to do
I
with the
would like to
topic.
present an argument that Bell has. I know Bell believes this, and T Bone. It'd be easy for you to take the competition. I don't know why I'm drawing a blank on these words today. Okay, Bell told us that she believes that immigration from Europe should stop. That is the topic that y'all should debate.
I didn't say stop. I said immigration from Europe should be halted for a time frame, 5 to 10 years.
Okay.
That's
That's
stop.
basically what I just said.
Not stop, but the way you said it, stop. You're making it seem like I don't want it to continue at all ever again. Like the fuck.
Okay,
so
I
I
think that
don't
that would
think
be.
that would be a good topic because I also agree that we should stop letting the whites in as well.
But it's not. But that argument is not. Her argument was not about whites. Her argument was about
It is
Europeans.
about
But if
whites.
you're a
What are
real
you
debater,
talking
if you're a
about?
real debater, if you're a real debater, T Bone,
Wait, hold
do
on,
it.
hold on.
If you're a
It
real
is
debater, do
about
it.
no.
Yeah, so
No, can
I
I
mean,
make my
you know, I
stance?
can argue any. Yeah, just yeah. Go ahead.
You're lying because you were the first one to call it eugenics. Because one of the reasons why I want to do that is because I said I want other communities like the Black community and other communities in the US to catch up with the numbers. There's too many white people in here. And in order for them to catch up with the numbers,
I
it would
mean, you
mean
don't even need to
to.
stop
Yeah,
European immigration
can
for
you not
that.
hear me talking? What the fuck?
Well, I'm just saying, white people's rates are going down. Black and brown people's rates are going up.
Yet white people are still the majority.
Correct.
And yet white people are the ones that have most representation in this country. People are still the majority. Representation in this country.
Correct.
So
Yeah,
how
mostly,
do we
yeah.
fix that? We gotta
No,
let the other
Arwaka, please hold
community.
on a
Can I
second, because I.
finish my sentence? No. Let me finish my
Damn, I thought
sentence.
you stopped. You asked the question.
No. No, I'm not done. I didn't even get my full stance out because you cut me off all the damn time. The point of this is halt immigration from Europe for a time frame so that these other communities can catch up with their numbers so that they can also get equal representation in government. And I feel like that would fix a lot of things. Not everything,
I'll
but
take
it
it a
would.
step further. We gotta
Wait,
get
hold
rid
on,
of these
Arwaka. Can I
European
push?
anchor babies.
Wait. Hold
You
on
know
a
what I'm
second.
saying?
So
They
here's
come
my
into
pushback.
America, have a baby, and then they want citizenship. We gotta get rid of them too. You know what I
I
mean?
agree.
Well, hold on a second. Here's my pushback to both you, T Bone, and Bill. There are black Europeans that exist. So if you wanted to grow the population of other minority groups in the United States, Stopping Europeans from coming over here is not the answer.
Yes, it is.
We
Because
can
you've got
run
black
that
people
debate,
coming in from
Shawnee, and
other
you would lose
countries.
that
You're going to
debate
have black
easily.
people coming in from other
Listen,
countries.
I'm
yeah,
just letting you know, Shawnee.
European
If me and you
So,
were to run,
and
if
so
me and
we
you were to
have
run that
to.
debate, you would lose it.
Okay, so push back real quick. Let's see.
No,
Yeah,
no,
because
don't give him a
based
taste
off
of
of
this
the
unless he takes the challenge. Don't give him a taste of this until he
I
takes
know,
no, I'm
it
saying
out.
I
if
know
we
you're
were to
not
debate.
talking, Bill. What are you
Shut
talking
up.
about?
Shut up.
You
So
just said that
Ask
you.
so
Bell be gassing
the
everything up, but she won't get
I
in
know,
that
right?
motherfucking
the
ring.
utility behind it.
You just said that
Ask
you.
So
Bell be
the utility behind it would have to show that there are because I'm sure that you would agree that we shouldn't just be bringing anyone into the country, right? We should promote for individuals who have skill,
Right.
and things of that nature, right? Contribute to the society, productivity. If that is the case, then there needs to be a pool of people that we're talking about. And I don't hold Europe to the highest standard. I don't know if you do, but America is not the highest standard. Europe is not the highest standard. I think that other countries like Nigeria, um, individuals in the Congo could also come over here and contribute to our society with high production as well. And so if that's the case, then we would have to look at the pool of
Oh,
the representation of those individuals, because we don't represent Europe at all.
yep.
We represent Africa at an astronomical rate. So why would we not look
Not,
to bringing
wait,
more
wait, wait.
individuals from
Wait,
Africa?
I
Hold on
want to
one
say
second.
something
Hold on
else.
one
And
second. Hold on
Shawnee
one second.
said that
God damn. Can
Shawnee
I at
said
least
that we
push back?
do though.
God.
Shawnee, you said that we do. You value Europeans more than other people from other countries because you said that we
Now,
could
T-Bone, I
use
know
them
you ain't,
here.
and I know you know damn well I ain't say no shit.
Yes, you did. You said that they are smarter, they are more educated, and they get
whoa,
good
whoa, whoa,
things.
whoa, whoa,
No
whoa,
That's
Bell,
way.
exactly
Bell,
what you
Shawnee,
what?
you
said.
Hold
said
on,
that?
hold on,
Yeah,
hold the
he
fuck
came.
up,
Yes, he
Bell.
said that
You're
our
talking
country.
about
Stop.
Shawnee, not Ligma,
Yes, can I
not
finish, please?
Bleach.
Can I finish, please? He said that Europeans, he would not be okay with shutting the doors to Europe because our country would profit off of these Europeans because they are more highly educated. And what else did you say, Shawnee? Compared to these other countries that are coming in, T-Bone. What does that sound like to you?
You know you're fucking lying, right?
I'm not. That's exactly what you said. Don't. I'm not lying at all. I'm not even stretching it. Not even stretching it.
Wow.
So that just so we're clear,
Hold
the argument was even if you wanted to
on.
stop white people
Any
from
other
coming over here, even if you wanted to stop white people from coming over here, you still wouldn't stop Europeans because the reality is there are people like Idris Alba who do exist in places like the UK, and so therefore those people who have the talent and are able to do it shouldn't be isolated simply because they live in Europe. If the focus is to come and challenge, right, the white majority here, you could easily just say, hey, we aren't going to let white people immigrate to the United States. And then you would stop white people from coming from places like Argentina, Mexico, places in South Africa, and Australia. You said you were fine with white people coming over from Mexico, right? You said you were
Or
fine with that, but
Latinos.
your focus was on Europe.
I said, yeah, my focus was on Europe, and then you turned it into a whole. It is beneficial. I would, or what did you say? You made it seem like.
Immigration is
Can I
beneficial
finish?
to
No, no.
America.
You said it
Not
is more beneficial. It is more beneficial for the U.S. to take in Europeans. That's exactly what you said, Shawnee. And you
you.
came
Yeah,
at
yeah. Hold on
me,
a second.
and you
Who
came
here
at me
believes
by
that was
saying that I
That
didn't
was
want the good.
Shawnee
I
boy
wasn't
stance?
done. You came at me, and this is why I don't like this fight with you, Shawnee, because it's kind of weird that you have this stance because you were turning it to me. You sounded like Donald Trump. Your stance sounded like Donald Trump. Like we
So
want
again, so what?
Europeans because they're
God
more
damn, yeah.
beneficial to this country. They're smarter, they're more educated compared to these other nations.
I
That's what your
never
take
made that
came
claim.
with.
You're a
hold
fucking
on. To be
liar.
fair, Bell, I
All
haven't
right, all
heard
right,
him say that once in this
Are you do you
exchange.
like are you is your umbilical cord tied to
Okay, you
Shawnee?
know what? I got a
Or
question. I got a question for. Hold on one second.
let's
Go ahead.
Just because you used to dealing with, go ahead, Tebow.
yeah, so I think we might want to move past it because we're just going to reach the point of redundancy. Sean is going to say he didn't say it. You're going to say he did, and then you guys are going to get into a heated
I
argument
swear on
off.
my
But
father's
hold on
grave.
one second,
He
Bone.
even called
Hold
me a
on one second.
eugenics on this idea. He's
I
the first one to
didn't.
tell me it was eugenics.
You
Yes, you did. It was in
can't
DJ's
highlight
lap.
where
Bring
black
DJ.
which
I'm
black
gonna get
people are
DJ.
talking to
I'm
you.
getting DJ. I'm getting
So
DJ.
go get him. Go get him.
You a liar. You a fucking liar.
T-Bone, what was the argument that I presented in contrast to what she just said? Do you remember? Literally, I just laid it out.
If I remember correctly, you said that there serves a purpose in us allowing for Europeans to come and immigrate to our country because there's black people that are within those areas as well.
Okay. And so the argument is if you want to highlight that you don't
Highly
want white people over
educated black
here,
people,
then your
he
focus
said.
wouldn't be on Europe. Your focus would be on restricting white people because white people exist in other nations. And my actual argument to hers is if you actually want minority communities to grow, what you would do is you would offer incentives to the populations that already exist here so they can build families and produce families at a higher rate. That's what I think is the answer to her problem. Not restricting immigration from other places. Because we do know that immigrants bring value to the United States, period. No matter where they come from.
You said it would be more beneficial, especially from Europe.
All right.
Again,
All right.
it don't matter, but I'm waiting.
But see,
for
you
DJ.
see, she's not
I'm
addressing
waiting
my
for
argument.
DJ. I'm
What
waiting
she's
for
trying
DJ.
to talk
There's
about is
nothing to
something that
address
happened.
because
All right,
we've
well,
had
look.
this out before, and I clearly stated and told you that I don't have the plan. This is just an idea and a theory that I have and a belief that this would help and fix a lot of things, in my opinion. If we get these other communities to catch up with the numbers, I feel like they would get more equal representation in government, and that would fix a lot of things. That is my opinion. How we go about it and how we do it, the only idea I have is shutting the doors to Europe, and I don't see why I get pushback from anyone when I say that. It's redundant. It doesn't make sense. I'm a European myself, and I'm clearly stating to you that I want the doors shut to Europe. It's not that I have a hatred for Europeans or I don't like them. I just don't think that they are good or beneficial to this country right now.
So you think people like Idris Alba and what's the other dude name? The dude who did F1, they shouldn't be able to come over here, right?
Unfortunately, dude, we will still be getting black people from other countries.
So you're saying
unfortunately, Idris
now I'm pushing back just a little bit because Idris Alba is that nigga.
No, I love Idris. I love Idris Alba. I'm just saying, if he lives in Europe and we shut the doors to Europe, I don't know what to tell you, Shawnee. But it sounds still, like okay. And so what about the white people? The good thing is, we will still be getting black and brown people from other countries. So what is
about
the issue?
White people who live in South Africa? What about them? How do you prevent them from coming?
I don't really see them wanting to come over here or trying to, but I feel like we could put stipulations.
See what I'm saying?
Hold on. I feel like we could halt that too. I don't see what the problem is. I'm not saying let other white people.
Can't
I'm
come
not
over
saying
from
let
South
other
Africa
white people
because white people exist in that nation.
Oh my God, I'm not.
What about white people in Mexico?
Oh my God, I'm not saying let white people in from other nations. That we would have to find a way to fix that too. Right now, I only concentrate on Europe, dude, because I just know Europe. That's my concentration. You can't fault me for concentrating on Europe. I'll try and find a Mexican to concentrate on the whites in Mexico. I'll try and find someone from Africa to concentrate on the whites in Africa.
So then it sounds like to me you just don't like immigration. You either don't like immigration or you specifically don't like immigration from Europe, not because they are white, but because they have something else that grabs your attention.
No, it's not that.
No, what she's saying is that she likes immigration. But from the standpoint of what will be beneficial for immigration would be less white people immigrating to our country, because she sees that there are more white people within Europe. She thinks that there's a utility in cutting off immigration specifically for Europe so that other people, races, ethnicities have a chance to come over and make up that population.
Absolutely.
And so, but the problem here, T-Bone, is we still run into the same issue because there are white people that come over from Mexico. There are white people that come over from South Africa. There are white people that come over from Australia. There are white people that come in from all over the place. So the goal that she's trying to achieve doesn't get met by just stopping immigration from
okay, so
from
I
Europe.
would like
And
to
then,
remind
let me
you.
please
No,
finish
hold
talking
on.
to T-Bone. God
Okay.
damn. And so she not only is she disenfranchising the black people that live in Europe, or the native people, I mean, or not the native, the black people that live in Europe, the Indian people that might live in Europe, the Middle Eastern people that might live in Europe, but she's also allowing white people from other nations to come in. So the focus should be, hey, if you are white, you can't come in here. Not you, if you are from Europe, you can't come over here.
I gave you the answer to that too. We would have to put other stipulations, right? And limit white people coming in from these nations too. But
why would you put the limitation on
first
Europe?
step, I concentrate on Europe. The majority is white in Europe.
What?
That's the first step.
Why can't the first step just be white people can't come here no more?
Because this is my fucking idea.
I'm asking you why it's not your idea.
You're not going to tell me what my idea is going to be. I'm starting with Europe, and then slowly we'll work our way around with other countries. And just to remind you, Shawnee, white people from Mexico are not trying to come here illegally or legally, okay?
What?
Wait, are you saying that?
Majority of white people in Mexico are not trying to come here.
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
What type of shit? First off, there's just Mexicans. This shit that y'all motherfuckers, this weird shit y'all motherfuckers in America do, right? When you sit here and be like, oh, the white Mexicans. No, they're fucking Mexicans. Do they have a higher concentration of European DNA? Sure, but they are not just European. Majority of them are not.
Again,
wait, hold on.
I would agree with you. I would agree with Arwaka to an extent, and that's why I'm not concentrating.
What's the pushback on that?
That's why I'm concentrating mainly on Europe for now, Arwaka. Do you understand? Those are whites. They're whites. The majority is white over there. Nothing. Do you understand? That's why I don't care about the Americas.
Wait. Hold on. Hold on one second. All right, listen, Tbone, this is what I would like for y'all to, this was just supposed to be a proposal for you to debate her on this subject. I think that would be very interesting to see y'all do a back and forth on it. Like I said, there is a way where you could just say, if you are white, you cannot come over here. I think that would be a better plan than saying, hey, we're going to stop people from Europe, and then white people from Australia, you can't come over here, and white people from South America, you can't come over here. But if you're black and in Europe, you also can't come over here simply because you're too close to white people.
We can't put
That's
a
ridiculous.
race, but because we can't put a race on it, Shawnee, we would have to find a better way. You can't put a race on it, Shawnee. That would look real bad. That would like, it would create hatred, fear, attacks. I don't see how
your goal is a racial goal. What do you mean?
No, but it's not about you, because you're only seeing the race part of it, okay? The issue is, my biggest thing is to try, I don't know how many times I gotta say it, no matter how it's done, forget Europe, to find a way to get these other communities in the US to catch up with the numbers. That's my biggest goal. If we have neutrality in numbers, I feel like we would have better equal representation. There would be more neutrality, and I feel like a lot of things could get fixed in this way. Like maybe it would be a step forward, a fight against racism. There's a lot of things. I don't understand why you're not getting that. Forget Europe then. However, I'll leave the idea to you. Okay, you find a way to do that, but I'm concentrating on the goal.
It would have to be.
I just told you the goal. The answer would be. Go ahead.
I was going to say, Shawnee's already told. Well, you already explained it, because the goal is racial, so you can't do another category. I'm sorry, but like he's right. There's
European. You got exactly what I said. You got to put a halt to immigration in Europe. Put a halt to immigration, let's say Argentina, for certain groups of people.
So Italy, no Italians, no Argentinians. Perfect. It's a perfect world. I'm in.
But hold on a minute, because Italy's in Europe. It would just be in Europe. It would go in the Europe thing, but not Argentina. Argentina's not in Europe.
Bill, we could pick specific places that have a largely white demographic.
Absolutely, I agree.
Right?
We do absolutely.
So Italians. Perfect. So let's say I pick Italians and Argentinians from those two different immigration spots.
No, because then that leads to discrimination. See, that leads me to believe. Hold on, that leads me to believe that you've got an issue with Italians. But if you just do it all throughout Europe instead of choosing certain countries, I don't see the issue there. If you just halt, he just did it. I mean, didn't he just do it? He put a halt on all visas in Europe for a time being.
When did that happen, Jesse? I thought you and Praga was besties.
I'm just saying, Val, what you're doing is by inherently discriminatory. What Shawnee's describing would be the way to be against discrimination. That's the issue. But if you don't want to,
I don't want it to be a
I understand what you're
discriminatory
saying.
thing. I don't
I
want it to
know,
be a
but your goal
discriminatory
is
thing.
good. But your ends justifying the means that the means will have to be discriminatory. Although I agree with you. I agree with you that that is one approach. I'm not saying against you.
I just want to concentrate on the goal. I don't know if it's even realistic. The idea of how to do it, but that's why I'm just concentrating on Europe, because I'm a European and I don't get pushback as if I concentrated on other countries, right? Because I could also put Asians in there too, right? But I'm concentrating on Europe for now.
Bro, why Asians? They don't
Because
even make up a large population of the United States.
But I'm
Asians.
because I just threw that out as an idea, Shawnee. I mean, I can, for fuck's sake.
I'm asking why you threw it out as an idea. See,
Because you
T-Bone,
gave it
if
to
you
me.
want,
You
we
said
can. I would. Okay,
you
T-Bone,
said that
you
we
think you can
get
make a
more.
better
We
argument
have more
for
of
than
an.
she can?
Because you said that we have an extremely high population of Asians last time we spoke about this.
No, I said our immigration, right? The visas that we distribute, 43% represent for like Asian people from
Yes,
Asia.
that's about so
That
a
is not
higher.
the same thing. You said that you were under the impression that majority of the visas that come over are from Europe. And I
No, I
made
was
that
not
clear that it
under
is
the.
not. It is
You thought I
Asian.
was.
No, maybe it was 29%, not 43. Maybe it was
It
29%
doesn't matter. You thought
Asia.
that
Either
it
way,
was. You thought it was about that. I thought that the majority were Europeans,
you
but
said
And
we do this.
okay,
But we don't
whatever.
need to talk about that. T-Bone, do you want to do a debate on this? Or is
no,
that
I
a
think
stance
I'm
you
He
don't want to take?
agrees with
Okay,
my
fine.
look.
stance.
My brain
No, I'm saying I will go
will
against T-Bone
yes to a
on
degree,
her
but
stance.
so I don't necessarily want to do it because my brain is slush right now.
No, it
I
doesn't have
was
to be right
wondering
now.
if yeah, I'll think about it. Might get to it. Arwaka, are you still here?
Yep. What's goody?
Okay. I was going to say something about your debate if you wanted potentially a critique. If you don't care, that's fine. Or if you don't want a critique, that's fine.
That's not really. I'll be honest. I would be more interested to see in the sense of like, because I understand the
Because like,
categories on how people are getting scored. I would
mhm.
just like to see, in essence, how those scores are being accumulated. But
Yes.
yeah.
So we have a judge in the background, and that judge is going to be looking at those different categories and scoring you from there. Um, I personally, and I don't want you to take this the wrong way. That's why I was hesitant on saying it. You are a great speaker, um, very influential in like the way that you capture the audience. You do the same thing on panels. That's amazing. The one thing that confused me a little bit about your debate, and I don't know, like, again, if you don't feel like getting into it, just tell me. But like, one of the things that I see is like you have your opponent in a chokehold and you don't like stomp your foot on their neck. Does that make sense?
I hear you. I hear you. I feel as
Like
though
you give too much leeway for the opponent to be able to move into every which way to be able to make the art. Like you have plenty of ammunition, and you just don't. I don't know, like if it's like a part of your debate style or something. But like, I was just curious to like if
well,
you.
my personal opinion, and maybe this has to do reevaluation on my part, right? I
Mhm.
personally feel as though when I'm listening to a debate, right, even if someone is strong manning a conversation, that doesn't necessarily mean that one, they make sense. Like, I'll put it to you like this. If someone is jumping around from this to that and to this to that, that always seemed as something to me as like, I wouldn't count that for them. You know what I mean? Not unless they were actually making connections. But like a person asks one question and then another question that's not really relevant, I never really looked at that as like, oh, they cooking.
I get that, but like when
But I
Ducky
hear
was
you.
talking
No.
about,
I hear you
yeah,
in the sense of like it may be a little bit too much open room there when there's a point made.
yeah, I feel like it, and I didn't know if it was an intentional thing, but it seems like you just be like a little nice to the opponent, because if you give me a little wiggle room with some shit, like I'm taking the soul. This what happened to Ducky earlier. He got a strike. He didn't want to debate me on the shit, but yeah, because I know some people just have different debate styles. So I personally was just curious on that. So I don't know.
You know who would be? Sorry, T-Bone. You know the what we just had right now with Europeans halting
Yes.
immigration from Europe. I feel like someone that would hit back on that would be Bluntman. Where's Bluntman?
Bluntman left earlier. I think he might be preparing for his debate with Ducky on
He
Friday.
would definitely hit back on me with that, but I'd have to like really do work on this shit, like really
Yeah.
put pen to paper to
I'm
go
not
head
gonna
to
lie.
head
You
with
know what's
him.
crazy
And I
though?
feel like
Like
I
I
still wouldn't
can't.
win though with him. Sorry, go ahead.
No. I was just gonna say, like, I can't stand Bluntman, but like we had a pretty decent conversation today, which is weird because like in like my soul of souls, I feel like people who speak in the way that he does and make the arguments and use the talking points that he does, that I would never be able to have a cordial conversation with. But we were actually able to do so. And I don't know if that's because can Bluntman had some type of change,
He
or if I'm coming
has.
to a realization. I feel like Bluntman
I
had some type of a
Well, I
change.
told you the other day that I feel like he has bettered himself, and I mean to have a debate with him, and if you're not antagonizing him or trying to like disrespect him or anything, you can really have a good conversation with Bluntman. Yeah, he's
Well, no, he still does it. He told Gidget he doesn't care about her stance because she's black. So like that's still within him. But I don't know.
that's wild. What the fuck?
Maybe it's just because wait, that's not funny. Maybe it's because I just know Bluntman. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, to have that to say that to someone and be as rational as I heard him being about the rubric was weird. Very
I think
weird.
Yeah.
he does it for
That was
for
really weird,
the
dude.
he does it for the what's the word, T-Bone, for the oh my god. Not the effect.
The shock
Yeah,
factor.
that. Or to be funny. He thinks it's funny, I think. I don't know.
Hey T-Bone,
Yeah.
did y'all figure out that whole conversation about having respect for your opponent?
Um no comment. We'll just leave that there. I don't want to bring that to the app. What I will say in response, I can get every single one of you to concede to the point that we should be able to discriminate against white people. Does anybody disagree?
Nope. I disagree.
Discrimination on white
I
people?
disagree.
Shawnee would disagree.
I disagree.
Yes,
No
I
way,
disagree.
Shawnee
Shawnee.
wants
We
the
might
fucking
gotta
whites
we
in
might
here.
gotta
He
have a
thinks they're more
with your
beneficial to the
disagreement.
US.
I disagree with your
I'm
disagreement.
tweaking. I'm tweaking. Did I use that verbiage wrong? Hold on, let me look up discrimination. Give me 1 second.
Don disagrees.
We couldn't be prejudiced towards black people.
Nope, never mind. Systemic racism to white people.
Oh, well, no.
Wait, hold on.
So
There's
wait,
that
okay.
doesn't
So
exist.
so what would that? Oh, wait. So
There's
before
no
I
systemic
disagree with
racism
you,
towards white people.
because you're
What are we doing?
because you're a genius. Listen, before so when you talk about systemic racism towards white people,
Hmm.
what would that look like first?
So that would look like black people having somewhat of an influence within our society, in some type of system to be able to discriminate against white people.
So
For
run that
example,
back. Give me an
Like a
example of what
black
that looks
police
like.
so
officer.
for example, if Baltimore, which is predominantly getting there, but if Baltimore was to turn into a completely black city, we're talking about the mayor, the governor, anybody within any type of political seats, as well as the individuals that own all of the property, all of the resources, were black people. And they said, hey, this is a good thing for the city of Baltimore and for the state of Maryland. And so we think what we're going to do is replicate this and make sure that white people do not have any type of influence here. So we're going to be discriminating against white people so that this can be the hub of where black people can go to catch up with white people. If you want to be white in another place and you can go on over to fucking Texas, you can go on over to Missouri, do whatever you got to do. But this state of Maryland and Baltimore specifically would be the hub.
In this situation, are we amending the Constitution? Wait, no, not the
No.
Constitution. The Civil Rights Act.
No.
Oh, then no,
no.
no.
No. It depends because
there's two. I have two issues.
Yes. No. Then yes to a degree.
Okay, so
for the sole purposes of allowing for, because so my question becomes: do you feel as though this city doing this is a violation of that amendment?
Yes, because they're discriminating against race, right, or color, right?
Okay.
However you see fit. So that would be a direct violation of that act. But the key here, I think, is still a problem, right? There's a moral issue here. While I do believe that you should tear down the system of systemic racism that exists in America, applying it to another race is still a problem, simply because we've seen that these things do not yield better results. But not just that it doesn't yield better results, it is hypocritical in its nature.
Mm-hmm.
If we say,
you would also, just to be clear, if that's the case, and I'll just leave it here, then you would also have to agree that. How you doing, Duran? Just one more quick point. Then you would also have to agree that DEI and affirmative action are also unconstitutional and go against the amendments as well, and is also discrimination against white people.
Well, I think you would have to lay out. I think you would have to lay out a particular structure that applies to, because I think
the same thing. We are taking opportunities away from white individuals for the benefit of more representation of black people, whether it be in the workplace, whether it be in Congress. It doesn't matter. We're still doing those things with affirmative action, and even if we're not giving them the positions within DEI, we're putting more eyeballs or focus on those individuals to potentially get those positions. And if what you're saying with Baltimore in the example I gave you was discrimination, then DEI and affirmative action would also be that discrimination that violates our Constitution.
I disagree. And so here's my breakdown. Here's the breakdown of why I disagree. Now, you might be able to say that for affirmative action. I think that that's a questionable decision, but I would need to learn. I would need to go find the full definition of what affirmative action is. But the DEI, that is not the case. So DEI allows for you to expand out to different areas that you might not necessarily look in to find the people with the same talent. That's not discrimination against white people. That's adjusting the system to allow for everybody to be involved in it. And I think that that's a significantly different situation than what you've just attributed. Right.
And so we might have to do a lightning debate on this. I'm not going to lie, because my question becomes, does DEI allow for more opportunity for black people to get into positions at the workplace or in the government?
Yes, but just because it allows for you to have more opportunity doesn't mean that you're discriminating against other people. So if say you decided to go to 10 schools versus the normal 5 schools you would normally go to, that is not discriminatory to the white people. That's just adding the black people.
Relative to the population makeup, if you're going to add those schools and it's not relative to the makeup of the individuals, right, then yeah, that would be discrimination.
No, I disagree. I don't see how you come to this conclusion.
I think I would take a lightning debate.
But see, here's the problem, right? Even at these schools that might be more predominantly black, there are still other people that apply that go to these schools. So a large Asian population, a large white population, and a large black population go to schools like HBCUs, like Texas Southern University or Howard, right? And so you can't say us going to Howard to pursue more diverse. A more diverse talent pool takes away from the white community. I think that that's a very flawed premise.
Well, the first thing is that that's not the only thing that entails DEI, right? But if the amount of black representation exceeds the white representation per the capita and the makeup of our country, then you would have to make the argument that the discrimination is there.
No, I don't
Because
think
if it
you
was
do.
in
I don't think
reverse,
you
we would
do.
say that the discrimination would be there. If we were scouting more white individuals, it's the same thing, right? If we were scouting more white individuals to be able to go to colleges, right? And the high schools that they were looking at primarily made up white individuals, and the only school that they went to was in some random ass school in the inner cities, right? But of the hundreds of schools that they look at, it's only one black school. We would say that that's discrimination, would we not?
No, I don't think work based on per capita it works for that situation. I think if, say, for example, you were like, let's take Texas A&M for example. If you're like, hey, listen, we need a lot more people to establish our value with our agricultural school. Going to schools that have agricultural programs isn't discrimination. Those schools will probably have more white students at those schools, or because they're probably more likely to be in a more rural area. But the truth is that that's what you're looking for your base. But if you decide to expand out upon that and go into the inner city and start asking these inner city children, whether they be white, black, or Hispanic, or any of these different ethnicities, you would still present yourself with more diverse views in multiple different aspects. I hope that made sense. If you need me to
It
elaborate, I can
it
do so.
it does. I think I would even be willing to do a thunder debate on this. Like I would actually be willing to do that because the whole point is to get you to concede, which I think it's fair to concede that discrimination against the whites. I'm sorry, uh, systemic oppression to the whites. No, damn it, I have to word it correctly because it
And
wouldn't be
so that's my
discrimination against
The
problem.
oppression.
issue,
So we
Yeah.
still run into the issue. The issue that I'm running into is
Systemic
that that would
racism.
still be
Let's
hypocritical.
just say systemic racism.
Because
Systemic racism to the whites would be okay.
but you would have to
You
concede
can't be
that you're
racist.
comfortable with the idea of systemic racism towards black people. You would have to
That
make
I'm
that
comfortable
argument.
with it. No, 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 no. The
No,
whole point of systemic racism to white people is for the betterment of the black community. And that's
but
what I espouse for. I'm hoping that's what everybody else espouses.
but I don't think that
Right?
that
So
stops. But that still presents a hypocrisy, right? Because then if you say that that is morally good, right? Then the issue you would run into is that you would have to say that the current system that exists for white people is a morally good system because it benefits white people over other minorities.
no. No,
That's kind of
the
what it
start
sounds
of
like.
that system was unjustified. Putting in the same system within reverse to equal out the action is justified.
But see, I don't think that that's how you equal out the injustice, right? So what
Okay,
you
so
need to
how do
do.
we get an equal playing field within? By the way, Don, stop with your bullshit because you're not able to replicate anything I'm talking about up here. Okay, don't say here talk about I'm no damn chef. Stop. Yeah,
T-Bone,
go
this
ahead.
is a phenomenal debate. I want to do it. I want to do it, but I didn't already lapped up so many recently. I can't. I don't know if I can do
Let's
it
wait until
anytime
after
soon.
your debate with 50 tonight, and we'll see where it goes from
No,
there.
it's got to be after my fucking my
so
vegan debate with Officer, because that's an
Oh,
automatic
I forgot
L.
you accepted that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's an automatic L. And then I have another one on governmental systems with Officer as well. So I gotta.
Damn.
These are some top tier debates. I think that that's a really good one, and I think it'd be really
Just so you
exciting to see
know,
how it works out.
Shawnee, he's not gonna go easy on you.
I
yeah,
don't care, not even a little bit.
You
yeah,
better
that
prep.
I think that would be a good debate. I guess yeah, the definition of DEI and what affirmative action means would probably be the only hurdle if you're arguing against DEI.
I think he has a point with affirmative
I
action.
Because
just
I mean, but
Go
like
ahead.
when I look at it, affirmative action never really benefited black people. So how can we use that? And then if you say
it did
DEI,
per the capita.
well,
If we're taking a look, but
but if
because
we look at
when
statistics,
you make that statement, it's okay, sure,
yeah,
yeah, you'd be right if we're taking a look at the totality
yeah,
of white women who benefited from that.
yes, and
But
Asian
if we're
people,
looking at the per capita sense of black people that were able to benefit off of affirmative action, we absolutely.
but with a smaller percentage.
Bell,
Hey, yo,
Yeah, well, yeah.
that
somebody
just
was
pissed me
knocking.
off. Buy a new.
Somebody, she pulled up
Was
that
that a
Suzuki Shield.
microwave?
He was knocking.
I'm sorry.
What
Bruh,
the hell
that
is that?
motor is fucked. Get you a new microwave, gang. What's going on?
Y'all, hey, microwaves are not cheap, especially if they're a set with everything else.
They only $50 at Walmart.
This is a set. This matches the fridge, the stove, the washing machine. What are we doing?
Hey yo, that Cutlass motor knocking because it is a lemon. That's what it sounds like.
I think if you can, I think if you can ground that and
Is this
like make some
discrimination right
sort
now?
of,
So
I
here's where
think
the
that
only
if
problem
you
comes into
can't
play
prove,
with what I'm saying.
yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I'm saying if there wasn't a, I don't know if you're creating like a hypothetical, like a different universe, but like DEI,
No.
there's no laws no laws that were made or created for white people to not, like, let's say, go to HBCUs. There's nothing there. DEI isn't just about race; it's also gender. I mean, because again, I would say DEI was more so created for
Yeah,
white
but I would
women.
just be highlighting the race portion of
Yeah.
DEI in front
Mhm.
of action. But so the point that I would get to with this is either there's no point in us debating if we get to this point, but either you would have to
Oh no,
concede
yeah, don't
that
yeah.
discrimination to white people or oppression to white people or systemic racism to white people is okay, or you would just have to deny that the actions that we take against those white people to equal out the playing field meet the criteria of what discrimination, oppression, or systemic racism is.
Yeah, I would
And
have
that's
to
what
deny that.
that's exactly where I would argue. I would argue that
Yeah.
what you're describing
That's not.
is
Yeah, that
what
doesn't
you're
look like.
describing with things like reparations is not a discriminatory action. It's not, and so that's
I
what
don't.
I would argue. But I
I
think we
wouldn't
could
even.
set something up. If it's a thunder debate,
Well, now I know
I
I
don't know
would
if I
lose
got
the
the nerve
argument,
time
so
to do
now I
one of
don't want
those
to
yet.
take it anymore.
You said what?
I don't want to take it anymore because I know I would lose it because you just deny the unless we get foundations of what the definition is.
I think we
I
could do
mean,
that, and I'll go off of the definition. I'll go after whatever the definition actually is, because I
let
think
me.
that that's the biggest
So,
issue
so
with the.
discrimination
Go ahead.
currently says the unfair or prejudicial treatment of individuals or groups based on protected categorizations like race, gender, age, or disability.
We
I
can't
just
do it right
don't. I
now. We
just.
can't
Oh
do it right
man.
now. We can't do it right now. We're gonna set
I
up a
know.
future debate. We
I'm
can't
just
do it
getting
right
the
now.
foundation on whether we would agree on a definition.
I just get stuck
I
on
don't see
the.
why that would be a bad definition. Um,
I think it would be bad because then we have to talk about what's unfair. Like
Yeah, that's
that's
what I'm
what about.
saying.
Because if it's fair, then it's not discrimination.
well, and that's why. So under your premise, I think you would say things like, uh, uh, what is it called?
Oh
Reparations would be considered
no,
discriminatory. No.
no. I think I could use this definition. I can use that
Okay.
second portion. Yeah, yeah, this will work.
Oh wait, yo, Don said he want to smoke with you, dog.
Bruh, Don, get your ass up here, bruh. I don't even care about. I don't care nothing. The sky is blue. Water is wet. Whatever you want to debate right now, lightning debate. You take a position. I'm taking the opposite right now. Let's go. We got about 56 minutes.
Till when? You think till me and what's the name's debate, or you got another one before me and 50s?
Yeah, you got. Oh wait, I'm
It's
sorry. That's an
10.
hour and
Yeah,
56
it's
minutes. My
10.
bad. Yeah.
He out here talking shit.
But I'm ducking though, right, Shawnee?
I
I'm
want to
ducking.
know. I want
That's
to know.
crazy.
I want to
Bell
know
will
if
tell
you
you.
did you lose
Bell don't fuck
points.
with me, but she'll tell you what.
So I do have a question, T-Bone. Do you lose points because you made a challenge and then you backed out?
No, I said that I would be willing to. I didn't necessarily accept it.
That's true.
Robert,
Oh
Mr.
no, with me,
Duran,
with me.
nah, because you just different. You're just
Oh.
Bell. Now, Mr. Robert Duran, we have not seen you in the streets since the tier list has started off. Not seen you once. What's going on? Talk to me.
Absolutely. So give me just 1 second.
What do
Oh,
you
he's
say?
eating. He's eating. Bell.
What I do now?
Sorry. I said I was
Bruh,
shooting.
somebody is smacking good, bruh.
Yeah.
Somebody got
It's
to turn
my
that
sweet
shit off.
potatoes.
Nah, you gotta turn that shit off.
Hey
I
yo,
said I was
what?
I'm
shooting.
sorry. Mouth not closed to nothing, bro.
Hey yo, FB. What model year Cutlass you think Bell got?
Motto of Cutlass?
Yeah.
I wouldn't be able to tell you.
What's a cutlass? You talking
Oh,
about
and
Some shit from
cutlass?
T-Bone, I've
1984.
certainly been
Yeah.
on the streets, and not like the streets, but I've been on the debate streets. I just not in here. The reason why I wasn't in here for like a day was because if it stays on Israel for too long for me, I don't like. I have an opinion on it for sure, and I can talk about it for sure, but I cannot go all day on Israel. Like I get so fatigued. I don't have that much in me, passion. So yeah, that's
Are
it.
you pro or anti?
Hmm, I've had a kind of a long uh relationship, I guess, with the situation because as it does for a lot of people, there's intersections with even my job and APAC and different types of routes of funding that are necessary in like politics. And so for that, I had actually a very good opinion of them, a working opinion of them. And this is Jewish people and Israel. And I didn't grow up around Jewish people, mind you. I grew up around 80% Catholic, New Mexico. Um, and so I've gotten to know the situation a lot more. And I think after this war started between Israel and Iran after October, that day in October, October 7th, was it? Um, I think I've seen Israel in a new light. I think I started to see Israel, people that normally had a story behind them with so much tragedy, and I think as anyone normally would, I was very compassionate towards that. But when you see them becoming so much like the people they once taught us to dislike, the whole world to dislike, and the whole world to be warned by, you couldn't help but not really support that anymore. At least for me, I couldn't. And I think past that, the ecosphere of media in the United States has decentralized to a place. And I was actually just kind of expressing this earlier, where I'll even give it to people like Bell and people who have had these opinions longer than me. What shifted for me lately, where I kind of totally gave up hope with them, is because our media sphere has decentralized lately. I think that we have access to kind of prominent figures even saying these things now. So whereas I used to not even engage in the belief of like, let's say like the USS Liberty or conversations like that, I thought they were so taboo. I was in a closed media verse. And so now that people have been able to expose me to that, people that I respect, that I think are being honest, I really have been let down by Israel in a lot of ways. I look at them so tragically. Like I think they're terrible actors in the region. They're an ally, I think, but they're a mismanaged ally. And I think they're probably single-handedly our most aggressive ally. And I would also go as far as to say that my most recent nuanced opinion of them is I have this belief that Judaism is inherently radical. I have this idea that if Judaism calls for a sloth, a patch of earth the size that Jewish people think they're entitled to, in a post World War II doctrine era that defines itself in non-expansionary terms, they are naturally in their own religious dogma a threat to global order. Because the idea in the post World War II doctrine is that there is no more land grabs. We have a solidified map and you don't do land grabs. And what we've done is we've mechanized the entire economic and military industrial complex against the likes of Russia because we say they want to do land grabs. Look at what a threat to global order and stability he is. Post World War II, that's what they're talking about. And so I don't know how we've done that to him, but yet we're in bed with Benjamin Netanyahu. So it's there's that, and what that and this will be the last thing I say. The last thing I think is I have concerns that if that's then the case, how is a behemoth like us taking directives from a 9 million person country, such a small piece of land? I fear that they are the worst version of what people have said about them. That they're subversive, they're clandestine, they've moved into the ranks of our governments, and we're fully subverted. I feel.
So
Well,
would it be
well, this
fair?
is what.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh,
Go
go
ahead,
ahead.
T-Bone. No, you host
No,
still.
no, no. You're good.
I got you. I got you. Would it be fair to say, Robert, because and I don't want to make the selection on this, but would it be fair to say then that you're kind of at a point where either your stance is going through a metamorphosis or you understand your opponent's best argument and it's hard for you to combat it?
No, I think that I've changed my opinion. I mean, I would never have said the
So
things I
you'd go,
just
all
said.
right, you go with the first one. I got you. I got you.
Yeah, I would never have said the things like I said just now a year ago. I was very much in belief that Israel has a position to defend itself. Maybe not a year ago, actually. Let's say like now it's probably been like 2 years. But and my position has just totally shifted, and that's where I say I'm let down. I'm really let down because I thought that they were something of this image that we create of them. Because if you're in the media verse that they create for people that like myself who were in that orbit of looking down at people who say like these things, like let's say Bell would be an example of someone I can say brought up some of these ideas a while back. And when the media of America doesn't allow for a conversation like that, you can easily think like, what a crazy person that is. Don't that's not something true. That's a conspiracy. And so you never even open up the door. But when you then open up the door to trust that some things like this could be true and realize they are true and realize how bad it has gotten between our relationship with us and Israel, and as I see it, maybe Jewish ideology globally, it's quite frightening, actually. I think I'm kind of very frustrated that I think they're subverting America for sure.
I guess my question would be, how do you think that we um uh I don't know what the right wording is, but I guess fix the situation? Because we've kind of gotten past the point where it's just about the talks of sitting from the outside perspective and
Hmm.
observing what Israel does. Now embedded within to our system, as you kind of say. Um, if if a dickhead like Trump can't even have influence within what the IDF and these Zionist pieces of shit are fucking doing around the globe, where do we go from here?
Well, I fear Trump is highly subverted by Israel because of his needs to get back into office for a third try. And so I think that's where you
Oh, you
see it.
actually believe that? That's a real thing.
I believe it. Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah. And so, but I do think that what can be effective moving forward for the United States agenda is to manage the relationship more effectively. I mean, you actually look at Barack Obama. He's somebody who managed, perhaps managed this relationship in the modern era best because he didn't have a particularly friendly relationship era best because he didn't, as it has been rewritten, it's kind of strange to find that I just looked this up the other day. A lot of the rewrite of history says he's a lover, he just loves Israel so much, but he was actually as a president. As it has been rewritten, it's up the other day. A lot of the critical, tough on them, like wasn't just letting them do what they wanted. And so what I say moving forward is that the United States needs to manage this relationship more effectively. Like if we treated them like we just treat other allies, like if you do this, we will sanction you, point blank, period. If you do this, aid will stop, point blank, period. They would get in line, but for some reason we're letting them run the gambit. And I think the reason Trump is because he's subverted. I really do think that because if you look at Susie Wiles and her relationships, if you know Florida politics, GOP at all, it is the single most JEW coalition in America. It's all old people, um, and she's his chief of staff, and so I do think that to get back into office, what I fear is arrangements have to be made at the highest levels, and I think that people that supported him and leveraged him back in office probably were from the Israeli lobby, because mind you, what an easy lobby to work with too out of office, because guess what? They're not registered, nor do they have to legally. They don't have to register, so a lot of your work with them can stay kind of beneath the seat. And so, whereas everyone else, you have to be technically working with foreign registered agents.
So, Robert, would it be fair to say that he is, I don't even know, like, I feel like he is, okay, throughout history, right? Let's use the Holocaust, right? A lot of dictators kind of got into power and strengthened up by being against these people, but he's using this as a way to get that power and become a dictator by sympathizing and being pro these people.
Well, the reason why, because you have to think
He's
with
flipped
this,
it.
with the stakes as we've seen them, he seems to be subverted. Like he seems to not be in control at the highest level. And the reason why I say that is because somebody made an astute analysis of him recently, saying that if the one thing we can credit Trump at is that he's good at communication, he's good at persuading an entire country to vote for him as many times as they had as an outsider, mind you, and that he's could be deemed even a political genius. This was a CIA analyst who was saying this, and what has been done in this case, though, is he's made the most politically toxic move for himself going into a midterm. And if you can expect him not to make mistakes, it's in this area of popularity, how he's seen. He loves to be seen in a certain way. And it begs the question how he was convinced to make a mistake this big for his image. His image is destroyed from this. If he doesn't like rectify it quickly, this could be every reason why he doesn't win the midterms. And so for that, I have to think he's highly subverted. And for that, I have to wonder what's the subversion? What could be at play that led him to being in this position with Israel? And I can't help but feel that when I know how embedded everyone around him is from that lobby, and I've made this criticism since the beginning of his administration, because I did have one friend in particular who I knew had lived at Mar-a-Lago for about a year leading up to the last election, was being prepped and primed by him and other people to do the what I thought was going to be press secretary. This was an individual that I know, and all of a sudden, from what I heard, this story was that a
So,
lot of people came into his orbit last minute that were not in his orbit, and these were people that were contractors, consultants that were from Susie, or yeah, Susie Wiles.
well, real quick before I go, because Arwaka, I know you were about to speak. Is it pertaining to this? Because I had a follow up question about the
Nah,
midterms.
I went first last time. You host by all means.
Copy. Question that I have for you, because I don't think that there can be a cleanup, in my personal opinion. I think that he's fucked up so much with the wars, with the tariffs, the promises to the gas prices, the Epstein situation, ICE being abysmal, at least enough for him to tell them to get out of Minneapolis, right? So like he's failed in many aspects that I look at in regards to what he told us he would be doing on the campaign trail. So my question becomes, because when I take a look at Agenda 47, there are multiple things that I don't think that he's touched on at all. And the one thing that he touched on, I feel was a complete contradiction to what he did within his first term, and doesn't really do much to help the American people. And so what I want to know is there anything, I'm going to preface it by saying this. We win the midterms. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. We win the next election. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it, right? Per what he has done, per the direction and the pendulum swinging back to the Democrat side. Is there anything that he would be able to do to stop that from happening?
Yeah, I would say there's two things I would point to. One is, and this is like a
Redistricting. Redistricting. He's got that in play, right?
that's one. That's a component for sure. But what I was going to say more is that he has Elon Musk, which is critical, because it's to say that one of the things that makes off cycles, or which is off presidential election year cycles, difficult for incumbents and Republicans in particular is money. The access to funding from our donors. And so because he has a situation where it seems Elon Musk has enough money to fund these campaigns in a healthy way, this is not even a George Soros type figure. This is like a never before seen type rich person in American politics, Elon Musk. If he does
Well,
fully utilize his resources, Elon Musk, that could hold all Republicans in their positions, because that's really a huge part of the.
well, the only reason that I'm asking this is because I feel like we've transcended past the point where people are trusting these individuals anymore. Like, and uh, w- um, I feel like the funding was used heavily on Twitter. It was used heavily on podcasting within at least leading up to the election, right? The campaign run was heavily predicated on that. Um, and I do think that we've reached a new time within our political sphere. And so I my personal opinion on this, and I could be wrong, tell me if I'm wrong, is that it won't matter. The amount of money that Elon Musk or the big donors try to spend will not matter because the people's perception of Donald Trump will transcend anything that they could do, finance or donating wise.
The reason why money
Can
matters
I
is
tag in
because
real quick?
sure.
Can I tag in real quick? I'm so sorry, Robert, but let me get out of this room because my girlfriend and her pots. So the one thing I would say, T-Bone, and this is almost a retort to Duran at the same time, and to add on to your point, did anybody catch the Treasury report that dropped yesterday? So I'm gonna assume that's a no, and that's fine. So the Treasury report, or the Treasury Department, put a report together, and they determined that the United States is currently insolvable. Like, we are insolvent. We have too much debt and not enough assets. And they can't figure out a way that we can feasibly pay back the debt. So, with all of the shit that's been currently going on, with this Strait of Hormuz shit, oil prices going up, we're going to get hit really hard economically. And I'm not going to sit here and act like I'm Nostradamus and say this shit is going to be immediate, but it's coming. Like, we're going to hit another economic crash. And not for nothing, but it would follow the tradition of Republican presidents causing economic crashes.
So why I would say, just T-Bone, to get back really just quickly to the funding part, is that the people who hate and love Trump are actually not really, don't change all that much from cycle to cycle. It's who's going to get out to vote. And so one of the things, I think it was $200 million in this last cycle that Elon spent on GOTV, get out to vote. These are like literally people dragging people to the voting polls, like, hi, voters. So getting out, getting the people to move on that day is what's really important. And I'm not kidding. He flooded the zone. He was hiring Democrat contractors. He was hiring Republican, independent contractors, everything. I mean, because he has so much money. I mean, it's like never before seen. It's the guy can just buy firms if he wants, and he does. And so for that, it becomes difficult. But I'd also say for the 2028, I actually think that the GOP does have some hidden people in the waiting to present for its 2028 options. One of the people I think that is underestimated, that I'm calling, since now potentially has the highest chance of being the Republican nominee if she runs right now, is Tulsi Gabbard. Actually, I actually think JD, all of them are lightweights compared to her. I think that Tulsi will be the Republican nominee, and America could very easily go for a Tulsi Gabbard. She's a former Democrat. So the GOP can remain competitive with people like her.
I got a question for you. In what example have you consistently been able to buy elections with money?
Well, I would say in presidentials, and it's going to be hard to say because no one spends at the tune that Elon has ever. I mean, he really was spending at unprecedented rates. I'm more saying from my insights in year-to-year cycles of being involved in political fundraising, that's what's usually a hurdle for us on these off presidential year cycles. It's very difficult compared to those years to fundraise, period. It's just very, very hard. You're not, and so that means less money for us as consultants. That means less money for the whole system. But with
Right.
him,
It's the
I'm
same on both
saying,
sides. I
yeah,
just don't think
sure.
that he can influence it just the same way that and I think the example of him working with Trump was in the general for a presidential. When we're talking about primary, we're in a primary right now. I don't know how much influence he's going to be able to have inside there, but once we get into the general, I mean, his money's going to have to spread across a ton of campaigns. And I don't think that we've been able to prove that we can buy them out. I know that like I've worked on campaigns that had way more money than the opposition, but the opposition had better policy and just a better message. And so that's it. It's really dependent on who the candidate is, like how powerful their message is, how good the consultants actually are. I think that Bloomberg is a great example of how you can't buy your way into politics.
Well, but what I'm forecasting and why I wonder, and it all depends on, and this was why I was speculating to say that this is what I think is if he let's take an example of a game plan that he wants to be involved in every single U.S. House race. Period. He's gonna fund $2 million candidates in every single one of those states. He has the money to by far. $2 million is about what you need to run an effective House race. So now we're dealing with numbers. So it's to say that perhaps you don't do well here, but you pick up. And so it's to say, can he keep enough of those seats in? But this is the unprecedented nature to which we don't know. Because one, we've never known someone with this much money to be involved. And then two, he's not been involved enough to predict. Because like Soros has been so ingrained that in a lot of ways, he's like, like the Clinton Foundation. It's very long standing, where its alliances are. It's not going to be moving here and there. This guy, we don't really know much about enough to say what the hell he's going to do next. And his political wants, his organization, it can go any which way. And so I'm speculating on a lot of things because we don't know what he's going to do. But if it's a numbers game, that could certainly work in his benefit. I don't like Elon in our politics, just so we're on the same page. I loathe the guy. I
Yeah,
think
I
he's such a
mean,
loser.
I just think whenever I get into this conversation, I think about like the Tom Steyer or the guy from Connecticut who tried to run for president against Biden last cycle, who was like the CEO of I don't he sold that gelato company to Talani ice cream, something like that. But now he's a congressman, and it's just like these guys buy their way into these like subsections of government, but then they can never really like get beyond it. And so I don't know how well the whole we're going to buy our way into elections is going to work moving forward, because I think slowly but surely the people are kind of seeing through. People are starting to look at things like, who are you funded by? Like here on the left, we're all looking for the APAC funders and trying to be like, nah, you can't get through now. So like I think that it's going to start happening on the right at some point. You're just going to start saying, I don't like Elon's money, and then the breakdown will start from there.
Yeah, can I ask a quick
Or
question?
if he just, yeah, go ahead.
No, go ahead and finish. It's going to be off topic.
I was
Yeah.
going to say, or if he just shuts up. I mean, really, Elon's problem in his political wants, and I'll compare him to Soros, who I'm not criticizing Soros, just so we're on the same page. Um, Soros isn't in the front page everywhere saying, "Look at me, look at what I'm doing." It makes it quite annoying, actually, and it makes people see the political process in a way that perhaps it really exists, but in a way that makes people very uncomfortable. Whereas Elon has worked very differently. The guy's like just in your face. I have money, I can spend it. But when you're saying like success rate, the Soros organization is a great place to say a success rate of being inspired by and funded through big money. The guy has done very, very, very well. And I'm not suggesting that your case studies weren't solid. They are, to suggest that there's room to believe that they aren't the end all be all. Money's not the end all be all. But again, in the numbers game, even at a 50-50 out of let's say attempting to go involved is not the end all be all. But again, involved in all congressional districts, you're still at maybe an advantage of a gain 25 seat, and so that's all you need to win. You're involved in all at maybe an advantage of a gain. You're going to stay at the advantage.
Go ahead, Effie.
You're going to stay at the advantage.
Oh shit, my bad. Oh,
Sorry.
question for I guess the panels and everybody. Do you think it's time? Well, I guess if you consider yourself Democrats or left or whatever, do you think it's time for like a Tea Party style movement for the Democratic Party? I've been hearing that lately. So it's
You
like
guys
Tea
need it.
Party, but
I mean,
like
I kind of feel like that's what the leftist movement is right now. Like that whole democratic socialist movement. That's
yeah.
the Tea Party of our side.
So do you think it's a good thing?
I think balance is a good thing.
Mhm. I don't know. I feel like when I think about the party, I understand like the concept of pushing out the old guard. Obviously, getting these the I wouldn't say the old people, the ineffective people, the Schumers and the Jeffries, get those people pushed out and try to go more so.
Hakeem Jeffries?
Yeah, yeah. I
You
mean,
want him pushed out? He's
yeah,
new. He's the
That's
new
yeah,
where
face.
yeah.
Robert. That's who I was talking about when we're talking about we're looking at who's being funded now. He's
But
being
guys, he's
yeah.
going
Yes,
nowhere. Do you know he's like
he's
hand
no.
selected by
I know
Nancy?
he's not.
And there's a reason why.
We
I
know
know
that,
he's not
but
going
there is
anywhere.
still a fight to get him out of that seat.
Yeah,
That guy's going nowhere.
yeah.
He is to get that power position from a woman as powerful as her. That guy is going nowhere.
Wait, what?
She is by far still regarded as the master legislator of DC, like of a generation. You could say this woman's like a crazy person, and to be hand selected by him because power is knowledge, information, compromise. It's a lot of things. And so when she hand selects you, you're powerful. You're not someone who's like you have power. Power is real. He has power. You're like you power is real. He has power. The guy is not like a lightweight.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. No, no, no. No. I mean, yeah, people still want him gone. I don't think that they give Maduro back.
I mean, is that a good thing? Are all those good things? What the hell?
Are they good things? Yes, I would say that some of those are good things. Not
Sounds like
all
a
of those are good
nightmare.
things.
Paris Climate
For who?
Accord? I mean, get
But
real.
I mean, I guess when you look at it, it's like, all right, well, if you contribute to what's bad for the environment, I think that you do have an obligation to at least help
But that
to
thing
play
was
a
totally rigged. I don't know if you read the original, but and I'm gonna butcher it because it's been like years since I read the
role.
original, but it's crazy. I remember there were like provisions that like China wouldn't start having to go under like its regulation to like 2040. The United States was the only country at 100% regulation. You had all of Europe at like 10% compliance. It was a joke.
Sure. Sure. I mean, yeah, I mean, like, I guess people can, call it a joke in the China and it's rigged, but I mean, do we not play a part in the environment and
So do they,
contribute
but
to
they're the
greenhouse
worst
gas?
at it, and they had the least regulation in the whole thing.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm more so talking about our position. We can argue whether or not the type of deal we got, right? But I'm more so talking about being pulled out of the agreement and then we're doing nothing else, but we are still contributing to harming the environment. I feel like,
Mm, I don't
do
know
you
because
not think?
because I'm thinking the science and a lot of the science on global climate change has been retracted like altogether. I mean, even the people like Bill Gates, I think, even said just recently that the whole thing was like basically a lie. And so I think that what we don't know is what's impacting our global climate change, and there's a potential that we can't actually start or stop that evolution. That it might be that we go through solar maximums, minimums at different periods that go in 500 to 10,000 year cycles potentially. And if that's true, then it's mitigating what's to come and not being so afraid of what we are going to hurt. Because in essence, what we can expect then is that 10,000 years from now, this entire planet's going to turn back into magma from, let's say, a polar shift. And all the pollution will just clean itself up. That seems to be what that happens every couple 10,000 years.
Yeah, no, yeah, I'm not concerned about that. I know the Earth is pretty much going to reset itself. Whether we survive or not is
Right. We'll be
it's up
gone.
to us. Like, I understand that completely, but I mean, like, if we're making a mess, or if we're being part of making a mess, I don't think that we should not play a part in cleaning it up. I get what you're saying. It probably won't matter when it all comes down, but
I
I
know
don't
it's gonna.
see any. I don't see any sort of like. I'm normally keep my head on climate change or my ears on the climate change community, but I haven't heard anybody say like backtrack on climate change other than the normal skeptics.
Bill Gates, he put out a statement recently. You might want to look it up. But and I think the concession isn't maybe that it's happening. I think the concession to what these people are saying is they're saying we don't know why it's happening. This idea that we were talking about pollution being the reason, this idea that certain gases were the cause of it, we actually just don't know. And in fact, it might just be natural. And if it is natural, I mean, there's not much you can do about it.
Yeah, I mean, I'll look up. I mean, I guess I'll check and see what he said, but I find it hard to believe that greenhouse gases aren't contributing to what's going on.
Yeah.
On the
Well,
planet.
I sometimes wonder, like, and I ask myself this question, was the whole thing a like elitist, like a like Ponzi scheme for the elites? I think it might be that. Like when you look at the global climate accords, it's just like mini UNs. It's just economic accords with each other. Let's make some money. Let's make some billions of dollars to get together today. That's all it was.
Everything's about making money, though. Everything's about making money.
Well, but it seems to me like it might have been like a money laundering. That's what a way to launder and move massive amounts going into things like black budgets and like just huge government black books. I think it's a way to say, oh, let's spend like a couple billion dollars here. It's kind of like think of like war as a way to spend a lot of money and justify it in our economic order. This is like a military industrial complex, but no war.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
A way to spend massive amounts of money into like nothing organizations. I don't know. Who knows?
Yeah. But yeah, that's my question. That's just an uprise of Tea Party things. I actually
So,
interested in seeing how that goes.
I think you
Effie,
guys need
I think
I think
I
you guys
think
need masculinity back in your party if you're going to
so.
start winning
Effie,
again.
what I think it
No, I don't
is
think
that
so at all.
the Tea Party and the far left movements are responses to when one side feels the center has moved too far in one direction. So the Tea Party, after Obama was elected, felt that Republicans or conservatives were becoming woke. And so the Tea Party was a response to wokeness. And then they started talking about masculinity, and then they bore Joe Rogan, and that's how we've got Duran talking about it right now.
Well, no, I mean, for me, what I mean when I say you guys need masculinity back is I think part of why I think you guys are failing right now, especially with men, which you are, is that you admittedly in the last cycle from the chief of staff of the incoming campaign said that they when asked what was the agenda for men is they said we don't have one. This is not a part of the campaign. We don't have one, and there's not enough time to. And we know that they're not going to be voting for us. That's not okay. I think that the DNC needs to say that the emphasis of prioritizing women in marginalized communities is great, and we need to maybe they need to continue that. But they also need to remember that part of their voters are men, and part of this country's men, and that they need to be made policy for as well. And so I think it's once they can reorient towards that, I think actually it would be a reason why they can start winning again. And I think things like what does a male centered decision reorientation for the DNC look like? Probably things like just simple immigration policy. Like I think men feel that it's a power position. Actually, there's a lot of studies on this for your communities to be safe. That's why one of the reasons they looked towards Trump as somebody they wanted. And so if men could be presented that from the DNC, they'd vote for them.
So would the DNC be? I'm trying to figure out and I guess you can help me with this one, Robert. It's like what drew the majority of like men, specifically white men, especially young men. Obviously, I would say the podcast bros, the Charlie Kirks and stuff like that, pulled them towards Trump. But when we're talking about masculinity, do you think that we don't have the left doesn't have their own version of like an Andrew Tate or someone that can actually talk to the young men as far as when you mean masculinity, we don't have
No, a
that on
woman
our
can
side.
talk to you about masculinity, and it
Uh,
go just fine. It can the delivery can be from a woman. It's the policy, it's the substance. Are they even alive to you? Do they even have a voice in your conversation? Because when you're that dismissive of them, why would they want to vote for you? What the heck? Do
And
I
then
like?
yeah, go
Yeah,
ahead.
no, that's it.
No, go
I
ahead.
I I personally think that it is. As much as I hate to fucking say this shit, it's per race conversation, man. Um,
Hmm.
because I feel as though men and we've seen it within this recent election with Kamala Harris, even with Jasmine Crockett, that we are going to um, I don't want to say be subservient or submissive. Uh,
we'll just use the verbiage of rally behind, even though that doesn't do it justice. But we're going to rally behind our women.
Yeah.
Black men have shown that to be the case. I think outside of that, right? There is a base that has an understanding of we have an aversion to women running our country. We have an aversion to Black people being highlighted. And those people go in the direction of Trump. And then there's other people that don't necessarily care when it comes to that aspect. But the question becomes, if you're agnostic about the situation, how do we gravitate you towards our side? Where if we're saying that all men are shit, we're not getting anywhere. If we're saying that white people essentially need to take a step back and that you don't have a place within our society, that becomes an issue as well. I feel as though the white male is where this conversation comes to, and it sucks that I have to say this, but the reality is that they are the ones who influence the vote.
Yeah.
And so we can't say,
but like we have to. Are we? I mean, we can't. I mean, I guess, and I understand, but like
and that's why we need to fix the numbers.
The only way, the only way I feel like that can be rectified is by lying. Like is by like kind of like lying to them about what reality is. I feel like the white young male population was fed, like Robert said, they were heard in a sense, but lied to at the same time. So
yeah, but if I may, the data that I was quoting earlier, and I can get you the actual data if you would like. We can like bring up the exact like case studies and stuff. But it was from the vertical of there was a lot of study after this election. Why did Black and Hispanic men vote for Trump so much more than usual to the GOP's norm? Because they did, and a lot of people needed to know that, especially the DNC needed to know that. And things like I just pointed out earlier were exactly why Black and Hispanic men said that they voted for him. Like, as an example, men as a whole, Black, white, and brown, see safe communities as a power position. They want to afford their families good lives, safe lives. So when they see their communities getting unsafe, no matter where they are, everyone starts to get trepidatious about the position of the party that's not wanting to get those communities back to a safety position.
we would be able to say that in particular to the Black community if us as men voted anywhere near the 50 percentile, and we did not. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I'm talking about the
that's not even up
movement.
to,
The movement.
yes, but that's why I'm saying it has to be in particular for the white man, and as far as it stretches the Hispanic community, right? We are not in question here. Black men are not in question.
Men are.
We
Men
know
are the
where.
topic, and men vote similar.
Yeah, yes, I hear what you're saying with that, but do you not agree per the data that it would be white men who would have shown that voice
If I
of,
was giving
well,
examples outside of specifically why Black and brown men voted towards him this cycle, because it's to say that what does the DNC, to my critique, need to rectify to get the Black
but
and brown vote back to where it feels comfortable with them? They need to say, okay, well, we need to reorient policy towards safe communities.
yes, but the problem is that like it was not a drastic amount that Black people voted, or Black men in particular voted Republican. We did not vote for Donald Trump. That's just the reality. If we go back to the data,
well, if I'm not
let me
mistaken,
actually pull this up.
what percentage
I hear what Robert is saying, right? Yeah, there was
the percentage of Black men that voted for Kamala Harris was somewhere around 83%, which means the other 17% you could say would have chalked up to Trump. Yeah. Let me go back and get those numbers because I can't remember off the top of my head. Give me 1 second.
So there was definitely an uptick of Black men voting for Donald Trump this time around, this election. And so you're 100% right on that. But I do think that while that is the case, that is something that is a concern, but I don't know if it's a concern from the next maybe two election cycles from now that might be an actual concern if the Black male population continues to see something that they're not happy with. But I don't think that that's going to be something that's an immediate threat at the moment. But
Well,
I
it is.
feel
It
you
is
on
to
that.
the. It
But I
is
do
as
think
a. Sorry.
To T-Bone's point, it is the white male that is actually that would be the game changer in a sense. So like I was saying, like how do we reach them from the Democratic Party standpoint? Because I feel as if they're so far right at this point. How do
So,
we
so
get
I,
them?
I
They're
I
not.
will I
That's
will
what you guys are
concede
getting
that I was
wrong.
off by a margin. It's actually 7% difference. So it shows to be 20 to 21%. So that is drastically bigger than what we've seen it before.
Yeah.
But for when we're speaking from the side of black men specifically, I mean that percentage is fucking nothing, right? That
Well,
percentage going Republican in
Like
representation
yeah,
to
not yeah.
us is fucking nothing. And so when I take a look at the other numbers of white men who voted for Donald Trump or the Republican Party, there's a huge fucking discrepancy when you're taking a look at those individuals versus our individuals, specifically men, which is the audience that you're trying to capture.
It's a
well, but yeah, my
60-40.
my critique was how does the DNC get these young men back? And one of the things I want to remind everyone too is that they're actually not radical. Like the you talk to these, let's say in this case that we'll specifically be talking to young black men, their critiques on the DNC aren't radical. Their critiques are things like let's say LGBT. That's a big one because and all the DNC needs to do is move off of the radical parts of where they've moved, get back to normacy, and young black and let's say Hispanic men have a home in the DNC. They actually do. There's a lot of overlap in the way they feel about the world. They're not radical, but when you see the DNC going to these radical places, that's where you lose young black and brown men. They don't want to be a part of this like kind of freak show that the DNC can become.
And that's it's
Yeah,
gonna be
stop talking about trans people.
yeah,
I got
I'm
all
not
that, right?
specifically I'm not
that's
specifically talking about trans people because there are respectable trans people. I'm talking about when I say freaks, it's an encompassing idea of even if it's a PR idea, it's an idea that's been portrayed to the greater American public. We all
Well,
know
but
that
here's my
that the
problem with
I'm
that.
I'm
My
I'm
only
I'm
my
gonna be
only
honest with you. The biggest thing that I've seen outside of like the whole DEI conversation and immigration, which I don't. Most people wouldn't look at that as like a far radical way of thinking and the way that we handled that. The biggest critique of how far the left has gone has been trans ideology and how we've weaponized civil rights to be able to allow for these trans people to tailor off
Oh,
of the
but
fight of black
T-Bones, this
individuals.
is
For,
where
for
when
the
we're talking about the wants of these communities, so because we're not talking about right now the whole DNC, we're not talking about DNC plus women, we're talking about specific groups, young men who would be identified as Hispanic, brown, or black, who have defected from an otherwise comfortable position from the DNC to something else, and there's a reason why. And
but that's not the issue
if
to
we
me.
love these young men, we need to figure out how to get them back. And also it's to say that their overlap there, this is something that you remind them about and needs to probably be a reminder to a lot of people, even let's say LGBT, I try to remind them about this, is that the RNC isn't their home. It actually probably doesn't work to their benefit long term. And so the reorientation of making yourself seem like not crazy people and giving them the home that they need, the mechanism of government and policy and political machinery that the DNC offers needs to be afforded to them because they actually a lot of people aren't benefited from, let's say, moving to the RNC. LGBT voting for the RNC, and as me probably being the biggest critic of LGBT, I'm the first to remind them, guys, this is not your home. There's nothing here that at the end of the policy that these people want, that I want, that people like me want, is not your friendly home. It is not of you. You should go somewhere that loves you. Maybe you need and what I and the reason why they need to hear that too is because it says maintenance the system. Don't run away from the DNC because it started doing something stupid. Go back to the place that actually benefits you most and fix it. Rid yourself of the freaks.
I will say before I continue on this, it is absolutely crazy to me that at least you're being somewhat honest within that conversation, and
yeah.
regardless, right? Yeah, because that's fucking
It's
wicked.
honest. Yeah,
But
it's honest. Yeah.
this is where the issue comes into play, bro. Like we're doing our part here. You could make the claim of the Hispanic community, and from what I'm saying here, 6%, 6%, both the same relative for Latino men and women. But the people who are influencing the vote at the biggest, the ones who determine who will be in office, who can shut out every other demographic of people, are these white men, are these white women. And the fact that we see these white women at a 53% staunchly in the Republican Party and 60% within the Republican Party for men, this is our audience, bro. There's not much of a change that we see here. If we were to push, let me ask you this. If we were to push these numbers for the minority individuals specifically up to the 90 percentile, does that change the election? No. I mean, based off of the math that I did, no, it doesn't take. It doesn't change the election result in any way, shape, or form.
And that's why 100%.
We get a smaller threshold there, but Donald Trump is still our president.
Exactly, and that's why I'm not concerned too much about the. And that's why I'm not concerned too much about the.
So Bow, you got. Oh my God.
Hey, so you know what would be a fun project is take a look at the per capita of voters who voted for Republican and voted for Democrat, and I bet you would see a much larger representation of white men and white women voting Republican, and a much smaller representation of minorities voting Republican, and the opposite would be true for Democrats. If you looked at this in a per capita sense, it would be disgusting.
Well, so yes, obviously, I'm not going to disagree with you that we have more men within that per capita sense who voted Republican. Absolutely, but again, what we're asking is whether that per capita stat would have any dent in any way, shape, or form to the fucking monster that we had to deal with.
That's the
and it wouldn't.
My bad. Go. My bad. I keep interrupting. My bad.
Well, yeah, I'm not. Just to close the point out here, right? The per capita sense as it pertains to Latino men, Latino women, and then Black men would be the point of contingency that we all have, right? I don't disagree with you. We're going to be 7% more. And then on the other side, I can't remember their makeup. Somebody would have to tell me, but it regardless, right? I understand where you're coming from when we're looking at this from a per capita sense, but our representation is not enough. All combined does not even make up the representation of white men in this country.
So, but T-Bone,
You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not.
The critique is grander than just one dimension, which is Black men, because it's my critique was at first about saying that men are leaving the DNC. Here's why. Then you had brought in race in, and I said, well, the data that I was referencing oddly specifically was for these men, Black and brown, leaving the DNC, and why. Just to refute what you had said, and so what I'm suggesting is that when you total these groups up of then now breaking back out to what is men as a total, but even just using Hispanic and Black men, that's significant. And the DNC and all I'm asking for or calling for is that we hold our political parties to account to say that when they're supposed to be advocating for people, like the DNC doesn't say we advocate for Black women. They say they advocate for the Black person, the Black American. And if that's true, that's Black men too. And that's men. But if we're going to get as specific as to Black or brown or Hispanic, whatever. And so the DNC is not honoring its oath. When Kamala Harris's campaign said that last cycle, I was besides myself, because one of my great loves in life is making kind of a position for men to have conversations that are meaningful in this world. And that's heartbreaking. Like, what are you talking about? You have no message for young men. That's what they said. They said they're not going to vote for us. We're not going to talk to them. Like, are you kidding me? There's an opportunity for the DNC to be seen and honor young men who need solutions, and don't dishonor the things that they stand for. Fine. There's all these great things that people love about the DNC, but you can do both. And I think right now they're just being petulant, or I don't know what they're doing. It's no one's leading the charge, I think. Actually.
Robert, can I ask you where they said that? Because I don't remember them saying that we're not going to talk.
It was a New York Times podcast interview with her chief of staff.
But again, I guess what do we combat, right? Because like we can say that
it was on the podcast, the New York Times podcast. Sorry.
But what do we combat?
Are you talking about the Daily when she
it's called the New York Times podcast?
Okay. Yeah. So but how do we combat something that wasn't like I did not hear throughout Kamala's entire campaign anything about, if anything, she was critiqued about it, anything about the trans community. So we can't say they peddled trans community like rhetoric. So that wasn't the case. I didn't hear anything that came out of Kamala's campaign. Again, once again, she was criticized for it about anything about LGBTQ rights or anything. Every time,
But it's not just her campaign. The people who are behind her as well.
yeah,
We're talking
but
about the audience of people that support her. So and
but if
just to
the
be
claim
clear,
was, yeah, but if the claim
but
was
hold
that
on real quick before you finish, because I want to make sure that this is a good point that's made. The Republican Party did a great job of forcing us to answer for that.
That's yeah.
We had no choice but to bring that to the forefront. What is a woman?
Yep.
Should trans women be allowed to play in these sports? Should
Sorry,
they be
guys, I
allowed?
got a call. If you guys said anything that I needed to hear.
No, it's good.
Yeah.
No, but that's what I'm saying, T-Bone. That right there is what I. How do we combat that if it's a flat out lie? Like it's not as if. And then if we address these issues, if you're,
We didn't have a choice
I
but
know.
to
I'm just
ignore it
saying.
because
How
we
do
agreed with it.
That's
You
what
know
I'm
what I'm saying?
saying.
Like,
So when I was asking, how do we? So when I was asking, how do we reach out to the young white men, right? It's difficult if you're telling me, well, one of the issues where we were propping up the LGBTQ or propping up the trans community, and they just weren't feeling that. How do we reach those individuals if that's not what we did? We didn't do that. Do we tell them, nah, we don't fuck with the LGBTQ, we don't fuck with the trans people? Don't believe those lies. Like, is that what we say?
No. It's not about that. It's not about that at all, and that's not what they're asking for. And this is why I said
I didn't
earlier,
think that
these are not. These are not radical young men. These young men are reasonable, actually, and
No,
they
I
just
think
want to
they
know
have been
that they want to know that they want to know that they're a part of something that isn't radical, basically.
I think they have been radicalized in a sense, and
No.
that's just an honest take of what I see coming out of like what's the political climate right now is for especially for Democrats. What is the main claim when you go to like let's just talk about the Ben Shapiro's, the Piers Morgans, the sometimes the Joe Rogans. Every time they talk about the Democrats. Well, that part they don't even know what a woman is. It's the consistent same
Where I
talking
can
points.
tell
It's
you that
never
they're
about
not
the
radical,
economy, but it's never about the yeah.
where I can tell you that they're not radical is that, like, let's say on race relations, they will agree with you 100% of the time. Let's say on things like LGB, they'll agree with you on 100% of the time. So so when you want to define radical, these are not haters. These are not people that want to see the world burn. They're more disaffected. They're more like looking at the DNC like, what have you become? I want to like you, but you become such a freak show. And I keep using that word not to define trans people. I'm defining this idea of a group of individuals that the DNC has because broadened their umbrella to, because it's to say that when you're looking for new voters, you've broadened your umbrella. And so, like, if you look at like LGBT support in the RNC right now, it's pretty high. So the country's kind of moved on past things like that. So there's a reason why the RNC has now become a soft landing pad for black and brown young men because of things like that. It does support things that they used to support, kind of normal mainstream. Okay, it supports LGBT, but not the edgy version of it. Sorry, go ahead.
No, but I was going to say like that right there is like, and my underlining question of how do we combat that? Because like it seems as if we would have to ostracize or ignore a certain sect of individuals in order to gain the attention or bring back a larger group of people. So if let's just say you said LGB, if the T was the problem, if the trans community and trans issues or trying to tackle those was a problem for the DNC, what do we do next cycle? Do we not talk about it anymore? Do we ignore it? Do we like pretend it doesn't exist?
Well, what I would say is you need to inform your operatives, because like right now, what the world remembers of the DNC is people like Ketanji Brown Jackson getting up there and like one of the most brilliant women on earth, not knowing how to define it, and to her own credit or discredit rather, is that these things are so nuanced that even geniuses don't really know what the hell they're talking about. And so the DNC needs to stop looking foolish. They need to like tighten up on what the definitions are, because even people on here, and I'm sure you all agree, we see this every day, those better people.
Geniuses know. The problem is that they're not using the right people, and I keep looking to that fucking Cardi B dumbass bullshit with fucking because that shit irks me to the fucking fullest.
He's right.
We're not using the same fucking people.
So
Why?
that-
And
so this is
I
what
bring it back
happens.
to base every time.
Tbow.
We did not have the Joe Rogans. We did not have the Charlie Kirks. We did not have that. Who's the other black nigga? I think he's more Arab. But we didn't have the nigga Jesse Lee Peterson. We didn't have Ben Shapiro. We don't have the niggas who would sit there on everything is about preaching the fucking love.
So
there are questions that need to be fucking.
Hold on,
the problem is we do
here.
have these individuals.
No, hold on. Let me give you guys some insight real quick. Hold on. Let me give you guys some insight because I think Robert would agree with me on this. So political operatives is an industry where people fail upwards because their measurements of success are never held to them. So the only measurement of success of a political operative is whether or not they win a fucking race, right? It doesn't fucking matter what you did in that race. Everybody proclaims that they were the reason why that person won that race, even though an independent expenditure could have put $6 million into that race. Some idiot on the digital side is going to be like, I won that race for him. So this is what happens in every single race, and so they all fail upwards. And then you get people at the top of that ladder who make stupid fucking decisions like the Cardi B one and bring shit like that into play. This is what I fucking hate the most about the Democratic side is that they all think these ad makers think they're fucking Martin Scorsese's when they write these stupid fucking scripts and these dumbass fucking ads that don't sway anything. And so much money gets poured into this terrible fucking work that is just the shittiest fucking art in the world. And I don't understand. But more to the point, Brock, is that we've reached a new level of politics, bro. And that's what pisses me off so much about the DNC, right? How is it so hard to recognize that we're in a new fucking era, a new fucking wave of reaching our fucking youth? Or it's not even the youth. I would say that a majority of people that are watching these fucking podcasts and tuning into this what I would call slop, 20 to fucking 40-year-olds. And they're the ones who are voting. Why is it so hard for the DNC to understand that there's a new fucking wave and we have to fucking
That's
get on
the problem. The problem is the DNC does understand it, but let's be really honest with ourselves.
That Cardi B fucking endorsement.
Yo, wait.
There's no way that
we can't talk about Cardi B, yet the RNC had people not only trash black people on that stage, called Puerto Rico a floating island of trash, literally on the national stage. We can't be like, oh my God, we had Cardi B, but literally,
but Evie, you're not understanding what I'm saying, right?
No, I mean,
yes, but Evie, you're not understanding.
But I guess what I'm trying to do, I guess what I'm trying to do is like you're saying, I can see the issue there. You're saying Cardi B bad for optics. But I'm saying, well, if we're going to compare, I don't think it fucking matters because if the RNC is able to do this shit and still win, it never mattered. Kamala Harris going on Joe Rogan would not have mattered. Joe Rogan is a right-leaning podcast.
We don't
the majority
need,
of
that's
the
what
base is right-leaning. Her going on Andrew
I get that, bro. Listen. I get that. We don't have a Joe Rogan in Democrat form. Do you understand what I'm saying? Name one podcast that is similar to Joe Rogan that Kamala Harris.
Hold on, because this is where you get it. But Tbone, this is where you get it totally wrong. You guys, and this is a kind of an inside joke for the Republicans, is you guys had Joe Rogan. This is what I'm telling you. You guys had the young.
We did not.
Hold on.
No.
If I may, hold on. If I may. You guys had the young black men. You had the young Hispanic men. You had Joe Rogan. The edge to which the DNC has taken themselves has lost these people. If you pulled back, that's my entire point. If you pulled back on some of the edge to the LGBT conversation, and that's why I left T, not to say that you guys should reject T, but maybe have a more nuanced, real conversation. Like as an example, I think people who are even trans, most of them accept the answer that says, you know what, I believe in men and women, but however, I respect pronouns, I respect everyone. And that's a reasonable, comprehensive, Democrat style answer. But instead, you're given, oh no, they're a woman. I'm a genius, but what's going on? And so the
But
confusion is where you had this edge.
right, but Robert, you are arguing things from a different perspective than what I am saying. Because if I was to give somebody the argument of how a trans woman is a woman, the way that I would be able to convey that message, most people would be able to digest and understand, right? What we have here, because what you're arguing is a different point. You are saying that they went too far within the ideology. I am saying that our ideology was not magnified enough. That is what I am saying. We lost the Joe Rogans because Joe Rogan was a bigot from the fucking start.
No.
Yes. So what are we talking? Hold on. Again, right? And
his home is the DNC. He's not a Republican.
You can say that his home is the DNC, but the minute that he turned on, and this is going to be a hard pill to swallow. The minute that you turn your back on fucking trans people, on the LGBTQI plus community, on black people, which he has done on multiple occasions, you are not a part of the DNC. I'm sorry. That is a fundamental fucking core belief that we have. That's just the reality. I'm sorry.
But then here's what the young black and brown man would say to that. I would say though is that they would say something to the effect of, well, but you want to get in bed with people who like children, because the extent to which LGBT is being honored right now says that like people like MAPS and the furthest of your ideology is what's accepted, and it's why they're defecting. And so you can choose to have an enemy with Joe Rogan, or you can choose to have an enemy with MAPS. But the perception right now is that the perception right now is that you guys
defending the fuck out of Donald Trump for not being transparent with the American people as it pertains to the fucking
I'm not
Epstein
suggesting that that's not there as well. I'm saying that the perception, we're talking about a specific demo group for the young black and brown demographic man that we're talking about in America right now, why they defect. These are the reasons. And I'm telling you, I've talked to a plethora of voters, young men too, especially probably, to know that this is the core of it. It's not this edgy conversation of anything other than it's a specific, very small thing, actually. It's to say, lose the edge, denounce MAPS, denounce people who are freaks, accept the ones that LGBT are human beings. We love them. Whether you're a Christian or Democrat, you guys can be diplomatic about it. Get it, got it. You don't want to ruin your coalition. It's a coalition in which you respect and honor.
We can't do that.
But Robert, the point that I'm making, I agree with you in a sense, right? The problem that comes into play is that there is a threshold that ends up happening where this just becomes bigotry. It's not just about the fact that we call trans women women, or the fact that MAPS, as you all love to fucking say, which I don't believe it is, that MAPS is a part of the ideology of the LGBTQI plus community. It's about the fact that there are people who have an aversion to trans people as a fucking whole.
Even within the
we went. I want you to the Sneakos, the fucking Andrew Tates. These are not people that are respecting the ideologies of trans people existing. Damn the fact that they would be women. The fact that they can exist within our society is a problem.
Hold on. So you're right. I'm not suggesting trying to win over Andrew Tate. I'm suggesting when you have the Joe Rogan.
No. You're not. But look, this is where the disconnect comes into play. You keep thinking I'm trying to say win over Joe Rogan, win over Andrew Tate. I'm not saying that. I am saying build the pillars of individuals that would be the Andrew
magnify
Tate
the current
from the Democrat side of it.
I get it, but what I'm trying to tell you is that right there would be a dogma that 10 years from now would end in what FB was just saying might be the case, or could be like worst case scenario, is that you'll find that probably all young black and brown men 10 years from now won't even look the direction of the DNC. Because I'm trying to tell you though, if you want to salvage that perception with this demographic group, they have wants, just like the LGBT and everyone, women and everyone else has wants and has the way that they view the world and want to feel honored and want to feel respected. Black and brown young men, most of them have wants that don't include the radical parts of LGBT. And if you guys could modulate that, and I'm not even saying reject it, I'm saying modulate it, tune it down. They want to find a home in you. They're not particularly, most of them, I don't think, comfortable with the RNC, but they think that because that the RNC accepts, let's say now LGBT and certain things that used to feel more normal to them, not like this crazy version, but still normal, then they will find a home eventually. And I would argue to you, if you care about them, you want them back in your ranks, pushing the narrative that benefits them most, then you have to modulate your party's platform to honor them.
What I am hearing is
concede to the fact that trans people don't matter. That
No. Can you please stop
that's what
saying
I'm
that?
hearing.
Can you please
Because
stop saying that?
we have
Because T-Bone, I can be a
listen.
jackass
We
and
have
say that. I'm
hold
not
on.
trying to say that.
Let me respond, Robert. Because the way that I'm hearing what you're saying, right? I am hearing that we only have two options. The first is that we go with my option, which is magnifying the voice of the DNC and playing the same game that the Republicans ended up playing to get into the positions that they did. Or number two, conceding to the fact that these people, their voices do not matter.
Is that what you're saying, Robert? Because that's what I'm hearing too.
Again, T-Bone.
Yes, we have two options. Option A is that we go with what I was saying, which is magnifying the voice of the Democratic Party to match and play the same game as what Republicans played to get into the positions that they are in. Or number two is that we have to concede to that we do not believe that the voices of trans individuals, black individuals, and women matter within our society. At least not enough
T-Bone,
to the
where have you
male
heard me say that
president.
at all? No, what I'm saying is
I'm not saying you're saying this. I'm saying that this would be a position that the DNC. Remember, you're a Republican.
no.
You're
So
just trying to.
no. So I haven't been trying to captivate that either. What I'm trying to say, because remind you, you brought brought the dimension of being black into it. So I've been keeping that beat. But I was talking about young men and they're being disaffected from the DNC. And if you want as Democrats to bring them back into the fold, they have certain conditions to coming back into the fold. Their perception of the DNC right now is that it has gotten too fringe for them on matters like LGBT. And I'm also not suggesting that they're calling for the rejection of even the T. What I think they're looking for is reasonable answers on it, not looking for people in that represented party talking about it like they don't know what they're talking about from respective individuals, and rather answers like saying things, and I gave a Democratic answer I think that would be acceptable to these young men, which is things like I don't think that children should be exposed to this sort of content. I believe in a man and a woman is biological, but I also think we should respect everyone in our community and call them what they want to be called. That's a very comprehensive, respectable, democratic answer that these young black and brown men would be totally satiated by. But instead, you guys are giving them full-fledged defense of what they think is maps, and I think ultimately ends in things that fringe for.
Let me.
I don't think we're giving him that. But real quick before you go, Broccoli, because communist is low key agreeing with you, and maybe I'm just boiling things down to the simplistic view of how our politics are ran, and if that's. I'm just going based off of what I've seen within these past two elections. That's what I'm going based off of. If I'm wrong, communist, you can come up here and explain to me where I'm getting it wrong. But that, based off of what I've seen within these past two elections, it boils down to just that. There's no wiggle room. There's no fucking nuance. You know what I'm saying? Like this is that. It's that simple.
There is nuance to these young men, though, in the same way that you advocate for trans people. They feel not heard by you.
Is the nuance enough for us to win the election in 2028? Excuse me.
What is maps?
Yeah.
Okay. What I wanted to
minor attracted persons.
Yeah. So what I wanted to interject here with is that we can talk about what people are saying and sort of what we feel like emotionally where people are moving. But I want to take a look at a piece of data. I just went to go look at some data. I wanted to go take a look at transgender content on the internet. So Pornhub does a year in review, and they provide detailed an outlook to who is viewing the most transgender content. And if you take a look at the top states where it's ranked as their primary preference, they're all red states. It's Mississippi, Louisiana, Georgia, Alabama, South Carolina, and Arkansas. It's the third most popular category overall in the U.S. It's moved up in ranks, surpassing Ebony and MILF, finally. And then so the demographic breakdown shows that women are significantly higher to search for this type of content. And funny enough, Gen X and Boomers are also the highest intake of this category.
So, Brock, what this is every time I argue with people who are transphobic, I always point to that because I know that statistic too. It seems as if they're transphobic because they are ashamed of that. It's the fact that they actually are attracted to corn that has that to indulge in that. And because of that, they project the fucking fact that, oh my God, I can't believe I did this. And now all of a sudden I hate trans people.
Exactly.
And like,
This is data.
yeah, I mean, yeah, this is the proof is in the pudding. It's always been there. That's always been the argument. That's always been the truth, no matter how hard people try to fucking play it off. But like again, I think if we get away from like the black and brown people, because again, I don't see that as an imminent issue right now. And potentially if, like Robert says, is the issue, it will grow, but not now. I don't see it happening anytime soon. But if we talk about what the RNC is doing compared to what the DNC is doing, the DNC has so many fights coming from so many angles. Meanwhile, the RNC just sits there with their legs crossed and just chilling because no one's going to challenge them. No one's going to be this ultra. I'm going to cancel the fuck out of you for what you just said. But on the left side, that's exactly what happens. It's extreme. I'm going to cancel the fuck out of you because you didn't say what I wanted you to say when I wanted you to say it. You didn't say free Palestine. So now, fuck you. I'm not going to vote or I'm going to vote third party. And I'm not saying that would have changed the election. I'm not saying that. But Democrats, the DNC has been held to a higher standard since Obama. And the RNC has not been. I think that's the issue that we got to figure out why the fuck that's happening.
I mean, if what you're asking is secretly we should stop pushing for all of these fringe benefits and just secretly make them happen in policy's background and like the Republicans do, sure. Basically don't say the quiet part out loud. Sure.
I mean, like for me, it's like it's difficult to like be like, all right, well, because it wasn't happening. Like talking about trans issues, whether trans women in sports or in general, was not happening in the DNC. It wasn't a conversation. It wasn't a LGBTQ rights, why it was there, why it was on policy. It wasn't a part of the conversation. Like T-Bone said, the Republicans were smart about this. The RNC forced us to have these conversations during the Biden and the Kamala Harris 2024 whatever campaign for the presidency. They forced these conversations. So it's like my issue isn't. I'm not saying that we should stop doing that. I'm not saying we should stop fighting for trans rights in the open. I'm not saying that. I'm talking about how do we figure out how to get all this heat off the left and match the energy with the right, because the right seems to be winning is winning elections. Well, not now, obviously, but the right seems to have no issues right now. But the left seems to have so many like missiles coming at them from all sorts of angles. How do we fix that?
I don't think we really can without
You guys have to change the way what's been going wrong for you.
But that's the thing. It's the thing. It looks like it's everything. In a sense, it's like it can't be foreign policy. Again, we have a base, and I guess because we're so big and we're a popular base when it comes to the two, that there's so many problems. Israel and Palestine was a big thing, right? The war in Ukraine was a big thing. C-19 was a big thing. It's like it's a I don't know. It just seems as if it's I don't know. I can say we can counter big medias like Joe Rogan's or the Andrew Tates with a left wing version of it, but it doesn't exist because I don't think we'll allow it to exist.
I think that and then my position is you have a left wing version in Joe Rogan. You just lost him because you guys became crazy people.
No, I mean I don't I don't think we ever did have Joe Rogan. I don't think we ever did. And like we don't have a version of Charlie Kirk. No, we don't have a version of an Andrew Schultz. We don't have a version of an Andrew Tate or a Andrew Wilson. We don't have a podcast like the Whatever podcast. We don't have these things like the Ben Shapiro's and Nick Fuentes's. And we don't have the opposites to them because the people combating these individuals are also Republicans.
Because people don't like what you guys are presenting.
Yeah. Well, again, they're not. I mean, no one's okay. You're
You
right.
guys are kind of the Christians of the day. I kind of like you guys are like super like virtuous and like
That's a problem.
stuffy.
Not.
You guys are stuffy.
It's not about. We're okay. no one's pushing that. It's not politicians. You're not calling politicians, the people who are actually running for office, virtuous. You're talking about the voters, the people who are online, probably the ones who advocate and go for events. You might be saying they're super ultra virtuous, but when I see these politicians that I go into the booths and vote for, I vote for the policies right down the middle that I know of. But I don't see this virtue signaling that you're seeing. It's not coming from the politicians. These are coming from individuals on TikTok, on these panels, in these comments. That's where it's coming from. That's where the virtue signaling is coming from. And I'm telling you that outside of politics, outside of the individuals or the suits and the presidencies and the fucking Congress, how do we change that narrative? It's difficult. I don't see how the left can change the narrative without becoming more extreme.
Yeah, you guys are going to lose, and I'll call it now. You double
We're
down
not.
on on your behavior, you will lose, young men.
Yeah, we're not going to lose the midterms, and that's my problem. My issue was just trying to figure out how do we win over white young men again, because now the Republicans are saying they're oppressed. So I was like, it's difficult because now when you have the vice president and then Erica Kirk saying you don't have to apologize for being white anymore, or especially the white young men are being tortured or whatever. I know it's difficult, but I don't fucking know
She's
anymore.
so weird. I hate Erica.
Just to give you a little bit of insight, right now, what's happening in campaigns is they're all testing messaging. So they're basically workshopping and focus grouping different whether or not a mild moderate would work or whether or not like a far left message would work, and they're testing it out in all of the swing states. And so that's basically where we're at now, is they're trying to figure out what message is going to work.
Toxicity, man.
If you guys give up on young men over there, you guys become my number one enemy.
Sometimes I feel like we can't convince the young. Again, I'm just going to say it: the young white men. If we pull them to the place where they're going to survive, we're going to take them where they're going to drown. They'll go wherever they'll go where they'll drown before they come over to the actual side. That makes more sense for their actual benefits. 100% sure they're not happy with their votes currently right now.
Young whites don't vote in the midterms.
I kind of like if Trump continues this war. I was thinking about it. I might want to see him get impeached.
Again, I want him removed.
Well, like I want to see him maybe go to jail or something.
It's not looking good, Duran. I mean, not for nothing. We sent in the USS Abraham Lincoln, and we were like 300 kilometers off the coast of Iran. And we had to reposition ourselves because those motherfuckers were acting like angry hornets. And now we're over, 2,000 kilometers away. We had to back off a bit, which, that in light of everything else that has happened, it makes America look weak.
This is what people voted for.
Well, why I would want to see him in prison is if he goes this far against what he told us he would do, then I regret doing anything for him. I regret putting my neck out for him. I think it'll just be an ultimate disgrace.
So when do we admit, as much as people don't like it, that Biden and Kamala, down to a fucking T, told us what Donald Trump was going to do? A lot of people who argue with him told us what Donald Trump was going to do.
It sounded like you was fighting a headlock, FB, and now you sound like you underwater.
I'm sorry. My hand is over my phone. My bad. No, I was like, what I was saying is like, when are we going to admit that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris told us exactly what Trump was going to do down to a T, and that everybody who argued for Kamala Harris and Joe Biden told us exactly what either was Agenda 47 or Project 2025, what Vance was going to be like, what Stephen Miller was going to be like. Everybody told them what was going to happen. They voted for it anyways, and here we are.
But still, and
I
weirdly,
mean,
this is
like,
what she
I mean,
keeps.
like, I guess people can, I guess people just don't pay attention to every single thing that happens in a campaign, but in a campaign trail. But I was 1000% sure that everything that Donald Trump was doing right now, we were told that was going to happen. He's literally advocating for Gaza right now to be turned into a fucking resort instead of giving it back to the Palestinians, which the land was stolen from in the first place, and not even working on a deal to get Israel the fuck out of the occupied lands that they're doing now. I'm not saying that the administration was going to be any better, that the Kamala or Biden administration was going to be any better. They have not been any better when it came to Israel. But what I'm saying is, like, we said that this is going to be worse, and exactly what happened.
I think that's what a lot of people feel is like, would it have been better with her, or do you still support like your vote? And I think that's like a big question a lot of people have. And for me, I still am happy that I voted for him. And I think a lot of people feel this way, unfortunately. It shows what a bad candidate I think she was. Or either that or the circumstance she was
It
giving. She only had
wasn't.
100 days. But
It was 100 days.
um,
She wasn't a bad candidate. It was
she had
just
enough
shitty.
time.
It was just a shitty situation, in my opinion. I honestly feel like Joe Biden should just went through the whole fucking thing. If he got blown out, fine. But I'd rather Joe Biden just go ahead and just finish it out. Um, yeah, because nobody accepted the challenge at the DNC. He did say pull up. He said if you don't like what I'm doing, pull up at the DNC. Nobody did. Nobody even made an attempt to. So I'd rather Biden had just went the whole damn way and see what happens. Right?
That's interesting to think of. Like, would he have won?
I don't know. It probably would have been closer. Would he have won? I don't know because the
At
narrative
this
is
point,
always
though,
fun.
I think that the two of them are very similar leaders.
Biden and Trump.
Hmm.
As far as I guess the cane.
They just do the same shit. They start wars. They listen to certain people, same people. Like, I don't really see him as any different at all. I think like the only difference might be like that he signed like some executive orders on trans stuff. Like Biden wouldn't have done that. But
Yeah, Biden. Yeah, I don't know. Is the difference between the two administrations is I feel like the DOJ would have been able to operate separately, a little bit more independently, like they have been the previous 4 years before Trump took over. And then I do think that Bibi Netanyahu, we're not in this war, and if we are in this war, it's because Israel was the one that there's not a joint strike. Israel goes in by itself, and like that'll be probably one of the differences that happen, and if the election went the other way.
I'm gonna go ahead and say it. In all honesty, in order for the shit to begin to start on the road to recovery, you need to get Trump out and you need to get Bibi out. And in all honesty, it might have to be Bibi over like priority over Trump. And I don't even like.
The problem
I
is,
don't know how I feel about that statement
the problem
because
is,
they at least even keeled. They're at least even keeled.
yeah, but the problem is he's already a criminal. He's already a war criminal. I think he's even supposed to be standing trial. But I think because of these, and I find it really, really odd that these, either it's the war, either it's the genocide in Gaza, or now this war is pushing back his court dates because he's actually supposed to be in court.
he can't travel to certain countries right now. I think because of it. But in certain countries, like
I mean,
countries
he
that
could.
have like the United States, technically should if we enforced it, we would send him to the Criminal Court of Justice. But we're not enforcing it with him.
And another thing Biden doesn't do, he doesn't go in front of the fucking world and try to tell the fucking people, the government in Israel that, hey man, pardon this guy for all the fucked up shit he's done. Just go ahead and give him a pardon. The most powerful person in the world advocating for a pardon for probably one of the fucking devil. So it's just like, I guess. I mean, I guess. It would have been the same.
Well, but Trump might owe his presidency to him.
You're 100% right. You're probably 100% right in that.
It gets the noggin jogging. Like, I don't know. I was just having this idea of like, we still know nothing about his potential unalivers Trumps. And one of the things you would think, knowing him, is that he'd like want to know that tomorrow and like be telling everyone about it. But it leaves this like idea like, I don't know. And again, I've had this idea like when I saw the Charlie Kirk thing, it was the same thing opinion I had that day. Like, it felt so fake. Like, are you kidding me? The ear, like it just chipped his ear. Like the whole thing just felt so fake. He was not running the way the CIA or the Secret Service was walking around. None of it felt real. And to me, it felt like, I don't know, just what's really going on. Like, was this whole thing just a big ruse to like get his numbers up and create a martyr out of him? And I don't know.
Martyr. They needed something like that at that point in time,
I,
and it
I
would
was
be a.
wondering too, like if because they didn't get him, that's why they did Kirk.
Mhm. Yeah, he died a martyr. He died pro-Israel. He died pro everything. So his fan base doesn't stray away from the goal, from the main goal. Yep. I wanted to talk to the communist.
You know, I have a fear, and I hope that I'm wrong, but for a good while, right, America has been like the country to go to, right? Like the country that gets, that immigration push, right? I have a feeling that a lot of you anti-immigration motherfuckers is gonna get exactly what you wish for, but you're gonna get it in a more extreme way than you're ready to handle. Because my fear is that America will become a country that will experience a mass exodus. There will be a lot of people that leave once the shit hits the fan. And in all honesty, you can look at several fucking European nations. You can look at Canada, fucking, I think even Mexico. But a lot of nations have even began to like draw up plans for fucking American refugees.
Sounds about right. That's something I would do. Isn't there supposed to be another debate?
I was about to ask that.
Wasn't it supposed to be like an hour ago?
Sorry, y'all. I had a phone call with the lady. Yes, at 10 p.m. Eastern.
Sure. Well, I'm off tomorrow,
By the way,
but
quick side note: T-Bone is cooking up in Call of Duty, man.
that
Like,
was cool. Oh shit! Random. Earlier when we were having this fucking conversation, so in the box, does it just for clarity? When you see people's names pop up in the box, if it's empty and it says invite, right? Does that mean that that
yeah,
person's come through the live, or is it just as saying I should invite this person?
it's just saying you should invite that
Oh, okay. I was about
person.
to say you had like 5 different celebrities go through your life. Never mind.
Yeah, nah, I wish. Wait, who are the celebrities? I'm kind of interested.
Not a celebrity. I think one was Miss Teacher, and the other I forget the other one already.
I mean, I've always known it to be people that you could invite. It could be that they hit a quick scroll through the live, but I don't know.
Yeah. Hey, T-Bone, you capitalist? Are you pro-capitalism?
If I am pro-capitalist, it's mixed market capitalism. But Bex has taken a hiatus, so I can't really argue socialism, to be honest with you. I
Yeah,
don't think I would be opposed to it, though. It's just I find issue from the black side of me as it pertains to the rights violations that take place of property ownership. And I just need that to be explained to me before I continue forward.
Yeah, because I kind
I've
of
I've co-signed under the social democrat banner, which would be that mixed market that you talk about, T-Bone, where there's still means of a private market, but they believe in a strong welfare state to address inequalities. In essence, they try to humanize capitalism.
yeah, that's
Yeah,
that's that's what I mean. More so like regulated capitalism is what I'm for. I dove into communism, not really socialism, but and that's why I don't know if Bex is here or not. But like, I guess what I was looking at is like when somebody was asking me, if I would switch to to communism, I was like, no, because I'm big on individualism, and I don't think that exists in communism. As far
I
as
don't,
because yeah,
as a black man being heavily, you like individualism?
individualism. I feel like no, yeah, like, and I don't think is there individualism in communism. I don't know, but like I prefer individual. I'm not saying isolation.
Individualism is what gives segues to Kuhn's Kooning.
Oh, wait. That's not
What?
individualism.
It
That's
does.
not.
It does.
No, no,
That's
no.
a fact.
Wait. Go back. Being
That's
an
a fact.
individual
That's
is
what it do you. Yes, individualism gives segue to Kuhn's Kooning. I don't call people
how?
coons. I'm just telling you the arguments that are being made. That's not me personally.
Yeah,
Right, but
Well, let me
that's
take
how?
you
an
to
argument.
the idea of individualism means damn the fact that I'm black,
Hmm.
I would go against what is best for my people for the sole purposes of making sure that I
Oh,
eat,
okay.
that I got the money on, that I got the Lambos, the Mercedes, the things of that
Okay,
nature.
I got you. I got you now. Okay.
Yeah, you know.
But that doesn't mean that's that person using individualism in their way. That doesn't mean that everybody's going to use it that way.
Um,
I'm all for
I
messing
mean,
yes,
because
bowls.
like
because
if I decided, but
individualism predicates that you have to.
but if I decide in a society to just be like either independent or just like self, me, I don't think that's a problem. That wouldn't make me like anti-black or anything.
Well, it
Okay.
is where we are
But
now because our people suffering from a
oh yeah,
community stance. The only way that you can be successful within this society is through capitalism and the exploitation of our people,
but if you're not in
whether that be
capitalism,
around the world or whether that be the ones that be
yeah,
in this country. You
yeah,
know what
but
I'm
if
saying?
not in
So,
capitalism, then that's where individualism would thrive. Because if I was to innovate things, it would probably be more so on a individual level if I want to keep ownership of that. But if I'm in a communist society, I wouldn't be able to do that. If I invent something that could benefit the entire masses down the street, I would be forced to actually share that innovation, right?
yeah, you ought be.
Yeah, but I wouldn't be able to profit off of it.
Yeah, no, you shouldn't be able to.
Oh
Yeah, so
wow.
in an
Well,
individualist society, if I create that machine
Let
in
me
a
ask you
capitalist,
because the
yeah,
problem that comes into play is with profit, and this is why I was looking heavily into like communism, because I don't believe that an individual should be able to profit off of certain things. For example, and I give this analogy all the time. There's a island, right, and there's 10 apple trees. If I own all 10 apple trees, who's able to eat? Fucking nobody. Right. So if I have the cure for cancer, do I only release this if there's a profitable gain for me?
well,
Or should I be obligated to save people's lives? You know what
well,
I'm saying?
well, capitalism isn't a permanent thing. If you put me on an island, that's a complete. If you make me play Survivor, that's a completely different scenario than if I'm just like living in the city with like millions of people. If I'm in New York or something like that, I think in that situation,
Yes,
of course, I would be able to
but
adapt.
the idea,
Yeah.
yes, but the idea of profit off of your intellectual property, off of your property, off of all of that, all of those rules still apply whether you're on the island or not, right? So we just have to answer to that. And then the question just becomes give me the distinction on why it should apply on the island, but it shouldn't apply here in America. Why are we so upset with corporations having patents or individuals? I won't even say corporations, but individuals having patents on certain types of cures for certain things. or even diseases, right? Because within those diseases that they have patents on, they're able to do testing on those diseases that nobody else is able to fucking do because they don't have access to it.
And that's what we come with, like how to fix capitalism, because that is an issue within the system.
Well, but T-Bone, that
Well,
stunts
suffering's a
R&D.
part of capitalism. That's
Exactly.
where the
I know.
problem
I
comes
know.
into
I
play.
understand.
And you have to figure out how to either heavily mitigate the damage of that or, um,
But unless you're talking about
yeah.
unless you're discussing, like, I think it's anarcho-capitalism, there's a prerequisite in the conversation that brings a government into a mixed market capital space like the United States, which has things like the securitization of certain assets. Like when you're talking about public goods, we keep those away from everyone, including corporations. Um, and so once you're involving a government, you're in a mixed market discussion where you're not talking about a merit-based system only. You're talking about something that has safeguards.
And that's
Yes, but the guards aren't big enough because our homeless population is still increasing.
Well, that's to say that, and that can
Hold
be
on,
your
real quick.
critique that you don't like the
Robert,
safeguards as they
Robert.
are.
If I may, real
Uh,
quick. The bigger problem is that ever since we've implemented safeguards, this country has been figuring out ways to cut them. All right, like we have this weird relationship with austerity, and we seem to think that cutting spending will always like solve issues, and we try to look at it with welfare and shit like that. But when we do that, we're kind of pewing ourselves in the fucking foot, because these markets, right, aren't meant to produce profit. They're there to alleviate strain, right? And when you alleviate strain in an appropriate way in society, it actually comes back to you, right? Because the poor people, the lower class, when they have more money in their pocket, it goes directly into the economy. So when we continue to do this thing like the big beautiful bill, and we like to cut all of this spending and shit, we're really just exasperating the problems that we already have, because we're not making things better for the lower class, and we're just increasing the strain on our budgets, oddly enough.
so. How would a well-regulated capitalism look in that scenario?
I think here in the United States, one of our biggest issues is middlemen. Because for some reason we involve private markets between the government and the people, and that's a big issue. We, like, as an example, one of the places we did really well in modern history that we did something different was we had the federal government issuing money directly to the people, and that was a lot more effective than the way we normally do it, which is by subsidiaries. And it just, there's so many middlemen that the money gets spent before it ever gets to helping people. And so I think here in the United States, restructuring, taking kind of private industry out of the middleman game, or government programs. Government programs should be from the government directly to the people, in my opinion.
I'll tell you one thing that I don't think you hear too much, right? Because a lot of people often talk about healthcare, education, and we can circle back to those and engage in that conversation. But you know, one thing I think should be fucking nationalized after I've looked at it a little bit?
The airline industry.
Fucking, you know what? You know what? But no, I was gonna bring up utilities, electricity, water, gas, and I say that for this reason, right? These are industries where monopolies naturally form. How many of us have the option to shop around for our electric provider, or even broadband for that matter, right? So if there isn't an option to shop around, then the free market doesn't exist. And if the
So
free
here's
market doesn't
where I
exist,
have,
oh, go ahead, go
this
ahead.
is where I have had problems with it, right? At least from conversations that I've had. I'm not deep into like the energy side of things, but like, I will say that I have a family member who has worked, specifically here in Virginia with the, Dominion Energy, right? Um, the problem that comes into play with this is that Dominion being regulated within the state means that electricity has to stay on. If we allow for other entities to be able to compete against this monopoly, power can go out. Not because of somebody hitting a fucking circuit or because someone's bill wasn't paid, but because the company's doing bad. This is a necessity within humans. Can we afford for our electricity to be out for 2 weeks?
No, I hear you, and that's that. All right, cool, but that doesn't do away with the fact that monopolies do exist within these markets, all right? And if there needs to be one big provider, right? And this goes back into like
Communism.
this goes back into healthcare, right? Like that healthcare argument. Anybody that's an employer knows, right? If you're a small time employer, if once they have to start to shop and pay for health care packages for their employers, right? If I have 10 employees, I might buy those plans individually, maybe, depending on the numbers that they hit me with, right? But if I have 50 to 100 employees, I'm buying one plan, and I'm basically having all of those employees pay into that one plan, and then they all get insured under it. And I
Do
do
you
it
think
that
that
way.
if a company decides to build a data center, that they should be able to supply their own energy to their company?
I'm sorry, you gonna ask that question one more time?
Yeah. Do you think that if a data center is created, should they have to provide the own energy, the own electricity for their corporation, or should they get help from the community surrounding to keep the energy flowing in that data center? We're talking, just to be clear before you answer, we're talking about um, uh, fresh, right? Like brand new built data centers. Because that's the biggest problem that we're facing right now in Virginia in the northern part,
Yeah, you
close
guys
to
are the
Nova.
data center capital of the world right now, though, and I think that you
But
are the
yeah.
shining example of why everybody is trying to say no to them because there's a lot of stories going around about like the detriments of what they do on communities and the leeching that they do off of your energy infrastructure.
Hmm.
Also, like I'm on the other side. I'm over in Maryland, and the fight over here is because they want to use the water here, our like fresh water, to cool their systems. And we're like, are you going to put that water back where it was, like at the right temperature, or are you going to be putting it in cooked temperature? And they want to throw it
So
back
so
in
that
cooked temperature.
so this is what's scary to me, right? Dominion Energy is the uh, electrical company within the state of Virginia, which pretty much has a monopoly, right? And the person who is a family member that I talked to, very high up within that company, told me that this is the first time within decades that Dominion Energy actually allowed for the increase of pricing to the consumers because it's regulated at the state level. Um, and because they essentially have a monopoly, there were certain restrictions that were put in place. One of those being that there has to be a certain threshold that you meet in order to raise the prices on consumers. If there's any other issues that runs into play, you just have to eat away at that. But this is the first time that we've actually granted that, and it's because of what we've seen with those data centers. So if my electricity bill is shooting up from $200 to $300, it's because we got a data center being built up in fucking Nova. And if the data centers are going to provide
I don't think they will. But if the data centers are going to provide more within a net positive as far as the jobs that they're fucking producing, production around the DMV area, I don't think I would necessarily have an issue with it.
T-Bone, they're not.
From the communistic side of things, but the problem is that I only see this to be a benefit for that
T-Bone,
corporation.
they don't provide jobs. The only so when the argument comes in that they provide jobs, it's a very short time span that they provide those jobs because the ones they're counting are the ones that it takes to build the infrastructure. So once that all gets said and done, it actually the staff of these data centers is not nearly as high as you might think. They're not like data centers in terms of like people in there. It's just fucking hard drive servers.
Well, no. But it's not just hard drives as well. We have what we call VDIs, which I haven't looked into these, so bear with me. I could be wrong on this, but a lot of these data centers also operate off of having VDIs that can be operated off of their system. And so if you're working from let's just say you work from home, for example, and you want to work for an insurance company or you want to work for Amazon as a customer service rep, the computers that they utilize within their data centers, you would be able to plug into. So if there's a branch of jobs that can be created from that, I'm more than happy with that. And that's more than just what we're dealing with here in the DMV. People around the globe essentially could participate in that, the jobs that are being created there. I just want for it to be enough. At least from my understanding of what these data centers are, and I could be wrong, but
well, okay. So in the case study of Loudoun County, which is the one county district that has the highest population of data centers in the whole wide world, the reason why they are a positive case study for it is because they're covered with data centers. So if you take a look at it, like for example, the people who live in Loudoun County, they don't really pay a whole lot of taxes. And the reason behind that is because they have a ton of data centers around them. Their schools are paid for, their roads are paid for. And that's part of the deal that Loudoun County made.
Loudoun County is also racist as shit. I just wanted to put that in there.
Oh,
Go ahead.
absolutely. We're not going to go down that path, but I'm using them as the case study because that's the one that keeps getting passed around in our districts as like, see how great it can be. And then you go read an article from somebody who lives in Loudoun County, and he's like, yeah, I came here because like I wanted to work on these data centers. I didn't know they were going to build one next to me, and now all I see are data centers. And so like that's the story of people who live in Loudoun County is they don't like the fact that they see data centers out their window. And they can hear them too. Apparently it's a noise population motherfucker too.
Well, I mean, there's a trade-off to that because Loudoun County is flooded with fucking money, man.
That's true, but like you will constantly hear a little hum. Apparently, like when you live in Loudoun County, like when you go to bed, you hear the humming sound of data centers.
I mean, I'm a city boy. That shit don't affect me. But
that's what I say too. I gotta go to bed with the fucking TV on and something yelling at me.
Yeah, I thought I was the only one.
Nah, I keep the fan running. There's a little black and broccoli.
I got I got a fan that roars like a lion. That shit just yells. I don't even know if it blows anymore, but it yells at me.
Cannot sleep without like television or something's got to distract me from all the quietness.
Yeah. I don't really need to do this announcement because there's only 15 people here, but I'm gonna do it anyways. The debate is in 6 minutes.
Hell yeah.
6 minutes. Dougie Fresher on. I don't see either one of the competitors here. Does somebody want to share it out to Shawnee and 50?
I'm not. I think I might be. Mutual Shawnee.
Hey, Tbones, while he does that, were there any denied challenges today?
Ducky ducked me.
Okay. You challenged Ducky?
Yes. And he denied it.
Got it.
What did you challenge him on?
I'm kind of upset about that. If you sleep with a trans woman, does that make you gay?
Oh my god!
He didn't take that one.
No, because yo, look, it was I think Bluntman was on the panel, and Bluntman was kind of gassing the debate because he wanted it to happen and shit. So Bluntman was like, I want to see the debate or whatever. So we had to agree on definitions, and I brought one analogy to him about somebody who's like attracted to a trans person without knowing that they're trans, and then getting up to the point that they sleep with them. Would they be gay in that sense? And he said no, but then he asked the question of how they would be. I think he or somebody else asked the question of why they were attracted. And that's when Bluntman was like, all right, start the debate right now. Cause he already knew I was going to smoke his shit. And Ducky was like, hold on, let me think about this for a second. Nah, I'll take the strike.
You said, hold up.
Move right
There's a
there. That's
lot
a
of
heel.
excitement in his voice.
That's a heel move right
Yeah.
there.
Ducky
There
did
were
win against Steven, though. Ducky has the best record in the war room so far.
There were some good questions asked in that moment. I think somebody said, "So if there's two guys sitting across from each other, staring each other dead in their eyes and masturbating, and they both get off, is that gay?"
I
And he was
heard
like,
that.
"Nah." He
I was
said,
just
"Nah."
like,
I was like, "What are you
I
hiding,
heard that.
Ducky? What are you doing?"
That's fucking crazy, man.
I'm not a fan of them, but like I mean, if you guys are giving out debater of the week, I would think that because he put in a lot of work, regardless of how
He's
wrong he
crushed
always
it.
is.
Holy shit. Bex, Bell, are y'all here? Let's bring FB in. A fucking genius idea.
What happened?
Debater
What?
of the week.
Oh yeah.
FB just proposed an idea that we do debater of the week.
Hell yeah.
Ooh, that's a
Because
good
like
idea.
Genius, right?
I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of the kid, but like I gotta say,
That's a great
this
idea.
Ducky guy has been.
Ducky definitely would be the nomination for debater of the week this week for sure.
Absolutely.
That
You
kid's
could make a
fucking.
little logo for it, and then have
I'll have a
their
logo in 10 minutes. Give me just a minute.
yep.
I'll have a whole
And then
certificate.
on every panel, they get to have their little logo. Like if you want to put it on the panel like poster.
Okay, give me 10 minutes.
We
I'll
should
have
start
both of them
putting it in
paper.
backgrounds. Bro, there's so many things we can do with
That
this
would attract
idea.
the
That's
shit out of
fucking
people.
genius.
You could
Can
also
we
get
get an
them.
application going for FB, please? Can we make that happen?
What where are you, FB? What level are you? I'm just gonna
I think
bump you
he's
up
B
right now.
tier.
I think I'm B. I don't think
He's
I've
S plus
debated
now.
anybody
I
yet.
just made him S plus.
Don't do that. Don't put me there. And then people are gonna want to challenge.
I'm
I
kidding.
don't. No, I'm not. I don't feel like
I'm
debating.
kidding. We all want to work our way up.
If
No,
everyone
I
has,
I'm more so
really
like.
if everybody hasn't heard yet,
um
I am now F tier. I am
Yeah, that's
now F
wild work.
tier. I am debating my way up. There will be
I really want to be an F tier with you. I'm not gonna lie.
there. I have listened. Like the amount of shit I've heard on this panel is nothing to the amount of shit that I've gotten sent to me from like other lives talking shit about me with this. So now there's no more shit talking. I'm an F. I'll debate my way to the top. Everybody can stop with their fucking crying.
What do you mean? We can still kick people when they're down.
Dude, I mean, you can. You guys can do whatever you want. I just think it's funny. People are so mad, but I still have yet. The only person who's challenged me is Tyler Bluntman. Also,
I mean,
I'm reading White Knights by Dostoevsky, and I'm pretty sure it's about to rip my fucking heart out. Just if anyone was wondering. Okay, we're making
I
a.
I really I'm so sorry. I don't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
No, you're good. Oh, you talk.
I was just gonna say, the class that you were proposing on the Philbro side of things, I would
Yeah.
really be interested in that. I just don't want to be called a baddie in
You
the
don't want to be an
process.
existential baddie?
No, I don't want to be a baddie.
So yeah, class and book club. I mean, I could try to make like a guy version or something, but yeah. So we're gonna do a reading list and
Batman.
book club, huh?
I'm not gonna be called that, nigga.
Existential baddies. Um, but the first read is gonna be Plato's The Apology. So it's a very short read. It's very short. It's for free on Amazon, an audiobook, or not Amazon, YouTube. You can get the audiobook for free, or you can get a PDF online. You don't even have to buy it.
All right, someone share it out to 50 because if he does not show up, he loses.
Oh
And
boy.
that's bad.
What time is this debate?
Now.
Okay. Who's he debating?
Strati boy.
Okay, that's right. I'm sorry, I can't remember shit. What's his fucking name on here right now?
Premium
I got
something.
it.
I can't remember.
Premium Black Godfather.
Yeah.
All right.
Becky, do you eat pineapples on pizza?
Huh?
Do you put pineapples on pizza, broccoli?
Yes.
Absolutely not.
Hell yeah.
It's fucking
Who said
blasphemy.
yes?
Oh.
Get the fuck out of
Somebody
here.
said yes.
I'll fight you.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Lightning debate right now. I'm trying to
Yeah, we can
like
do. We can
exactly
absolutely do that.
Yo, I got 100 on
what
FB.
in the blue
There he
hell
is.
possesses
I got
people to do
100 on
it.
FB.
Okay.
There he is. All right, let's go.
All right, I'm
Yeah,
done.
There's no
hold
way
on. I'm
that.
literally 8 minutes away from a job, but it's just a key extraction, so it shouldn't take me that long.
No.
Everybody
You
who's
good?
not,
Yeah, take your time.
everyone who's not red room, blue room, got to drop just 50.
No, he's not ready yet, Belle. He's not ready yet.
Oh,
We also agreed that if people can be adults, that they can stay on the panel for the lightning debates. That was earlier today.
Lightning debates? About what, guys? Hello, everybody.
Who are you?
Usman,
Who you?
Do you?
I just got on. Hello, everybody.
Hey, what's up?
Who did you vote for in 2024?
Yeah, good question.
Guys, I ain't American, so I didn't vote for nobody.
Hey, question. Do you put pineapple on your pizza?
So, as a person who was born and raised in Italy, I'm gonna tell to any tourist that is gonna come to Italy, if you do that, I hope you're gonna get jail time.
Okay. Good answer. Good answer.
I agree with
In the
him.
past, I used to say that.
That nigga said straight through jail. Right to jail.
Yeah.
That's
Oh
crazy.
man, that's crazy, man.
Thank
I can't
you,
believe
Rockland.
people do that shit.
Bro, pineapple absolutely belongs on pizza.
hold on a minute. I got a question for Usman. Usman, you said you're
Yes.
born and raised in Italy.
Yes.
But you keep coming for me when I say that I'm an American citizen.
I knew it.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
How are you?
I knew she would have said that. I was 100%
How
sure.
are you Albanian and you're mad at me for saying that I'm when people ask me?
No, Bell.
You weird.
Bell. I'll tell you right now.
Weird.
Whenever I say it, it's because I'm a little bit provocative, but it's in response to you being provocative. You saying, "Oh, America should have zero ties with Europe. We shouldn't have any type of connection with Europe." While you are European yourself, so I don't understand why you say that.
Oh, he's clocking you,
Yeah.
Bell. He's clocking you.
Yeah, she's self-hating.
I admitted that I concentrate on my own people, right? I'm concentrating on Europe because I mainly know about Europe, and I don't see what the issue is. But he's over here trying to tell me I'm not Albanian enough, and I'm born in Albania. His ass is.
Bell, I'm not saying you're not Albanian.
Wait,
I never
is
said that.
Usman that one that we had that conversation with like early in the fucking morning?
No, I don't. I think I joined, but I don't think I said anything. I don't remember.
Oh,
Probably no.
There must be a lot of Albanians on this fucking app then.
You'd be surprised.
Yeah, motherfuckers have been unleashed.
Okay.
So, Bill,
Like yourself?
I don't have anything against you because you're Albanian.
That's
You're
I
my
find
sister.
you to be your little jabs are Waka pathetic for your age range, but I've been here. I haven't.
There's another one.
I've been here. I wasn't recently unleashed. I've been here.
I don't care. Anchor baby.
I'm not an anchor baby. I wasn't born.
You wasn't even born here.
How is that funny?
I just find it, a little humorous. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because I'm not advocating to keep anyone but my Europeans out. What's your issue?
Okay.
What's your issue?
Okay.
You should take it up.
I think we should.
Stop. Shut up. Take it up with the people that want to keep your people out, not me.
That's all.
I think we should just do a lightning debate between the both of you and get it over with.
Yeah.
It's gonna happen eventually.
Oh, what's the topic?
Brian Mills.
I don't know.
I
My brain is rotted.
Europe, since he wants to keep them in.
Yeah. Oh, hold on. I'm
He
chopping.
wants more Europeans.
What's a
He's got an
funny? What's a
issue with me.
funny? It's not like congratulations. What would be like what would be like a funny way to say congratulations?
That's a
Way to get her done.
Get her done.
Okay.
The award for
Okay.
too much time on your hands.
Nah. We should just start out with one, which would I get where you're going with this. There should be
I'm trying to think.
multiple awards.
Well, I mean that would be the chronically online worst take of the week.
Oh, hold up. You know what's crazy? To digress for a minute. I'm pretty sure Albania is one of the European countries drafted plans for. Oh no, they're not drafting plans for American refugees. You can just go there as an American. That might be a spot to go if shit gets really bad here. Although Bell would be the better person to talk about how shit operates out there, 'cause I don't
Arwaka,
know.
if you wanna come to Albania, you're welcome. All Americans are welcome, guys, in our nation.
All right. This sounds like a
I
lit
don't know.
spot.
Bell
Sound like
told
a
me
lit
there was a
spot.
lot of racist people over there, so I'm a little reluctant to
That's
step
not
foot
true,
in
There's a
bro.
lot
Albania.
of racist people here,
I don't
T-Bone.
I don't know.
T-Bone, that's not
T-Bone,
true, brother.
wait.
That is not true.
No,
Hold
I'm just
up.
saying that's what. Look, because there's a lot of you niggas will catch phase over there in Albania.
Yeah. Ever
Depart,
since
depend.
that,
Hey, I told you there is racism. Depends where you go.
ever since that kidnapping in
That sound like
2008,
everywhere.
I was kind of wary, bro. I
Who
don't know
said
if I can do it.
kidnapping?
You are what? You don't
2008.
make sense. You're either defending them, but then you're calling them out. I'm confused.
Who's them?
Albania.
I don't know shit about Albania to call them out or to prep
So
them.
then why
I'm over
bring it
here.
up?
I'm just trying to learn. I'm
You're
just
just
like,
trying to
hey,
be an
we
antagonist.
might be able to go. Antagonist with what, Bell? Why do you fucking hate your country so much? I don't understand it.
Wait, hold on. What makes you think I hate Albania?
I mean, it's kind of implied.
How is that implied?
Because you get all fucking in a ruckus over the fucking Albanian, it's not to defend it.
Are you kidding me? Do you see me how I defend Albanians or Albania when it comes
No,
to?
I don't.
Well,
I'd say
that's
she
your
does defend
issue.
Albanians, but sometimes she says some stuff that is out of line.
Yeah, because I am operating in an American way. I mean, I live in America. I'm gonna put America first. I live here, just like his bitch
That's
ass.
okay. That's completely okay.
Okay,
Who's
exactly.
hold on? Who you calling a bitch, Bell?
I was talking to Usman. Like his bitch ass is
Oh,
gonna put Italy first because he lives in Italy.
I don't.
Oh please, you gonna tell me you're gonna put Albania before Italy when it comes to
Bell. I
politics?
don't listen.
When it
Listen.
comes to politics,
I'll
the
tell you.
truth.
I'll tell you who I put first. Okay, Bell. I tell you who I put first. I am currently living in Hungary, and there are 3 elections going on. I can't vote because I don't have Hungarian citizenship. Okay, but I am more involved in the
How'd you
political
get? Wait,
situation.
hold on. How'd you get to Hungary?
What do
He
you
was
mean?
starving.
I'm working here.
Oh, okay. Working visa. Wonderful. That's nice.
No. I didn't get. I now you wanna get attached to the citizenship, huh? Well, I see. Don't worry, I'm gonna get American
See, this is the
citizenship
thing.
too, so I can
This
come
is
to
the
you, Bell.
thing. This is the thing. I know my people. I know what my people do. And when they're wrong, I will call it out. I'm not going to be a hypocrite. And I would like
Yes,
to
but you're
explain to
not
everyone.
wrong.
1 second. I'm not
You.
talking about you. I'm not talking about you, Usman.
Ah, thank you.
No,
Exactly.
absolutely not. Not you. But I live here, came here when I was 7, raised here, majority. I was raised here. I have 2 children born and raised here. So I definitely am going to put America first. I love Albania. I love my people. I don't know why you think that I would hate them just because I'm putting America first.
Well, I already gave you an answer, and this is kind of becoming funny because you're taking it too seriously. Sometimes I am provocative, Bell.
It's not that I'm taking it serious. Arwaka's taking it more seriously than you and me.
Okay,
I
Bell.
make jabs, and you
I'll
the one
explain to
who
you.
do take it seriously. You the one who fucking come off mute, get your panties in a bunch.
So, Bell, nobody's saying you shouldn't put America first. Obviously, you live in America. As you said, you've been living majority of your life in America. You should put America first, obviously, without a doubt. The only thing is that I don't like when you say, "Oh, we shouldn't have ties with Europe," blah 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 blah. Like, come on, all Americans are Europeans basically, except African Americans, obviously.
Man,
So you get my
Europeans from
point.
the west side of Europe don't even like you guys. Yugoslavians don't even like fucking Albanians,
What?
bro. They're like the black people of Europe, bro. Like,
Premium. You see, you're gonna. I'm not saying you're being racist, but you're
I'm not being
promoting some type
racist. I'm
of
talking
discrimination.
See,
facts,
but
bro.
this is the problem, 50. This is the problem what they're not understanding. Albania in the Balkans are indigenous people. We don't want
Exactly.
one second. The real Albanians, they don't want to be part of Europe. We don't want to be in the UE. We don't want to be there. But it's our prime minister that wants to put us there, and people who love Europe want to be in there. We don't. We don't. If you're real and you're true to Albania, you don't want to be in that.
I agree.
We want to keep our own currency. We want to be our own people. That's it.
So, if you understand that notion, why, like, you know what? Never mind. Independence and sovereignty is a very important thing.
What the hell is the logo?
So, Bella, I had a question for you. How many citizenships do you have?
I only have one.
You only have one citizenship?
Yeah, American.
You renounce your Albanian?
For real?
You don't. What do you mean I renounced?
If you were
Didn't
born
you
in
have
Albania, you were
citizenship?
born. You had Albanian citizenship, right? I mean,
Yeah, but
I didn't live in Albania, but I
once you
assume.
get your American passport, there's no need for an Albanian passport. What is the need for it?
No, you didn't. You didn't get my. No, you didn't understand my question. My question is, by fact, okay, how many citizenships do you have? Okay, maybe you're.
I'm only a citizen in the U.S.
You only live
Okay,
in
so
the
if you go to
U.S.
Albania and you ask to remake your passport, you can't.
What do you mean?
Albanian, you have Albanian citizenship. Bro. You were
Exactly.
born in
You
that
didn't
No, you
country.
renounce.
don't. Once you become an American citizen,
That's
you.
not
Not
how it
true.
works.
That's not how it
That's
works,
not
bro.
how it works,
Well,
Bell.
listen, I don't, dude. I came here when I was 7. I got my American passport when I was like 9 or 10. So I don't.
Well, that's okay.
It
That's
wasn't.
fine.
Yeah, my parents didn't have an Albanian passport either. They got an American passport. There was no need. You can go anywhere with an American passport, even Albania.
No, Bell, I'm not saying about you don't understand my question. I'm saying factually, how many citizenships do you have? It's not Kelly, Bell, that's not how it works. In the meaning that when you were born, you have a specific type of citizenship.
Absolutely.
Okay?
So Albanian when I was born.
Okay, Albanian citizenship. Okay, there are some countries, okay, when you acquire new citizenship, like the US, okay, they don't delete all the citizenships you have unless you go and formally renounce it. It doesn't mean that if you don't have a passport or if you don't have Albanian ID card, it doesn't mean you are not an Albanian
Well,
citizenship.
most Albanians that I know in the U.S., once they get their American passport, they don't have their Albanian passports
Of
anymore.
course, but that's
It's,
okay. That doesn't mean you don't have citizenship anymore. You understand my point now?
doesn't. Yeah, because here's the thing. This is where he's getting at, Bill, right? Because for all of the documentation that you have to prove your citizenship in the U.S., I'm gonna knock on some wood right now, right? Because I'm not praying this and I'm not wishing this, but if God forbid something were to happen and you lost all that documentation, it was burnt up or whatever
Yeah.
the case is, you have a means to go and get that documentation back in the United States, right?
Yes.
So wouldn't you have those means to do the same in Albania?
Absolutely. My birth certificate.
All right, cool. So you got dual citizenship, Bell.
But it's not dual citizenship on paper. I think you have to go through shit to get like another passport, I think. I don't know how that works.
Bell, you hold
Right
dual
now, you are
citizenship, but you don't.
documented. Yeah, I got this. You are documented as an American citizen right now. That's all you have. You are documented as an American citizen, but that does not do away with the fact that you are an Albanian citizen. You were born in that
Exactly,
country.
exactly.
Well, I never said it did.
You did.
I know I'm Albanian. Like I'm
No,
confused.
that Bell, I'm not saying nationality again. I
Are
just
you
asked
y'all
you a
are
question.
word
That's all.
fucking at this point?
What'd you say?
Y'all are word fucking at this point.
Well, chill down. Just ask a question. Come on. I was just wondering. It wasn't to create a problem.
How many citizenships do you have,
I
Osman?
have two. I have two, and
Which
I'm in
one?
your I'm in your same position because I have not asked once my Albanian passport expired. I've not asked for a new one. So it means that in order to go and get Albanian
Because
passport,
you don't need it
I
though.
don't need it. That's true. That
Yeah,
is true. Well,
you
that's
don't need
true.
it.
Same
See, with
situation.
an Albanian passport, you can't go anywhere in the
That's true. Well, yes,
anywhere
but
you
you
want.
can.
With an
True.
American passport, you can go anywhere in the world.
That's true. You
Well,
can.
almost anywhere.
That's true. That's true. I have Italian passport, so I understand what you mean. That's exactly true. That doesn't prevent you from having both of the passports. Now, do you need it? Obviously not. But in case maybe Afghanistan bans American citizenship, and you want to go to Afghanistan, and Albanians are permitted, you could do that technically.
I got a question for you, Usman. Are you happy with the Albanian government right now sending troops to help
No, Bella,
Israel?
no,
To help Israel? Yeah.
no, no,
Okay.
no, 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 no. I'm not happy.
That's yep.
I'm obviously not happy.
I'm actually extremely pissed off that we are even doing that because Albania has had strong ties to Palestine. We've always been pro-Palestine. For us to do this is fucked up. And the US is using our conflict with Serbia to get us to do this.
I know. That's true. That's true. And again, we love you, American guys. We love all of you. But whoever says that Israel supported the conflict in Kosovo and auto bombings and so on, that's entire bullshit. They never did. Only America did. And other countries, obviously. But yeah. Indeed, on the opposite side, during the ONU embargo in Serbia, during the 90s, Israel was selling them military equipment illegally.
I would like to remind every Albanian, if there's any more in here, that if you're pro-Israel, you are the biggest hypocrite in the fucking world. Because we helped them, we did a lot during the Holocaust to help them, and then when the 90s came around, they supported Serbia because they were against Muslims, and Albania had a majority Muslim country. We were a majority Muslim country, and those assholes supported Serbia just because Serbians were Christian.
I'll post this in the Discord for you to approve.
Who, me?
Both of you.
Where?
I'll post it in the main group chat. That was my bad.
I do not see it. Which one is the main one?
I just posted it right now.
And
in the red and blue room.
I gotta know which room.
The red and blue room in
back
Bell's.
in the
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 main.
OG.
The OG spot.
Let's see. We gotta get to scrolling here, and then maybe that's fucking hard.
You like that?
Ordained by Tbone, Bell, Kal-El, Officer Real Talk, and Cancel Back. That shit kind of hard. I ain't gonna lie. That shit kind of crazy. Wait a minute. Is debater spelled with an O or an E?
No, it's not. You're right. No, it's not.
Listen, My girl
Okay,
got,
The
got
name of the file is correct and the thing is wrong. Don't take that yet.
Wait, Duran, I accepted you, but y'all, if y'all even saw the signatures, Bex is on that shit. So all that bullshit y'all keep saying, fuck you all.
I'm gonna make a profile frame too that people can use. I can put their picture in there, or I can, because I don't know how to make it so they can drop it in there. Here's it with spelled correctly.
Told me that, but she called it the OG spot.
Read what it says though.
No, I can't. I gotta read it later.
No, read it.
All right, 1 second.
What happened to the debate? I mean, Ducky like has a live going on right
Cloud chasing, cloud. I'm dead. I'm dead right now.
Uzman, how are you?
Come in.
Hey, Robbie. All
I do
great.
have
What
a
about you?
question. Usman, are you?
Welcome from America. Excuse me,
all
Bell.
right.
Men are speaking.
Well, what you say about what you say, Duran? I'm sorry.
Welcome from America.
Thank you, brother. Thank you.
Yes, Bell, go ahead, please.
Yeah, Bell was.
Are you from inside Albania or are you from Kosovo?
No, from inside Albania. I mean, this question doesn't make any sense because Kosovo is Albania and should be Albania and will be part of Albania. So
It's never going to be part of Albania because they want their independence.
we'll see, Bell. We'll see.
Okay, but now my question to you is, you're so diehard on this shit when you've got Kosovans all over the news saying, I'm Kosovan from Kosovo. They don't even, most of them don't even want to say they're Albanian anymore.
Listen, Bell. Listen. Unfortunately, there are dumbasses and there will always be dumbasses. Okay?
Stop. They were colonized by the Serbs. They don't consider themselves, they consider themselves higher than us now. Because
if they do really believe that, okay, if they do votation, if they go in to vote to get with us or whatever, okay, it doesn't matter. And if they really do believe that, then that's up to them.
The Serbs can have them.
I don't agree. I think what you're saying is.
If the majority of them say that we're not the same people
I don't think the majority of them, based on my.
Okay,
I get it.
you keep interrupting me.
You're speaking over men again, Bell.
The majority of them keep saying that they're not Albanian. They describe themselves as Kosovan from Kosovo. They don't describe themselves as Albanian from Kosovo anymore, okay? And they're Serbian sympathizers. They're sympathizing with their colonizers. What are we doing at this point? They think they're higher than us because their daddies fucked whiter bitches in Serbia.
Wow, Bell.
Can I answer?
Can he speak, Bell?
Yeah, after that, I don't know if you should even talk again.
Jeez,
Bell,
I mean, what is she gonna interrupt?
Bell, I'm answer to you really honestly, okay? Now, I told you already once, there will always be dumbasses everywhere, but I do not believe, okay, that majority of Albanians from Kosovo, okay, do believe that they are not Albanians, okay? This is based on my personal experience, so it might be biased. We don't know because I don't think we have a census yet where it says, okay, official statistics, let's say they took 1 million Albanians living in Kosovo, okay, and they declared themselves as not Albanians.
Okay, so then let me ask you the question, why përse na thoneve Jevq?
Po kush na thot? O Bel, po kush na thot neve Jevk? Ha, kush? Ata? Ata na thuj neve Jevk? Po ne si kemi...
Yes.
No, Bel, that's not true. That is not true.
Yeah, it is true. What are you talking about?
You two are spreading secrets, and no one in America appreciates it.
Okay, so what I said to him is, now because their daddies fucked whiter and lighter bitches from Serbia and their babies came out a lot whiter, they like to call us gypsies even though we're not Romuni.
So the truth is the following. There's always been some type of hate and racism between northern Albanians and southern Albanians. And based on my personal experience, okay, again, it might be biased because I've hanged out majorly with Albanians from
All
Albania,
right, guys.
other
I'm
Albanians.
sorry. I had a call. Is 50 back?
No, he's not.
50, what's going on, man? It's been about 25 minutes. Is a forfeit in order? Is a forfeit? Let me know, chat. People in the boxes. Is a forfeit in order?
Oh, but Ducky, what's weird is Ducky's like has a live on right now.
Yo, I think I
Yes.
should, Tbones, can I challenge Usman on Albanian politics?
We can,
Oh,
if you
wow.
want to talk about it, I am
I
sure.
mean, if Usman wants to debate about it, sure.
Okay.
It's
We can
not.
add him to
It's
the
not even.
queue.
It's not even debate. What I'm telling Bell is
It
that.
isn't because he's a man and she's woman.
Okay, so do you agree?
Okay.
I think we don't agree with this. I say that if Serbia can take Kosovo, I say let it happen. You are against it, right?
Obviously, I'm completely and it will be until the last drop of my blood and my last breath of air. I will be
Wow.
against that. Sorry, Bill.
That's a
I
lot.
am against it too, but when these people, their majority,
I understand what you're
still
saying. I
hates
get it.
us and sympathizes with their own colonizers, what do you want me to think?
I get your point. I think what you're saying is wrong. Okay? And I told you again, maybe it's your bias or it's my bias. We don't know until we get official statistics of people from Kosovo going to vote or do something and them declaring themselves as not Albanians. Okay?
Most of them are too ashamed to even say they're Albanian. Are you fucking kidding me?
That's again based on my personal opinion, my personal experiences. I've never met a single Albanian from Kosovo that told me I am not Albanian. Never, not even once.
Well, when I first, I think the first time I met one was here in the U.S. Um, my Italian teacher in 6th grade asked me if her name was Mira, if she's Albanian. I said, yes, she's Albanian. When she came back the next day, she goes, why did you tell the teacher I'm Albanian? I said, aren't you from Kosovo? She said, yeah, but I'm not Albanian.
I know, Bel. This unfortunately makes my heart broken. Okay, to be honest, this makes my heart broken. This makes our national heroes revolt in their own tombs. Unfortunately, their own graves.
But
And
Bal,
what can
you're
I
just
say?
like them. But Bal, you're just like them when you allow them to say these things. You're defending them.
Allow them?
But
Allow them?
you're kind of sitting here defending them. What you should do is when they say these things, you should say, "Shame on you!
I
Shame on
Completely,
you!"
I agree, Robert. I completely
I
agree.
do, I do, but I'm not gonna be over here convincing people what they are. I mean, that's not my job. These are grown ass adults. They know the history. They just don't care. Robert, to them, it feels like to me, what I've gotten from it is that they would rather identify with the whole being clean and pure thing that the Serbs offer. Do you understand? Who the hell is calling me?
You guys are like dirty compared to them, is what they're saying.
Yeah, I guess.
Are
So, Bel,
Albanians, do people look at Albanians like that? Everyone just thinks like Albanians are just good for nothing, dirty folk.
nah, that's not true. That's not true.
Well, that's why
I
is
mean,
Bal making me feel that? Why is Bal making me feel like that?
I don't know. Maybe she faced racism or prejudice or discrimination. I did, but from specific
I
ethnicities.
Well, I will tell you this, Osman. This will make a lot of sense to you. My father was chum.
Yes.
There you go.
What does that mean?
Don't worry about
So,
it. Don't explain
okay.
this to him because they're going to use it against me.
Are you kidding? Then why would you sit on the panel? He was half caste.
He was what the fuck?
He was
Does
a half
that mean?
caste.
It doesn't mean anything. Like the fact that it was from whatever Bell said doesn't prove anything. Doesn't mean anything. That zone is and will always be
Albanian too.
Albania.
Yes.
Sorry, guys.
And you notice Hold on, but you notice the difference between
You're poor
wait, one
folk.
second. Do you notice the difference between the Chamria people and the Kosovans? You're not gonna find Cham people saying that they're Greek.
Sean, are you still here?
I don't get the point, Bell. I really don't get the point. Like, maybe
I couldn't
somebody is a
hear you,
little bit
Shawnee.
lighter, a little bit.
50, you still here?
Yes. Yes, I'm
He's
still
I
here.
copy.
prejudiced.
50.
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm just waiting for these clients to pay me. I'm done the job already. Some elderly people are trying to get their life together real quick.
All right, bet. We got a little bit more time, folks. Yeah. Usman, what were you saying about the Albanians? I'm sorry, I'm not paying attention at all. I just
You
want
missed the
Don't
whole
just
ass
to
don't
be
worry.
honest.
discussion. You could have
I
learned
don't, I
so
don't,
much.
I don't know shit about Albania. I don't know nothing.
So
Just
I
continue.
hold on. I just told him what my father was, and now he understands why I think Albanians are a majority of Albanians are racist.
Wait, does your father descend from the racist Albanians?
Yeah, like the
No, he's the opposite.
He's the
like
opposite.
the
Uh,
Yes, it seems.
they call it where her dad's from. They call them the dirty chums.
mm.
Mhm.
Wait, but that wouldn't make her dad racist. That would make the people calling him the dirty, West
Yeah,
racist.
basically.
You
She's
What I
said
from the
think.
brown.
something.
She's
Hold
from the
on,
brown side of town.
Tbones. You said something earlier. You said that I think that Albanians or Europeans are racist. I just explained to him. I told him where my dad is from, and now it makes sense to him why I think that.
Mm-hmm.
Wait. No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I've never seen, okay, anybody in Albania, okay, say anything about where her dad is from, okay? Never. I've seen people in Albania saying stuff about people from Kosovo, okay, with that specific word, and Bell knows about it. It doesn't matter, unfortunately, what Bell's dad has gone through, or at least maybe not your specific case, but the people around him, family, and so on. So the people from Sanria,
But
it's horrible,
you,
unfortunately.
yeah, but you were born and raised in Italy, so you probably don't understand that. Maybe ask your parents; it'll make more sense.
I will. I get your point. I will.
We get the point. It's that those people have been through a lot. A poor folk.
A lot. Shit.
What I'm gonna say, and I hope Bell agrees with me, is that again, guys, there's always gonna be a little bit of nationality. Okay, so there's
Let's
in Albania
go.
there is hate towards Serbs. There's hate towards Turks. There's hate towards Greeks.
Bell
But
hates the Jays.
okay, that's everywhere in the world, so that's a different
Oh, okay.
topic. My point is that we never. No, I'm not trying to claim we are saints, but that's
Then
obviously
don't.
wrong.
Then
Okay,
don't.
that's obviously wrong. To hate somebody else because of their nationality is obviously wrong. Okay, but in this case, is never justified, obviously. But
Well,
what they
it's kind
do
of
to
like
us,
us. We
guys.
get it. We get it. It's like how we look at Mexicans. Ugh. Nobody wants to be
No,
one of
Let's
them.
let's
that's
not
no. No, it's not even
we've
related.
had a great live today, Robert. Let's not take it down that road.
Well, what I'm saying is
Have we though? Because we had a whole
whether
ass
anyone
19 year
likes it or
old
not,
neo schmazi on here today
people
debating.
don't
Yeah,
like.
we gave a little bit of leeway there just because he was 19. But like
Well, in
other than
T-Bones,
that, I mean,
whether
Wait,
go
was
people
ahead.
the
whether
Schnazi
people
here and
like
I
it or
missed
not,
it?
Yes, you missed a white supremacist. He lost the debate too.
Oh my
whether people
god.
like it or not, Mexicans are ridiculed in today's like America. They just are. They're my people. Like I love them. They're not. I'm not Mexican, but they're people that I love.
I think
So,
it's a completely unrelated example, Robert. I mean, I don't know
well,
enough about American history,
it
but
sounds like it's a
from the
group that
little
you
I know.
demonize.
No, we demonize Robert. If we demonize Turks, Greeks, or Serbs, it's because they did something extremely bad to us. Okay, they tried to ethnic cleanse us for centuries. That's to keep it short. Okay, you can call it GC, you can call it
What do
ethnic
you
cleansing.
call a cartel? A system that sends chemical warfare into your borders every day.
Again, I don't know enough about it,
How
so
many
I
people
cannot
unalived in
categorize it.
those
A
conflicts in
capitalist.
Albania?
That's what you call
You
them.
guys want to complain about what happened in Albania? How many people unalived from it? How many people unalived from the cartels and the work that they do here in the United States every year?
Yeah, but Robert,
I bet you more. I bet you
Robert,
more.
I see what you're saying, and I agree with you on that. But then I get called a hypocrite because I'm an immigrant.
Oh well, no, Bell. I'm not.
Not from you
You
though,
will
from
be
other
always
people.
Albanian, more than America.
Yeah, I'm just. All I was saying is I was equating them. I think appropriately to say that they're a demonized group for maybe for whatever whatever reasons. Like what I'm also saying too is you guys might need to lighten up because I think all countries kind of have these dynamics with your next door neighbor.
Absolutely, absolutely, I agree with that too. I'm getting called out here for some reason. Someone thought I hate my people
Oh wow.
because I
No,
put
but
America.
we don't believe you.
Because I put America first. I hate my people. No, but when you ask a Jewish person if they put Israel, if it's Israel first or America first, they got an issue with that. If they say Israel first.
No, but you as an Albanian, as your Albanian brother, I'm always gonna tell you, you live in America, you have American citizenship, your entire life is around America, so you should put America first, and you should feel yourself as an American, obviously. Just something that is important for us
So
Albanian, and
you're telling her don't look at herself as Albanian. You're saying
no,
you
I'm not
stupid
saying
American girl.
no, not at all, not at all. I was finishing my sentence, which is that something we Albanians always will repeat until the end of time is that she needs to always remember her origins, and she does. I'm not saying she doesn't. Okay,
Oh, absolutely. That's never gonna be
so
forgotten. Even my kids are gonna know their origins.
exactly. So
Their
teach the language
origins.
and so on.
Well, chill out with their origins. If they're from here, their origins are come on.
Should I go
Like,
over to the should I go over to Ducky's panel and dish out some L's while I'm waiting?
I mean,
yeah, is he still live?
Yeah, he's still alive.
Is he talking on
After
his live?
Go ask him. Just go ask him what homosexuality is, and then
yeah, you know, and I'm sure like
yo,
Lens or
sure,
somebody is over there. I don't know.
Yo, that shit was
50, hurry up, gang. It'll be 38 minutes. What's going on?
yo, that shit was brutal. That was probably the worst argument I think I've seen anybody like position I've seen somebody take in a really long time.
Who is this?
Ducky took the argument that homosexuality only exists once you complete the act or start the act, not if you are
Ducky fell
interested
asleep
or
with
show
look.
interest in.
Ducky fell asleep with another man
Whoa.
on the panel. So that's
Well, I
good.
don't know. I don't know
That's
if I
good.
would. I don't know if I would disagree. I don't know. Hold on. I don't know.
I ain't gonna lie. I should screenshot it too.
I don't
I
know if
should
I would
screenshot
disagree with that
it.
because I don't know. Hold on. I don't know that I would disagree with that because then it's not a continued position either. That let's say someone is no longer or explores with women again, they're not a continuation of the previous acts. They're not still gay. They can be bi. Or if they do it and they no longer like it or they think it's not for them, they can revert to heterosexuality. And so it's like, is the act going to define that for them? Like if they've
Exactly.
done it now, are they gay forever?
He's saying that the act defines it, and only the act can define it. So if you are attracted to men, and you consistently are attracted to men, and you show sexual interest in men, and then you do like sexual acts with men, it is not the same thing as being homosexual. You has to
can
be
y'all
the
check
sexual
Discord
action.
again, please? Bell and T-Bone, can y'all check Discord again, please?
I like this one. I just don't know how do we use that. Like, what does that do?
Well,
Like, would
so
we
I
put
was
it as
trying
a
to
sticker?
decide. Okay, so it might get to be a lot to like put profile pictures in it. Like I always can if someone wants their profile picture in it, but I thought maybe this is like a generic one that they can have if they just want. Like I don't know how many people are gonna want a profile picture. Like if someone has a better idea for something we can like give to them besides the
I got a
certificate.
custom picture I'll give you.
Nah. I think because like he already has backgrounds of this shit. Like, would he wear this as a profile picture? I don't know.
Probably not
I
because
don't
he's
know.
part of the other group.
Yeah,
So their profile pic.
SNBA.
That's what I'm saying. So
I
like,
don't want to. I mean, like, I would be cool with them putting this as a PFP, but I don't want to like overstep toes.
right. So well, this I was just thinking like not necessarily for him, but if people wanted some sort of like showcase
Oh
or
yeah,
whatever, then and I mean I could change it. I just threw something together.
no. I think that would be good for after this, but like specifically for this situation because it's a part of the network. Maybe we
Right. I
just
don't want to like
leave
step on
that
toes.
for
What? I'm confused.
yeah,
Why
leave that
wouldn't
for
it
the crew.
work? I'm confused.
So I know how other people play the game, Bell. I'm not willing to play the game in the same way.
What are you talking about? Let me see this picture. What the fuck?
Well, I mean, it's nothing bad. We're
Yeah, it's
just talking
nothing
about
crazy.
putting a
It's just
profile. It's like so it has red room, blue room, and then debater of the week, right? But like if he's putting that in his background, is that him promoting?
But whose
our
live? Wait, whose live is the debate gonna be on?
what are you talking about?
Who are you talking about?
I'm confused.
No, go look in Discord. I made
Okay,
a
so
debater of the week
well,
profile picture.
yes. So debater of the week is the idea is it's issued out to the person who debated the best within the past week in the war room. Ducky won that. So the question becomes,
Ducky
right, with
won?
this profile picture,
Yeah.
yeah, Ducky won. Ducky been whooping ass.
He wasn't lying to
So
me?
No.
Oh.
no, he actually won. No, Ducky's been doing really good. So the question becomes because she has something that you can put like as your profile picture for the week. Um, did we issue that out so that people can rock that on their profile picture? I think it's a great idea. The only problem is I don't want to step over toes with what they got going on over there. So
Here's
I
my
don't know
idea.
if we can step that.
I'll
For the
make
time being, they could and then take it off. It's up to them. Ask him.
so well here's
Okay.
okay, this is my proposition. So I say we do the certificate, this, and then I'll make like a TikTok size background that just says like the certificate and what they got that they can like post if they want. And we just put it in like a zip file and everybody gets all three. Whether they use it or not, none of our business. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
But
like
this
that.
is what you get for getting debater of the week. You get a certificate, a TikTok size thing that you can post, and a profile picture. You don't got to use none of them. You don't got to show anybody any of them, but that's what you get.
I mean,
Wait, why don't you guys just incorporate it into your backgrounds so that way?
We would appreciate the posting though.
I mean, that's
I
what
ain't
I'm
putting
saying. It's
Ducky
like
in my
free
No,
background.
you don't have to put
advertisement.
him in your background, but like you could put debater of the week and then blah blah blah, whoever it is,
His
right?
username.
Yeah, and then a
Sorry, guys.
username.
Oh,
I
I
have
get
a
what you're
question.
Like
saying.
you can
Sorry.
Like have the
integrate it into a
certificate
corner of
and
your
like
background so that way no
yeah,
one has
yeah,
to, and then everybody knows who to gun for.
yeah.
That sounds like a lot of adding to backgrounds for
Wow.
stickers and
Okay, off
platforms.
the rip. She's ready to start.
Are you guys trying to create like a championship of debate or something like
We
that?
already
Or
did.
Yeah. It's a whole league,
It's
Usman.
already
Do
created.
you debate?
wow,
Do you participate in debates, Usman? Are you a debater?
guys. Honestly, some topics you talk about like around America and all. I don't know shit about it, so I can't. But I'll be a guest sometimes for sure.
Wait,
All
T-Bone,
right.
how's that a lot of work? It's literally just
Maybe to
something
debate Bell.
tiny.
Yeah, I think it's more about editing it into the backgrounds.
Like you
And
see
we have
how
a
it
lot of
says,
backgrounds that we produce. So like right now I have like, can black people be racist? Tomorrow I might have are trans women.
no, but
And
do you
then
see how do you
Donald
see how it
Trump does
says red
something.
room, blue room right there? That gap above it, you could put debater of the week, Ducky. That's it.
Yeah.
Or like under
I mean, if there's
yes
a
or
way to
something.
edit it, if there's a way to edit it into the pictures that doesn't take a whole bunch of brain power, like I wouldn't be opposed to
You just
it,
put your
but I
background
don't
into
know.
Canva and then just add it and then call it a day. That way you can
I don't
continuously
use.
edit it.
I listen.
Some of us do the
You're
graphic
talking.
designs for the group, and like that's a lot of
Mhm.
work to constantly change every single day, multiple backdrops for multiple platforms. Like
You
that's
guys have the same backgrounds though, right?
no, we changed them.
No. So this was the background earlier, and then this was the one that Bell had, and
Bell. Oh,
then
Hold on a
speaking
second.
of, don't ever run that
uh,
topic again, Bell.
this was the other one over.
Hey, yo,
Hold
Brand.
on,
So,
I've been
Not
running
Brand.
that
Hey, yo,
topic for
Bone.
years.
We gonna have to
And let me
reschedule
tell
This
you,
is
for
this.
this one's a
years
good
you've
but
one.
been
anyways,
told
yeah.
it's
Well,
racist.
Hey,
yesterday
yo,
you
Bone. We
literally
gonna have
heard
to
that.
reschedule this. Just ask 50 if he wants to reschedule. This is come on. It's taking too long, man.
Bell, for
I
years,
agree.
I'm not even in my
for
debate
years
mode
they've
no
been
more.
telling. Bell, for
Uh,
years they've been telling you stop
um,
using that
Wait,
background.
you know my biggest topic that went viral? T-Bone even used it for like a week. No, for months, right? T-Bone, I'm saying, why do you hate
what
white
was it?
people?
That's
Oh yeah,
fine. You can do
yeah,
that. But here's my thing. When
I
you
think
do
I'm gonna go
this,
back to that one. I'm gonna go back to that
don't
one.
do the can black people be racist one,
I'm
Bell.
gonna
I mean,
go back to
I think that
wait.
people can do whatever they fucking want to,
Yeah,
honestly.
I think
I
I'm gonna
think
go
I
back to
think I
hold
think
Oh,
on.
people can do whatever
whoa.
they I think people can do whatever the fuck they want, but whenever the repercussions come, don't cry victim.
Nobody
I don't
cares.
cry victim. I don't cry victim.
Well, hold on.
I feel
Whatever.
that.
T-Bone,
Look,
can I
look,
get
look,
a
look, look.
can I get a
What
clarification
do you
on
mean
that?
Yes,
nobody
yeah.
cares? What the fuck?
Clarification. Hold
People
on.
quite literally were in
Clarification
her
is
comment section yesterday and she was on mute and I was defending her.
I mean, I think she knows what
just
she's
a
doing.
second.
She's been hosting panels for a long time.
Yeah, and I've been
Listen,
on
listen.
those
I'm gonna let
panels
y'all.
and I know the backlash Belle has gotten and I don't want Belle to have to deal with that.
I'm
The
gonna go
I'm
fuck?
gonna
back to
let
the
y'all get
big
into it.
topic.
Listen. I'm gonna let y'all get into it. Let me
No,
talk
it's
to
not
Shiny Boy
getting
real quick.
into it. I just
So,
voiced an opinion and somebody butted in.
I look, Shiny Boy. The answer is yes. I'll try to get 50 to reschedule with you. Is tomorrow a good day?
Yeah, tomorrow would be good. I just
Same time.
it's just I've been sitting here on silent for the last 45 minutes, man. Like I said,
Right. Yeah.
that's all.
Don't worry about it. We'll get it rescheduled. If not, then he forfeits points, and you automatically win.
Hey, I tell you what, if he ended up like if it doesn't work out, why don't you take his position and then we go from there. Bring up conservative time. Or you block them.
I don't. I mean, I can go and do like an hour study on tariffs and make an argument, but like, I don't see a reason in that. I think the argument that me and you were the debate that me and you were arguing earlier. Damn, Bell. Damn.
She like using she in the shower or some shit, bro.
Bro, I'm saying.
Kitchen.
Sure,
Uh huh.
sure.
Anyways,
Who puts a
I
shower
think
in
the
their
debate
kitchen,
that we
right?
had. I think the debate that me and you had earlier, or like I wouldn't call it a debate, conversation that we had would lead to a better debate that we could set up than the
Uh-huh.
tariffs because I don't truly believe in that stance.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. So you
Yeah,
100% believe? Okay, all right. So that was fun. I was fun. So I'm down for that for sure.
but and again, it just depends on how you're defining discrimination, oppression, things of that nature. But we'll iron that out in the future if y'all can't get it going.
Okay. Shit, I still think we
Uh,
should do it. I still think we should do it. Um,
yeah,
either way, win, lose, or draw. You S plus tier,
yeah.
right?
No, I am F tier,
Get
C
the
tier. Sorry,
fuck
C tier,
out of
C
here.
tier.
What are we doing, man? Y'all niggas
I'm
T-Bone
a
and
C
I
tier all
dropped
day.
T-Bone and I dropped to F to make this fun. We're gonna debate our way to the top because we're sick of listening to
Well,
each
we
other.
Boo.
both
Shit.
dropping.
Boo. That's why
Somebody's got to
LeBron
be in
James
C
going
tier.
to the
Wait,
fucking
hold
G
on.
League.
Bell's in
Isn't
C
Bell in
tier.
C tier?
Yeah, Bell's in C tier.
I
You and
mean,
I are in F. Bell's in C.
I'm
I
not in
mean,
C.
Oh,
I'm in
what the
B.
fuck?
Oh,
I'm
she's
in
in
I
B.
B.
mean,
Bell, I got bad news for you.
Don't you dare. What the fuck?
Oh, let me see. Oh, she is in B.
Yeah, what are you
Um,
doing?
Bell,
That
just
was a
drop
big
down to C,
thing.
bro. Just
No,
drop down
B.
to C.
No, B for Bell. B for Bell.
You already at the
Put
bottom of
I
B
Manny in
don't
anyways.
C.
care. Listen, I don't care even how many debates I win. I'm gonna stay in B.
Put Manny in C.
Well, we gonna
It's
Bell, you
OCD.
gonna have to
I
work
can't do
for it.
that.
We're gonna have to move you down to C, and you're gonna have to work for it.
No, you can't do that. That's not fair. Y'all wanted to move down. I didn't. Leave me alone.
so
Was it?
why did y'all do
Said,
that?
leave me alone.
Nobody was even challenging you, Bone, on your position. What are you talking about?
Because so I want to see how points work, and I think that it's better to do it from F tier. But I think it's
Ooh,
probably
okay.
better to just have Bex in F tier, and then me in C tier.
Listen, I
And
completely
kind of work it from
understand
there.
the whole Bex and CT because a lot. I mean, Bex and F tier. There was a lot of people gunning for Bex's position.
Yeah, but
A
none of
lot of
them
people.
challenged me, right? None of them have challenged me. They all just talked shit.
Well,
Well, if you're
Well,
in
neither
F
one of
tier,
us are in A tier. That's a
well,
problem.
neither one of us are in
A tier. That's a problem. We have none of us in D tier, C tier, or A tier. We
I
got
mean, I
two of
was an
us
A tier, but
in.
I'm really happy being an F. That's what I want to do.
Well, there's two things, Bex. You have
Tacos did
choices.
challenge you.
Yeah, tacos will get her debate. What, Shawnee
You
boy?
have choices, and I think you should start calling out these people. You all know these people. You know most of their stances,
I
and
mean,
you
I'm
know
debating Bluntman on Friday.
that's a hard one to start with.
No, it'll be great. It'll be good. I got it.
What is the topic?
We haven't even picked one yet.
Bex, you can't.
Sorry, can I
Bex, you
ask?
can't
Sorry,
start. In,
Belle, how long
I'm
have I
sorry,
known
just real
you?
quick.
Almost
Bex, you
4
cannot
years
start
now.
in.
Okay, and in
What?
that time, Belle, and
Bex,
when
you
you
can,
ran that
Hold on,
Wait, hold on,
background,
T-Bone's
T-Bone.
talking.
Yeah,
T-Bone's
hold on.
talking. What,
sorry,
T-Bone?
T-Bone.
the only thing I was gonna say is I don't think it's a good idea. I'm just gonna be honest with you. You're gonna lose the Bluntman. I
Well,
don't
no,
think
I
it's a good
know.
idea for you to start in F tier then,
Why not?
unless well, you're gonna take an automatic loss, which puts you at the bottom of the bottom. You'd be
Yeah,
last
good.
place.
Then I'll
Are you
debate my way
okay with
back
doing
up.
that?
Wait,
I mean, put me
Okay.
in
you won't
C.
lose
Well, put
points. I
me in
thought you
C, and
gain
then
points
when
if you
hold
debate.
on, put me in C, and then when Bluntman beats me, I'll drop down, and then
Wait,
I'll
why
go
are
back
you
up.
so
No,
sure? Hold
the
on. Why
points
are you
don't
so
work that way.
sure that
Just
he's
start
gonna
in F.
beat
You're
her?
fine. You're fine. No,
Wait, don't you?
Bex,
If you
stop.
debate, don't you
Can
automatically
you
get points?
can you be a little optimistic, please?
stop. No. Strawberry, what were you saying? I'm sorry. We're just gonna move on.
Just gonna
Shannon.
say, Belle, in that whole time that you've been running this background, because I've told you about this background even before, right? I've told you it's a bad idea even before, and I used to defend you behind your background because people used to come at you. So I don't know why other people feel like it's necessary for them to just take out their anger if they have things to say. I'd rather they say it with their chest.
No, but like,
With
let's.
my chest. I
I want you to
literally
know.
said it
I
with my
even got.
chest.
You
Hold on.
didn't. You didn't. You
I
hid
did.
behind it. You had other issues. It's
Hold on.
fine.
No, it's not. No, the
Yeah,
issue
you've
is
been
that I'm
angry for a
really
while.
no. I'm not angry at all. I'm
You
tired
are.
of
You
people
yelled it
telling
at
us
me.
what the fuck to do.
I
That's what I'm
wasn't telling
tired of.
you what to do. I was
No,
talking to
I said
my
us,
friend. I
all
was
of us.
talking to my friend
Okay,
Belle.
and I gave
My
my
friend
opinion,
Belle
and
about
Whoa,
her
I
stop,
gave my
background.
Bex.
opinion.
No, and nobody asked for it. If I
I
wanted your
didn't care. Do
opinion.
I? This is my fucking phone. I'm a
And
grown ass
guess
woman
what?
who
I'm
pays
on
my
my
own fucking
phone
phone bill,
on a
and so
black
I'm gonna
man's
give you my fucking
panel.
opinion, and you're gonna
And that's
listen to it.
fine because earlier wasn't your whole thing that, oh, well, people can do whatever the fuck they want. So I can
Yeah,
say whatever the
and
fuck I
so can
want
I,
too.
and
Can I?
so can I.
Except it wasn't necessary.
Can I?
Except for I said it anyways.
Can
And
I
guess
take?
what? It was unwanted,
And guess what?
unwelcomed, and
Nobody
useless.
gives a fuck.
You do, you're
Nobody
yelling.
cares.
You
All right,
do, you're
Nobody
I need
yelling.
to
cares.
speak. Let me speak. Let
You're
me speak.
yelling,
Nobody
Bax. You're
cares. I'm not
yelling.
yelling
You're
at all.
yelling.
I'm
You're
not.
yelling.
You
I'm
You're
guys.
not.
Okay,
yelling.
you both stop. Both of
You're
you gave.
relapsing.
You
No,
both
you're
gave.
here causing
You
drama.
both. You
No,
both.
you started all of this.
Can I get
I'm
out
just
line?
Actually, you did because Belle and I have
all
had
right.
this conversation before,
Great.
independent
Yes,
of
we
you.
get
She
it.
just said it.
Everything we do is wrong. We get it.
No, not you guys. You have an issue. Stop putting it on to the rest of these people
Girl, I
because
don't
you
have an
think you're
issue with
one.
anybody. I genuinely don't
You
care about anyone on
do.
the internet.
You do. You just
No,
started yelling at me
I'm here to
unprovoked.
debate. I get it. I've gotten all the DMs. I get it. Everybody's just waiting for Bex to get on any panel besides T-Bones to fucking coming back.
No. Oh my. See, look at
I've
that.
heard all the shit
There
talking.
you
I
go.
got it.
He's
I
at it
don't care.
again.
I don't care.
He's at it
I don't care.
again.
I don't
Bex,
care.
I don't know what to tell you, but the world does not revolve around you.
Yes, it does.
Okay, and guess what? You're off your meds.
I'm
Sorry.
not.
Get
I'm
back
not
on
off
them
my meds.
because I came here and I voiced an opinion to
Right, and I
Belle.
gave you my opinion back.
And guess to Belle. And this is the thing about
Right,
people
and this
like
is a
you.
free speech panel.
And
Is it
guess
not?
what? Did you not try to limit my speech?
No, you said
Yes,
what you
you
needed
did.
to say.
Yes, you did. You said, don't go out here and say what
Strawberry,
you
leave
think.
Bex alone.
She's just mad.
No,
It's fine. She's been
I'm not
waiting. There's been
mad. I'm not.
10
I
days of
promise you,
shit
you're
talking
Hold on, it
about me.
wasn't
relapsing.
Strawberry that started this.
I was
No,
talking to
I've
Belle
heard.
about her background that was
Bex, leave Strawberry
controversial.
alone.
She's
I've
beating
heard.
me up on the internet. She's
Yeah, you're
attacking me
getting
on my
beat up.
cellular device.
Bex,
She's been
stop it.
trying to do this for some time. I'm scared.
So
I'm
sad.
scared.
Stop being a bully.
She is a bully. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had an opinion to Belle, which, by
I'm
the
gonna
way,
make
Belle,
the
how
same
long have I been
backdrop and put
telling
it
you
up.
this opinion?
2 years.
Bella, send me the backdrop. I'll put it up.
And guess what? Nobody's gonna come.
That's not
You wanna
true.
know why? because Bex, you're
I'll
so
come.
attention starved. Like it's
My
weird.
panel,
Well, but
my
hold on. What
panel's
was the
fun.
critique as it was? It was just to say that you find it controversial that a white person would have this as their background.
I think it was inappropriate, and I've seen Belle get backlash for this throughout the years, and Belle can attest to this, which she did. I have defended her behind this background, and I said, oh no, I don't think she means it in this way. And so I told her, girl, just stop putting the background up. You have other backgrounds that are also, then the conversation was moving, and then here comes Bex. I have to center
I want
myself. I'm the
opinion.
cult.
Oh my
I'm
God.
and not everybody needs to have an opinion in a private AB conversation.
I can have an opinion anytime
No,
I
it was an
want.
AB conversation. Keep your opinions to yourself.
There's
You've
Let me
yet
know
to
when
have
you
a
both are
conversation.
done so I can respond.
It,
so mad.
Well, I'm
Strawberry,
waiting for
see
the
the way out of it.
So mad.
No,
Okay,
Val
so
just
you
wants
want
to
me to be
respond.
mad.
okay, so I
You want that
respect.
This
so bad.
Can I
So
speak,
mad.
please?
Bex, you're just, oh God, when I'm
Bex,
So
this is
50,
an
I'm not
mad.
going to
AB
behave this way.
conversation.
Just wait till they tap you
So
in, Val.
mad.
When I'm 50, I'm not going to behave this way, I promise. It's very
You
So
will.
weird.
mad.
It's
Yes,
very
you
weird.
will.
So
Guess what?
mad.
I have Ozempic.
I heard, congratulations.
Yeah. I didn't think
So,
I'd put the
anyways,
needle
Belle,
I'm
do you
in.
sorry.
want
I'm
to?
sorry. Pause. Who the fuck is that?
That's
That's
Greenlit.
greenlit.
That's me.
What purpose do you serve up here, gang?
Oh, he's
My
he's
purpose?
he's a benefactor.
I'm a racist.
You're
That's
gone.
it.
You're gone.
So no, because actually, I'm so confused as to why you're like, oh my
Greenlick,
God,
you're
this whole
no, no,
conversation is.
pause. It's like Greenlick, you're in the race. You passed the person in second place. What place are you in?
I'm definitely a racist.
Okay, get him out of here. Get him gone. Go ahead,
I'm sorry,
guys.
but that was a funny question and answer.
Before y'all start talking again, can I please respond? So, I respect both of your opinions. Thank you for your opinions. I have done this topic for years. I have had very controversial topics. My favorite one and the most trending was, why do you hate white people? So, even when I did that one, Strawberry, they still found the left and certain people found a way to twist that on me too, saying that I'm accusing black people of hating white people. Like, no matter what I do, what topic I do, someone's going to have an issue with that. Do you understand? And I appreciate you. You were always there, defending me, and I love you for it. And I respect both of you guys' opinions. Thank you. But I'm going to go back to the
Yeah, I
white
had an opinion. She had an outburst. There's a
Well, but hold
difference.
on, Val. Here's what I'll say. I think what she might also be communicating to you is, and I'm not trying to actually stir the pot on this one, but like I think there's a vertical of this that like when black people come onto your panel and you're putting that kind of image forward, maybe she's saying like she wouldn't have come on the panel if you're holding like a live like that. Does
Yeah,
that make
for
sense?
example, and I'll say this, I said it earlier, there's certain people who are not qualified to discuss race, and I will quote myself, and I'm sure that has hit certain people's DMs, and I say everything I say with my full chest, I don't hide, right? So you, for example, Belle, love you, I don't think you're the most qualified to be discussing topics with regards to race. I know what your opinions are, I
But
know
how
where your
else is
heart is
someone like
at.
how
I
else
know
is
where your
someone
But
like
heart
her
the
is.
learn?
problem,
Well, hang on.
but
I
the
know where her
thing,
heart is at. And I mean that genuinely, except I said, Bex, I would rather chew grovel than listen to you discuss race, especially given the take you had previously. I think it's harmful. I think it's dangerous. That's my opinion.
Then don't come to my
Hold
channel.
on, let me
so
finish, right? And if that hurt your feelings,
It doesn't.
good. Read. It clearly
Genuinely
did.
don't care.
It did. You're gritting your
Genuinely
teeth.
don't care.
You're gritting your teeth.
Good.
You
Genuinely
screamed at
don't care.
me.
Genuinely
You
don't
screamed
care.
at me on
I
your phone.
genuinely don't care.
No, you do.
I don't.
You do.
I think it makes you so mad that I don't care, honestly.
No, it doesn't, because you do care. I came on
I
here to try
don't.
to have a civil conversation, and then you jumped on me like a sumo
I don't
wrestler. It was
care.
insane. Like,
I gave my
what?
opinion, but okay,
I
stop.
like anytime
Get
I
it
have an
all out.
opinion. No,
Get
this
it
is
all
like
out.
pathetic, honestly. Get what out?
Whatever
My
you need to
opinions
get
of
out.
you?
Yep, get it all out.
You've heard them all. Do you want
Good.
me to
Well then,
do you want me to restate them,
whatever
or
you
do
need to do
you want me to
to feel
validate
better.
you?
Whatever you need to do to get it off your chest, girl. I'm here for you.
What are you talking about? Are you okay?
I don't
People
know.
are entitled to opinions. Not
Yeah,
everybody
so get it
has
all. I'm
to.
telling you, I'm giving you the platform.
No, you
Get it
want me
all
to
out.
say things to you, and it's weird. Maybe you should deal with that instead.
My 17-year-old playing video games. Yeah, I'm sure he needs a lot of help.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure he's
Yeah, you should be like, hey, it's getting late. Let's not yell, you
It's
know?
8 p.m.
Okay, we're gonna move on from
Why
this.
are you talking about my kids?
Yeah, we're
I'm
gonna
not
move
I'm
on.
not talking about your
Nobody
kids.
was
You
talking.
literally
Stop.
are talking
Wait,
about
how
my
is that
kids.
talking about your kids? How?
It could have
How?
turned into
How does this?
Elaborate. I do the same thing with my younger siblings. What the fuck are you talking about? You just
Well,
want a reason to be victimized.
I'm not.
Is
No,
that
do
it? Do
whatever
you
you
want to
need
feel
to
like a
do.
victim? Do you want
No,
me
do
to
whatever
validate
you
you in
need to
your
do.
victimhood, Bax? Have you not been called a victim enough today? Is that it? Bax, you are such a victim and you are valid. Is that what you want me to say? Because if you're not, like, I have opinions. I state my opinions clearly. You get angry and aggressive and violent over them, and then I restate them, and then you're passive aggressive. You never say things with your chest. I don't know what you're upset about. You've been having this like weird thing where you're antagonizing towards me, and it's terrifying. And if you don't have anything to say, then don't say it. But me, I'm gonna continue to have the opinions I have. Like, what the fuck?
You're making me like I'm getting a stomachache. What? How?
I'm not
Okay,
doing it.
so
She
wait,
did
so
it.
T-Bone and Bell for this video that I'm making like a little video for the weekly winner.
Yay.
What do we want on it?
I don't know. We'll talk about it later. Is there? How do I get you two to like be cordial?
Is Shawnee
Exactly.
coming
I
back,
am
y'all?
cordial.
Is
So I
Shawnee
just want to
coming
know.
back?
I am
No,
cordial,
he said to
Belle.
reschedule.
Okay, all right.
Belle, I am cordial, but some people, right, they're just like perpetual victims. They can't handle a critique. They think every single critique is an insult.
So, anyways, I have a little video made.
Oh,
I just want
see,
to know what
that's the
everybody
thing.
wants put on it, and then I'll send it to you guys to come in with the
Yawn.
other shit.
So wait, what happens now? Does that mean that we're like back to,
I'm back.
is
Leave
this like,
leave Strawberry alone.
thank you. Thank you.
Well, so
That,
is
that's
there a
big
Strawberry,
place?
you're a
language
Is
coming
there
from
a
the
place?
bigot.
Is there a place to
Strawberry.
find peace?
Well, Robert,
Strawberry,
I'm
you're
not
a
doing
victim.
anything. I just have opinions.
Strawberry, you're a victim, and I validate you.
And so
Thank
you're
you.
saying
It's nice, you know?
that you're someone who has opinions about like everyone, and Bex just takes
And the thing is, there's people
exceptional
who have
issue with
opinions
your
about me.
opinions.
No, the thing is, right, I'm not like, I've just had opinions, right? And I've stated them very
Hmm.
clearly, and I've attempted to be cordial about them,
You're
right,
not
as best as I
cordial.
could. And yeah, I have laughed at some jokes. I'm not gonna lie, I haven't made the jokes necessarily, but I've laughed. And I think that Bex has been wanting to have an issue with me for some time and is foaming at the mouth just to like jump on me.
He hates you
And
because you're pretty.
you sound like my mom.
How the fuck did Greenlit get back up here?
I don't
I'm
know. He's
racist.
like, is
No, I'm gonna ask the question again. You're in a race. You passed the person in second place. What place are you in?
I'm a racist.
Okay, then get the fuck on. Yes, we rescheduled, officer.
Oh, that's a shame. That's a shame.
Babe?
What's an insane take?
slaves had rights?
How did they not?
I'm not discussing that. You're fucking
Okay.
crazy. That's an insane take.
Well, it
Yeah.
depends on how you're defining rights.
Oh
Yeah,
God,
what's a
Robert.
right?
Well, it depends on how you're defining it for the argument.
Yeah,
I don't
what's a
know.
right?
I
I'm
think
not
he's
holding this
asking you.
position. I'm not asking. I'm not holding this. But you're not duping me
Oh,
into a debate
me?
on this topic.
A right is a
We're having a
a right
good
is
day.
like
The
a
last thing I need to delve into is a conversation of making a debate
wait. Was
on
somebody asking me a question or not
slaves
asking me a
having
question?
rights.
Okay, never mind. I see. I see. My bad.
I would just skip it. It's not worth it.
Well, I thought somebody was asking me a question, so I was just gonna answer it. But if not, then
No,
my
just,
bad.
yeah, just.
However,
Hmm.
though, I am taking debates on this. I had a few yesterday that went pretty well for me, but
Take 4 W's with this yesterday? That's green lick again. I don't have mod on this account.
I did
I
want to
did.
challenge someone on race, but
The hell, what?
yeah.
Challenge a black
What?
person.
What
You
about
should
race?
just do it, Belle. Honestly,
On
do it
race,
and take the racist position.
I kind of
What's the
mentioned it to him in the other
What's the
live.
proposition?
Wait, hold on a minute. I'm thinking racism now, but in the other live, we were trying to see what we disagreed on. So, Robert, what do you think we disagree on the most?
Who?
You and me.
On race or
No, what?
anything?
Yeah, I feel like because the Palestine issue, now you're on board with that. Um,
Well, we're
I feel
both
like the thing,
Republicans. We're both conservative. We're both fairly
yes, but
traditional. So I don't really.
we don't agree. We don't have the same opinions on race and racism.
Wait, are you a one state or two state solution?
Who, me?
Yeah.
One state, all to Palestine.
I think he's two state. I thank you for
Oh, who?
asking,
Me?
Alien. I'm good. I'm terrified though. Send help.
Who
Are you talking
is
about me? Saying
Alien?
I'm one state?
It's me on another account talking to myself, according to Chue.
I'm pro one state, but not Palestinian. I want like a third party, not an
What,
Israeli
are gonna be
government
Third
either.
party?
USA?
Yeah, I don't want the
It's gonna be
Israeli government.
USA?
No, something new for both of them to share.
Wait, that's one
That
state.
ensures rights. It is. I know. I would support one state, but I don't want it to be Palestinian ran or Israel ran. I want it to be new.
Do you want to grant the
That
right
would
of
be
return
the
to all
US.
Palestinians?
That would just be the US
Well,
then.
yeah,
You're
You would
granting the
have
right of
to.
return to all
So
Palestinians?
we would make
yeah.
Israel like Puerto Rico or
No,
Hawaii. Yeah.
that's awful. I don't want to do that.
Well,
I want it to
You're
be.
what are you asking for?
I
you're
want them
essentially
to
taking
make
the Jared
something for
Kushner
themselves.
approach.
No, I want both of them to make something for themselves, but for the world to help them coordinate it. So, but also you can't keep the Israeli government
The
intact.
problem
I think
is the
it's too bad.
world.
It's too
Wait,
evil.
Robert. The problem is that the world has been helping them to coordinate it, and it's been horrible.
Well, but right now we're trying to help Israel win. I don't think
What?
we should be trying to help either win. I think we need a third option, something new that governs them both.
I think these people are tired of being governed by anyone. I think they just want their independence and they want to
Well,
be
but they
left the
should be
fuck
a part
alone.
of it. They should be a part of it. Like they're a part of their
No, they
government.
want nothing from anyone. They just want to be Palestinian and left
Oh,
alone.
then I don't know what to tell you about. I'm just trying to think out loud here.
Are you
What
guys
do you
both
think?
pro-life?
I'm pro-life. With exceptions, but I'm pro-life.
I have no
There's a.
exceptions.
Well, I'll debate you on pro-life.
I have
No,
no
I don't.
exceptions.
I don't like that topic. I'm more
Okay.
pro. I'm more pro-confused on that
Wait,
topic.
what's your
Well,
most controversial take?
who, me or her?
Both of you.
Mm, in general or on politics?
A-
Because that's what she
Actually,
likes.
Bell, I could stake a pretty strong claim you could try to argue with me with on that topic. It is a controversial take.
Officer, I don't want to fight with you. I want to fight with Robert.
Oh,
She doesn't
sorry.
want to
I was
debate
trying
you.
to run. Yeah, or her and I are trying to set up a debate.
My apologies. I didn't read the room.
Officer just wants to debate somebody so bad on his
I've been running
AI.
Strat all day. I'm sorry. I've been on one. I'm
You're good.
You are.
Um, what were we saying? Oh,
You've had
what?
controversial takes in the past that I'm sure
Oh,
Belle
controversial.
would.
Yeah, I mean, like one I can think of right off the bat that you and I disagree on, Bell, in the political sphere is I fundamentally believe that the GOP should reject all LGBT. I know you don't feel that way.
I don't. That's a good one. But also, I want to halt Europeans from coming to the U.S. for a time frame. How do you feel about that?
Bell, I mean, we can do that, but I just think you're going to make yourself sound like total douche. And I don't even
What?
use that word.
You used worse. What the fuck are you talking about?
No, but like I hate that word. I don't like that word, but I feel like it's like the word.
Why
But
would you call me a
you.
Because she's European. She's over here. Oh, we should
She's
defend
not
the
really
European. Shut the
European, so
hell
she
up.
doesn't
Hold
care.
on.
Shut
You're not
up.
understanding though. Hold on a minute. When I
Needs
say
others.
halt immigration from Europe for a time being, it's just for the future, right? Because I want other communities to catch up with the numbers so we have more equal representation. I'm not saying kick out Europeans or hate them. It's just halt it for a time frame. for some time.
Right, but it's glaringly obvious, like Bell, like the sentiments you're trying to express by saying something like that, because you're explicitly cutting access to the first world, and only including the third world, and no position is going to hold muster once you get into the implications of what that would mean to the United States. Us cutting access to the first world migration, an exclusive third world migration, Bell, that sounds like a recipe for hell.
If you heard my take on how they, I think you would agree with some
Wait,
things.
Robert,
Maybe
we
we should be
already do
thinking.
this. Robert, we already do this. It's one of our tactics of like having brain drain on other countries and
Yeah, we do
societies.
it all the time.
The majority of our immigration from the quote unquote third world, like you're saying, tends to be a lot of white collar workers.
I'm not saying that they're not, and that's true, but she's saying in this proposition, it's a transition from one to like. So right now we brain drain the entire world, including Europe, which though, however, we have more in culture identified with them, and that's where I think they get along better. But if you cut access to the first world, which would be in turn the West, you're only keeping access to the third world open. It makes no sense.
What's wrong with that?
We have too large of markets to fill positions that the third world can't supplement. Like if we need engineers, you can't just invent in the third world engineers. You need
That's
a
not true,
market that
Robert. What
has
the hell? The bulk of our engineers come from these quote unquote third world countries, like you're
Thank
stating.
you. Thank
Like
they
you,
don't.
the bulk
India.
The
of okay,
bulk does
look at
not.
no, the bulk does in the United States.
Bulk does not.
That's who we're providing visas to. All these Indians and Chinese and Nigerians that they're crying and complaining
The
about their
bulk of our
engineers. All of
engineers
these
are from the United
Egyptians, these
States.
Syrians, they're doctors.
Majority of our
That's
engineers are
who
from this country.
yeah, they're from this country, and if you no, actually, hang on, no, that's not true. The majority of the immigration that's coming in from these very specific countries, the H-1B visas that everybody was sobbing and crying about, those are engineers.
So
Those are
do we
scientists.
get more skilled labor from the
No, but
first world or the third
you were
world?
stating that
So
See,
skilled
hold on,
labor
hold on.
is
Did you
not
hear?
just
Wait, one
engineers,
second.
that's
One second.
doctors, that's
That take that
nurses.
you just had, Robert, is the same take that Shawnee had. That we benefit more from immigrants in Europe because that's a Donald Trump take, right? That y'all
That's
think that they're
not a
more
Donald Trump
educated.
take.
They're
It is
more
a market's take, and I'm trying to explain that to you.
okay.
It's to fill the needs of our US market. There's a certain amount of doctors you have, a certain amount of nurses, certain amount of data engineers, certain amount of everything that
and
fills
those
our
don't come from
markets.
Europe.
And so what I'm saying is how we fill those market needs, one is through the homeland, firstly. But when you're then getting into immigration, we mostly supplement our markets from other first world countries, which would be defined as the West.
But that's not true,
If you're
Robert.
cutting access
Statistically,
to that,
but
the
that's a lie.
detrimental effects, that's not a lie.
Wait, Robert, that's a lie. Look it up because the
Do you
majority
think we
of
don't have
these
more partnerships with the United Kingdom than
no,
Nigeria?
again,
Because we
the
do.
majority of the people who come over from the UK to the United States, they're not coming in as doctors, lawyers, engineers, dentists, nurses. They're not doing that. The
From Europe,
Filipinos
they
are,
are.
the Nigerians are, the
Really quick,
Syrians are.
50, if you're there.
Yeah, I'm here, bro.
All right, I'll take the position. Uh, I'll take the position of I'll defend the corpse.
You'll
It's
defend the
it's it,
corpse?
it's
Okay. And
immoral.
all right. And I'll take the position of violating the corpse. This is
Hey,
gonna be interesting, yo.
hey, T-Bone, you gonna be up tomorrow? Or are you gonna be running tomorrow? Somebody will be up. It'll be T-Bone, Bell, or Bax. But yeah, tomorrow I'll be up. I'll be here like all day basically. So I'll be
You
here.
doing Phil Bro Hour tomorrow?
We're gonna argue about Necro, and
Oh,
50 is gonna defend violating corpses, and I'm gonna defend not violating.
facts. I cannot wait.
It's
This is gonna be so good.
2022 all over again, dog.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, this is definitely gonna. This is a debate topic that people don't debate, right? And you can really get like philosophical with it.
That's what we're doing. We're
Right.
starting Phil Bro Hour with a book club and
Do you
everything.
want to? Are we putting points on it, or you just want to debate?
I mean, it's up to you, bro. I don't care, man. It's to me, it's all about the game and having fun with it. And I think this is a topic that a lot of people are scared to debate on. So I
I've
think
heard
it's
it
gonna,
debated on here.
Officers FS plus. So okay, so on a real note with the points, we have 5 plus spots open. This is the only time this is going to happen is in the beginning of this. Officers S plus. So you would get a multiplier if you beat him. So if you put points on it, you
Wait, where's
have a
50?
shot at hitting S plus before
Wait, isn't
anyone else.
50 S plus?
I'm S tier,
No,
bro.
he's S.
Oh, that's a fucking shame.
S plus is you, Jesse reads books, Mikey the Patriot, Blossom, and Goon.
I almost want to switch out Blossom because she hasn't been here. That's a shame.
She's been in the comments, but she hasn't like been in a box.
Okay.
But yeah, I think this is gonna be a fun debate, yo. For me, it's about like getting into the philosophical aspect of it. But we could also touch on, let's say, with legality. There's quite a few positions that we could actually take on this perspective here, yo. It might get a little raunchy and nasty for some. They'll be like, "Oh, what the fuck are they debating, yo?"
We love raunchy and nasty.
I'm just saying, like, I'm going to be debating in a position from a position that I don't really like believe in. But I
That's
think
the
it's
point of philosophy is like
yeah,
half
I
the
think it's
shit.
going to be a fun topic, though. That's what it's about, yo.
Oh yeah, just swoop on it whenever, bro. I'll be here. Swoop on it whenever. Earlier, I was
I just got to
earlier.
get my positions right first. You know, I got to like jot down some notes and shit. I'll do
Yeah,
that tonight before I go to sleep. It's gonna take me long. I already got my notes and shit jotted
Hey, did
down.
we get a reschedule going?
Yeah, I don't know when Shawnee's available, bro. We'll talk tomorrow about it, yo.
Shani said tomorrow would be a good time for him if you want to just do tomorrow.
Yeah, it's either early in the morning or like evening, like today. But sometimes it's just like with work, I just can't. You know, I'm a 24/7 locksmith, so it's like,
Yeah, I feel that.
you know what I mean? There's not much that I can do. Like, I want to debate, you get what I'm saying? I want to, you know what I mean, get my rocks off, but, my money comes first, bro.
yeah. I made Johnny mad earlier in a vegan debate.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, defending. I'm up here defending the animals, bro. Defending the animals. What have I done today? I think I've done veganism today. I did a strat on
You're right.
how sexuality doesn't exist. Homosexuality specifically
Homosexuality
doesn't
doesn't
exist.
exist.
Yeah. Yeah, I did slaves had rights.
Veganism.
Me and
Slaves have
Mikey have been
rights.
doing slaves had rights for like 3 days now.
Yeah, we took. You guys took 4 W's with that on my page last night.
Yeah, people were crashing the fuck out last
It
night.
was hilarious.
We've got a new DHS
How the hell did I
secretary.
miss all that?
You were passed out in the box, girl.
Oh my god.
You were there. You just don't remember it.
I lost 3,500 coins because I fell asleep today.
Yo, babe,
Stupid.
she fell asleep with her tapper on and actually accidentally sent someone she doesn't know 3,500 coins.
What the fuck? That's hilarious.
I don't even know who the person is, right? And I went in to go check if maybe I got the accounts mixed up. 3,500 and something coins went to a random stranger. And then I go look at my phone. I'm like, well, she probably followed me at least, no following.
She better have after that. Shit.
She didn't.
That's
Yo,
wild.
hey, bro, I'm not even going to lie to you. I might be cackling and shit when I got to give my opening and closing statement, yo, because I know it's like I know this is going to be some wild shit.
This shit's going on YouTube for sure.
Oh Jesus! My first L will be on YouTube. Oh no!
That's right. I'm debating Bluntman on Friday. We'll both take our first L.
Well, I ain't gonna cap to you. I forgot the password, gang.
To the YouTube?
No. Are you serious, T-Bone?
I forgot.
T-Bone, will you
do a reset?
Let me make a fucking YouTube. Oh my god. That's hilarious.
Is a motherfucking a doozy. I was gonna say the K word, but I didn't remember I was on TikTok.
No, can't you do like a password recovery, T-Bone, where it sends you the password or the recovery?
It's your Google, whatever your Google account is, that it's your Google account. So whatever email you used for it, you log in with that account.
It rhymes with ill or ALC.
Unaliver.
Hey, I'm just going to give you one talking point that I'm going to use. So you're going to see how demented I'm going to get with this, right? So you do know, right? Let's say if you bury a family member or your wife or a kid, let's say in your own property, that you
Tax
have,
write-off.
huh?
No property tax.
No property tax.
Yeah, no property tax, right? But then I would also say, due to the fact that I'm the owner of the property, right? Let's say if I would bury my wife in so said property, that if I wanted to dig her up and have like a little quick session, I don't think that there's any type of legality, right? That's actually that could actually put me in, let's say, a fucked up circumstance. Secondly, yo, this is gonna be fun, yo. I can't wait, yo.
I'm gonna warn you
Gonna
right
be
now. There
bad,
are laws
yo.
about violating corpses.
This is going to be bad, yo.
Wait,
Hey,
we
Honestly, 50, we could do it now if you want. We could
wait
just run it now.
50 before you run that line, look into the laws with regards to violating corpses and necrophilia.
It's not a legal argument, it's an ethical.
yeah. I'm just saying, like,
50, are you
without
one
the,
just to, you just want to knock it out now?
I'm
I
kind of
actually do
like,
want to see
I'm
this
kind of
then.
like driving right now. If you give me like
Oh,
about
never
like,
mind.
no, I'm just saying, if you give me about like 30 minutes or something like that, to where I can like get to the crib and shit and actually
Yeah.
get
We'll see where we're at.
settled and shit, we can definitely do that. But I
I
think this is
do,
going to be a
I
fun
do have a
debate,
count.
though.
I have a counter already though for this, but it's okay. It's okay. I'm gonna wait.
All right, that's
We gotta work up for
Hey,
it.
listen, this was just like some fucked off shit that I was just like thinking in my head real quick. Oh shit, this is gonna be fun, yo.
Now, T-Bone stopped me earlier, but I'm pretty sure. I mean, bro, last night got interesting. People were admitting to eating babies and stuff, but like
Wait,
earlier,
how many people defended the Holocaust last night, like without
all of them.
realizing it?
I made
All
them.
of
I got
them.
them all to defend the Holocaust and
That was
cannibalism.
fucking and
I missed
cannibalism.
that, Bex. I missed. You couldn't
No,
wake me up for
you gotta
that
stop
one.
missing Phil Bros, dude. Everybody hates Phil Bros. Phil Bros are my favorite, dude. You can argue the craziest shit, and like nobody believes it, but you like
Oh, not
just
T-Bone.
crazy
50.
fucking shit.
Do you know
That's what I
ease?
want to do. I want to argue like complicated shit. Like fuck this surface level shit. I want to argue like crazy deep shit.
Do 50? Do you know Ease made? Easy made? Easy made? Oh, he's from the philosophy talk, but I don't know. He didn't like what happened to himself earlier either. He's an anarchist, but I got him to concede that anarchy doesn't work.
Wait, what
It's
type
all
of
about the state,
anarchist is
baby.
he? Is he like an anarcho-capitalist?
The anarcho-capitalist, yeah.
Yeah, he's ANCAP.
So wait, so what was his position though?
His position, so it started off with abortion, which was the wrong move, but he said that he was pro-life. And so I challenged him and said, well, any law that violates the rights of women is automatically aggressive. The state should uphold rights. So he went into, well, I'm an anarchist. I don't believe in statehood. This is a personal regulation. And so I told him, well, if you take like the Niccolo Machiavellian sense, all people will form power structure because people are inherently self-serving and fearful of one another anyways. And so he just kind of crumbled from there. And then I started running him through Hegel. I was like, because he was like, what are you? And I was like, probably a fascist because of Hegelian thought. Like, I'm trying to support the Geist of the people through the spirit of the state, baby. We're gonna unify the culture. He just like folded.
Yeah. So, but you know what the problem is? Is like when like anarcho-capitalists, like, and I'm pretty anarcho-capitalist with my beliefs, but I do see some issues within like the philosophy of it all, right? But I still like the thought of it, right? Because of the level of freedom and the rights to like property and and whatnot, right? But it's just like if you're gonna argue the position, let's say abortion, and you're gonna be talking about property rights, who is to say if let's say a child within utero is property or not? And how would you actually contextualize it, let's say, with contract? Meaning, let's say that if you were laid down with a woman, you would have to, let's say, have a certified contract, right? Written up first before even engaging into, let's say, shmex, right? To where you could actually say that you have, let's say, some legal property rights to the child within utero, right? But like a lot of problems is that a lot of times people don't even make like real arguments to anarcho-capitalism because they really don't understand it. Like they have
Exactly.
they have like the core understanding of it, but like deeply understanding it, they really don't. So if he
Well,
came from a position without even like discussing contract rights and etc.,
well, he came
to
from
huh?
he came from the position of not even discussing rights at all, and this is what I've been doing to
Yeah, he's
people.
stupid for that.
I, I'm just going back to like 2019. Like people don't know what rights are, and they don't know how they work, and this is an issue in conversation. Like because he wanted me to define this as like, well, the fetus is a person, or the fetus has rights, and I was like, the fetus doesn't have rights. And like he doesn't understand what I meant by that. Because I tried to explain it to him, like it's not a person. It doesn't meet the tenets of personhood. So either you have to qualify it as a person deserving of rights, which I guess he could try to flow me and go into the future argument. But the issue is we could start making a bunch of futuristic arguments that don't work. I could just reduct you to death. So I don't know. But this is what my point with like the slaves had rights argument is the issue people have with the argument is if you say they don't have rights, you have to tell me why. And the argument is because the government says they don't have rights. But my argument is that rights are natural, rights are inherent, and they're inherent the moment we begin to engage with each other, whether or not the government exists or not. So then you start to defend stuff like the Holocaust. Like, basically, what the government did wasn't wrong to the Jews because they didn't have rights. They weren't people. So it's not wrong to break property, especially if the government says they own the property, which is what I don't know. There's so many issues. This is why like I'm really big about having conversations like on where rights
Definition.
come from, why
Yeah.
property rights are important. Yeah, that's why I've been jamming the last like 7 business days. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, most people
That's
don't
all
even know
typically.
the difference between negative rights and positive rights, right? Especially like if we're going to like, let's say, extract that from like on the Constitution. But one of my biggest questions is like, when do negative rights actually begin? Because there's no real legitimate clarification within the Constitution, right? So whereas like if we're going to argue, let's say, abortion, right? There's nothing that clarifies when negative rights begin. If it's like, let's say, when it comes to conception, after birth, or anything like that. You get what I'm saying? Like directly from the Constitution. So then like this is why I say a lot of people that argue, let's say, like anarcho-capitalism, most of these people don't even like understand the Constitution or the difference between a negative right and a positive right. So then if you are going to, let's say, argue in favor of anarcho-capitalism and you don't even know, let's say, basic fundamental rights or even know how to interpret it, right, to where you can, let's say, create a philosophical stance in order to create a legitimate argument, which that would have been one of my core arguments. When do negative rights begin? There's no clarification for that. Then we could actually have a discussion. But most people that are anarcho-capitalists don't even make those points right there, to where they always fucking fail defending their position. They look stupid as fuck after that.
Bro, what else? Oh, I took a really weird position earlier that I've never taken before, which was that like I think I might have convinced T-Bone. I said homosexuality isn't real, and the position to counter me came down to arousal, which is strange because the main counter I ran was so people who are assaulted and have an arousing experience are they're homosexual all of a sudden.
That
Oh
was a
God.
wild argument. That was a wild, wild twist of
Wait, so
events.
what was your position again?
My my position was that homosexuality isn't real because it's just a social construct made by humans to categorically separate people. But like genitalia has an involuntary response to stimuli. And like we can see this in really all the animal kingdom, but also ours. Like even when and we use assault as an example. I said, well, even when people, even like when men assault men, typically the assaulter would say something like, "Well, I'm not attracted to men. There were other X factors." So it's like you can try to label them if you want to, but I think you're just like creating an absolutism that just doesn't need to exist.
Well, my position would be is that like in this situation, homo means as of the same or of the same, let's say one of the same, right? Sexuality, uh, in this situation would be what type of, let's say, what form of sexuality you're actually engaging in. So if we're going to look at if you're having sex of one of the same kind that is like you, from that position, I would have to say that homosexuality actually does exist, even let's say if it is, let's say, a natural circumstance. I'm not arguing like the natural aspect of humans and what they're doing, but still the act itself, because you are laying down with one that is of you or that has the same capabilities or the same liking as you. In this situation, it would still be a factual thing that homosexuality does exist because of the phenotypical appearances and the reproductive capabilities of these two individuals. So I get your position, but I would still break down the verbiage or the word better said, and get into the etymology of everything. And yeah, like we can't just say that things don't exist because of social constructs, because
See
the
how
action itself is still something that's clear and biological and scientifically present.
See, I was hoping someone would say that because then I wanted to rebound with like, well, as long as we can come to the proposition that it's a free flowing occurrence, like people can make choices to engage with people and to categorize them, and then to especially have rights that are built around those categories is wrong. But then also that those categories are not fixed. That would be where I would just like ground myself, and it just doesn't exist. It only exists because we make it exist. So like the reality is people can do actions that bring them in and out of whatever category you want, but the categories aren't typically real.
So wait, are you saying that the act itself isn't real?
No, the act itself is real, but the act itself only has a
So
social or like legal consequence because humans have created categories that don't.
yeah, but my question is this then, right? If we're going to argue that position, if it's not real, but we have enough evidence that these things actually exist, and we're just giving a definition to it, to understand, right, on a linguistic level, what we're actually talking about, how are we going to deny the existence of it? Or else we want to be able to, let's say, have a communication to understand the actions or the acts that are happening. That's just like saying birds fly. Are we saying now that because we, let's say, agreed like on a social construct that birds can fly, that we're just going to like sit here and deny the actual action and the act that these birds do and say that that's not real neither? What are we going to say? They're
Oh
floating or they're
no,
swimming
oh
in the
no,
sky?
oh no. I think you recognize the act. I think it's the act of categorizing the act itself is why I would say it just doesn't exist. Like if you
Wait, so
don't.
but what do you mean by categorizing the actual act, though? This is what I'm trying to understand because when it comes to linguistics and using human rationale, and due to the fact that we have the capabilities of speaking and clarifying things that we see, and we're agreeing that this act is real, how are you going to substantiate your claim to where people will actually agree with your actual argument? Because it's like I don't see no point right now where
Oh
I
my
can
bad.
sit here and agree with you right now, because that is like literally just taken away from the natural capability of humanity and saying that, oh yeah, we'll just start determining things to not be real because we've like created this social construct around it. But then what we're also doing is taking away from the basic concept of rationale and understanding, and I find
Wait a
that to be
minute.
very problematic.
Well, no, what I'm saying is the act itself can be real, but everything surrounding the act isn't. Those are all just social constructs. So the
What are you
title,
talking about? The perception behind how people view the act, or what? What
no,
are
that can
you?
be real. No, that can be real too. So when I say it doesn't exist, I mean like the title itself doesn't exist.
So okay,
And
so
this is but 50 home, but you're missing a statement. Because the proposition that was laid out was if you engage in this action without any other qualifiers, this makes you this title. So then I said, well, it doesn't exist because then people who are assaulted are also these titles. So it can't be solely based on action, right? So then we brought in, well, what about consent? And then it was, well, what about involuntary responses to stimuli? Are people still a part of now this labeling group? That's why I said it's all the action itself is real, but the, let's say, like the rights violations that you might perceive from, like, depending where you are in a country, or the title, that's not a real thing. That's something we just made to categorize people into
All
different
right.
groups.
So do me a favor, right? Because it seems like you're trying to take the title and the description away from it. How would you actually describe it then? Like, because if you're going to make that argument, you have to have, let's say, some type of clear understanding, right, in order to describe this act, regardless if you like the category of it or not, in order to have, let's say, a human conversation with somebody. So, what type of definition, right, or what type of clarification would you create in order to eliminate the categorical aspect of it? How would you define that?
Can someone please say something? I'm about to pass out.
I'm just waiting on Broski to respond, because if you're going to
My bad, I'm
eliminate,
back.
yeah,
I'm
I'm just
back.
trying to understand,
So
like,
you said, what would I call it?
Is this
yeah,
a
like, how
leveling
would you
game?
define it? Like, that's
Well, I
my
guess,
question.
underneath like Judith natural law, I don't have to call it anything. I don't have to call it anything. People just have engagements, and we don't have to really label them as anything. Those are all choices we made as society.
Yeah, but how would so now when it comes to these engagements, right? And let's say you are, let's say, of a specific type of person that likes to have certain engagements with
Hmm.
other people, how would that person describe these things? Because at the end of the day, like, we have to have basic communication in order to have an understanding if we're, let's say, on the same wavelength, right? So it's just like, I feel like at this point it's just like, are we starting to come into position of dismissing the actual understanding of what people want and need and what their desires are?
Well,
Like,
I would just argue with like the laws of language, right? Like you could like you can have a picture of what it looks like when two men have a intimate interaction, but the use of a word to categorize those people, especially if that word then ties to a governmental system that seeks to possibly oppress said individual, that doesn't have to exist. That is a choice society is making due to social constructs. You don't really have to have a word for we don't really always have words for everything. You don't have to have a word for everything. Like people just have engagements, and you would just surmise what that would look like in your own head when you see those engagements.
yeah, but then at the end of the day, if you show this picture to a child, what are they going to understand?
That those are two men having probably an intimate and passionate kiss.
Okay, there's two men have. Okay, so now they're looking at this picture, seeing two men kissing each other as an example.
Hmm.
What happens if they're brothers, for example, and this is, let's say, a cultural thing? For example, in Europe, for example, men kiss each other on the cheeks, right? Or
Hmm.
sometimes a father might kiss his son in the mouth. Are we now going to say that these are two men that are really passionate about each other on a sexual perspective, or not?
That was the issue that I presented earlier in a reductio, was exactly if in a culture where maybe men have more intimate interactions, are they also being homosexual? If the interaction causes arousal, or if the
I mean,
interaction
there's enough
sparks.
evidence,
Go
but
ahead. Go
there's
ahead.
evidence out there that there are people that are, let's say, aroused by children, by kissing them, which I would say that you would agree, right, that this is a not a moral and unethical thing to do, especially when it comes to a position that you hold prior, when it comes to, let's say, objective, facts or truths, right?
Oh, I never say anything about being objective.
Well, when it comes to, let's say, when it comes to morality, so there's you claim that there's objective morality before, right? So
I wouldn't go that far. I think that there's categorical discernment between different actions. I would draw on Kantianism imperatives of hypothetical or categorical imperatives. So like for example, just to qualify this, the killing of a human, that is a hypothetical wrong. There's moments where that could be good or that could be bad, but the grape of women, I would argue that is categorically wrong. There's never a moment that I could at least reductio to myself, maybe you could, where raping a woman would stand to be reasonable or moral or even ethical.
right. So, but this is why I say this is why it's important to have categories in order to understand exactly what's happening.
But what?
Because if
What?
graping a woman, wait,
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
if graping a woman is unethical, right, and immoral, right, which I 100% agree with you. But if we're not going to sit here and, let's say, lose its definition because of, let's say, natural causes, because I would have to make the argument, due to the fact that this happens on a high level, even though it's immoral, right, and unethical, one would have to say, based off of the position that you're holding, that this is a natural thing then, right? So,
I think that I would have to look at. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move the goalpost. I'm going to bring it back to you. Okay. So I'd have to shift with that. So I'm going to just agree with you. So with that though, my position becomes that I'm going to look at Hegelianisms. So if we take the Geist of the people, which is the collective morality or ethical assumptions of a population. So let's say that we all seem to agree that raping kids is wrong, but
mhm.
sometimes you have to kill people to like defend yourself, for example. So how do we actualize the permissibility of those ethics? That's where the government comes in. So I would say we have the words to grant a power to cause permissibility, but the issue I have with homosexuality is the word serves no purpose. It's a useless word. It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean there's no reason to describe the event that's even happening. There's nothing that the government has a use for it, or even the Geist of the people or the soul of the people have no use for this word either. People just have interactions. And actually, I draw that from Rome. In Rome, they adhere to natural law, which is people can engage with people, and there's no reason to always define the interaction other than personalized interactions that are subjective to the human experience. So that's why I said earlier, like with laws of language, it just becomes useless for me to give a word to something, but I can just picture it in my mind anyways.
Yeah, I mean, that goalpost, right, move, like, this is
I
the
want to say
thing,
fuck.
though, like,
I want to say openly, it is fuck you for making me have to draw from the Romans. I don't like doing that. So yeah, good job. I don't like drawing from the Rome. I avoid the Roman philosophies. Like I really try to.
yeah, because I was really about to get into that, right? Yeah, I mean, if we're gonna if we're gonna now bring in, let's say, government into the whole situation, right? Um, how would a government, let's say, protect, let's say, homosexuals, right, if they're being attacked, if they do not even acknowledge the word, right? Or what, how these people's identity or their lifestyle is applicable without having, let's say, this so-called useless word that you're saying, right? Without any type of when they can't even present any protection or description, right, of who these
Yeah,
people are and what type of acts they engage into. You get what I'm saying? So it's just like, I get where you
I
was
would.
going with your argument, but that can easily
Yeah.
be deconstructed at the same time.
The the only issue I have with that is like the way I view rights are they are like permissions and duties that are applied to experiences between individuals. So like even if I didn't have a word for homosexuals, I would still say, give me one second.
You would still say what? I don't know. You kind of like broke up on my end. Oh, you're muted. The fuck?
Yeah, sorry. No, I would say that like even with that, I would say that like the biggest thing I would just give you is that people have rights and those rights are independent of the titles that they hold in a society. So the government owes me due to social contracting the upholding of my rights. So if you beat me for any reason, doesn't matter what the reason is. It could be because I'm kissing a man, it could be because I'm kissing a woman, because I'm black. If the government fails to tell you that you're wrong, they have violated me in the social contracting between individual and state, and that's just a wrong within itself. So does again, like the title for me is useless. Like the only reason is calling somebody a P3DO is useful is because we're trying to articulate that there was a moral and ethical violation against society itself, and this person is marked as essentially disposable, in my opinion, because of that violation.
Okay, so let's say if that's the case, right? So then what you're arguing for, right,
Can we make 50
is
higher than S tier? Can 50 be S plus already? Go ahead, 50.
so if we're gonna make that argument, right, then my position would be in this situation, then we would just have to get rid of, let's say, positive rights as a whole, and they would just all around be useless. And we should just operate under the framework, right, that inalienable rights, right, or natural rights should be the only thing, right?
Yes, that's my argument. Yeah. Yes.
Right. So I could agree to that, but majority of the humans, when it comes to this social construct of government and everything else that we have going on, I think a lot of protections would go lost in the situation, including the children, because their rights would also start to disappear when it comes to education, when it comes to a lot of other things. Because when we're actually looking at the framework of our current government, there is no protections, let's say specifically for children when it comes to education, because that is a positive right. There wouldn't be no, let's say, protections for people's rights to vote, because that's also a positive right.
Yeah, that
Right?
one's fine. Go ahead.
You get what I'm saying? So now what you're doing is you're going into a position of anarchy yourself.
Oh
Even though you
no.
debated then what would it be?
Oh
Because you
no.
wouldn't even need a government at that point. Because
Oh
we would
yes, you would.
literally just operate off of negative rights,
Oh
which are
no.
God-given or natural rights.
Yeah, but like regardless to who gives those rights out, like I don't really care where the rights are coming from, God or like whatever. But you need a force that's going to enforce those rights. That's going to say that this is what's permissible in our society. And whether you have it big or you have it small, people will form.
Just give me a quick second. Bex, do you want to take over?
You have to go to bed, dog?
Bruh, niggas been live all day.
I
What
mean,
was that
several
for
days.
me?
Huh?
Did you ask me?
Yeah, if you or Bell want to take
Belle,
over.
do you? I'm like exhausted and like cuddled up in bed reading.
I mean, I can keep
So
it going for y'all to keep talking if y'all want.
I
yeah,
think Belle is already asleep, to be honest.
All right, bet.
probably.
Yeah, I'll just keep it
You
up
know,
then.
actually, you know what time? You know what time? Why don't number one proposition 50 should be S plus. We should swap him out with somebody like Blossom. Also, why don't you just shut it down? We'll come back up tomorrow. Fuck it.
Yeah, I mean, we
Everybody's
can.
All right, bet. Yeah,
everybody's
I
been
guess I'll
live for
catch
like
y'all tomorrow,
days.
and then we'll talk on the back end about 50 BNS plus.
Shit, y'all have a good night.
That
I
was a
put
fun little debate, like always, officer.
that was. I appreciate you. I
Yes, I
appreciate you.
First
appreciate you
off,
too, bro.
that was interesting to listen to, but fuck y'all for sparring.
I'm pretty sure this
That's all
book is
I'm gonna
about to
say.
destroy me, so I'm gonna. I
What's
don't
gonna
think I
destroy
can.
you?
This book.
Oh, you read? Oh, what are you reading? White Knight by Dobojetsky.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm gonna say this right now. If no one's read Dobojetsky, you really like Dobojetsky. People think that the fucking Stoics were like the height of male development. Dobojetsky essentially says if you haven't suffered, you're not a man. Like
No,
Dobojetsky.
this book
Oh,
is. Have
which
you
one's
read
this
this?
one? White Knight. I have
Yeah.
not read White Knight. No, I haven't read
Oh
that
my
one.
god.
It's more of a story though, isn't it?
Yeah, it's no, it's like a diary. It's yeah, a story. It's like a diary basically.
Yeah, I don't like those too much. But go ahead though. You're better than me.
It's
I'll say
fun.
that.
I'm
You're
halfway
better than
through
me.
it.
I like stoicism. I don't think it's a thing to follow, but I think there's some wisdom in there, like there is in all things. But
I
I
don't.
also think that a lot of the people that champion stoicism today are like modern day Christians, and they don't practice what they fucking preach.
I don't mind the Stoics, but I have found in philosophy one thing is definitely true. Most philosophical concepts will bring you back to if something can suffer, has suffered, or will suffer, it holds value, sentience, and meaning. And people have not truly reached the peak of their development until they've experienced max suffering, because pain brings character. Like that's something I've always seemed to have taken away from multiple, like even like in the stories of how philosophers grew to be, they always appear like the tormented soul of society. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's
no,
very
I mean, I
appreciated.
definitely think, I think suffering does a lot for you, even though it sucks. But like learning how to get past the suffering and like rebuild
I
and
think the
all that
choice.
is just
I
like
think.
such a
I think the
Wait,
choice
wait,
of
but
words.
why,
Oop,
but why,
oop.
but you're a communist, Bex, and you feel that people's basic rights should be met. So in this situation, now you're actually arguing against like a core fundamental belief that you actually
suffering
believe
But
in.
comes in different ways. I'm not saying starve people. Like
Wait,
people can
wait,
have their
but
basic needs met and still suffer.
yeah, but I would actually hold the position that people that have starved and et cetera, that they have a
Yo,
different
Vicky on
grind in them.
bullshit today.
Jesus Christ, I'm half asleep breathing. I'm not debating this right
All
now.
right, man. I'm gonna chill on y'all, man. I'm gonna
I'm on
chill. I'm
a
gonna chill,
I'm on a
You and
man.
mission.
Officer are on the same shit right now. Is it like
I'm on a mission to make Bex into a state capitalist and
W.
possibly
worst?
exactly. Thank you.
No, he's
Social
like he's
democracy.
really on it.
Let's
Like
get it.
everybody's
Social
like,
W
oh,
officer
democracy.
real. Hey, W
Bex has
officer.
moved officer to
Democracy
the right.
sucks.
Bex has moved officer to the right. I'm like, y'all are got this
Aruka
very
here. Aruka,
backwards.
here's a debate that's coming up. Me and Shawnee Boy. I challenge him on the premise of democracy. It's lazy. It's mediocrity, and we can do away with it.
I would
Yeah,
also say
fuck
that it's
democracy.
inherently. I would also say that it's inherently socialist at the same time.
No,
It's actually
no.
very socialist. Actually, it is. Yes, democracy is
How?
very socialist.
How?
Yeah, absolutely.
50 on that
How?
ass.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
How?
The reason why I'm saying that is because when it comes to democracy, guess what? People own the means of production when it comes to the government with their vote.
Not,
Simple and easy.
not
Do you know
really.
many people
Got
have told?
him.
You know many people have told
Got
me
him.
today, by the way, that they like my profile. Like liberals have said, "Oh, I like that philosopher."
I
I'm like,
just
do you
did you
even
if
know?
you would check your messages, I just sent you an article about him and the left, but I don't
Yes.
think they know.
Hey,
Yeah.
officer, you saw
What
how
What's
would
up?
quick.
be
Hey, officer, you saw how quick she got stumped with my claim.
I didn't get stuck. Shut up, 50. We're about to debate this for real when
Yeah,
I'm not
she's.
half
just
asleep.
just out of curiosity? What would you suggest in place of democracy, officer?
A one-party centralized government where the authority is held by one person or an elite few.
Hmm.
So
It
you're gonna
sounds kind
go
of
back to
authoritarian.
like a
It's
monarchy, or
very
Uh,
no,
yeah?
yeah,
I
officer
I
is
per, I
extremely
prefer I
authoritarian.
prefer the term fascist, but we can go with
Yeah.
authoritarian. Because I'm also going to capture the economy into state capitalism. Like I will control your. I don't want to control all of it. Okay, you can have your fucking tire shops, and Sony and Microsoft can beef. All right, but I will come for the utility companies. Okay, I will be coming for multiple parts of
This
the
is
internet.
laughing like he thinks you're
Well,
joking.
that's my plan with social democracy as well, officer.
No,
I
no,
plan
but
to
yeah, but
go after
yeah, yeah.
education.
You
You
know,
know what
you
I'm
should
saying?
read though. You
Healthcare,
should read number one. Well, don't read Hegel. This is Hegel on my profile.
utilities.
Don't
Yeah,
read
don't read
Hegel.
Hegel.
Hegel will have you more confused than you started. There's a individual called Evolas. He's the more modern view of this theory. Read Evolas and his critique of democracy. You'll find that it's very true, but it's also incredibly good to start with. If that's what you want to. You want to walk down this line for real. Start there. Heg, Heg is. If I started talking to you in Hegarian, it would sound something like we should have a unified government to protect the geist of the people because the state should become the embodiment of their soul. and the producer and protector and defender of their rights by giving back to the people to ease their suffering, to merge with the religious class. It's like Mussoliniism. Like you get to start flowing into essentially it's hyper
It's like
nationalism,
4 steps
but
down, like because it's. I looked into this. It goes Hegel, Marx, all the way down. Marx goes up to like socialism, and then he goes down to Mussolini and all
just
that.
minus the wars, because if a real nationalist is anti-war, okay, we're not going to sacrifice the universal egoism of our people to die
Oh,
for
that's an
Jews and fucking
argument I used
Israel.
to make all the time. I used to argue all the time. I haven't done that in so long. That to be pro-soldier, you have to
What
be
up, bro?
anti-war.
Can I get a tuna sandwich on some wheat bread? Oh
No,
shit.
you
Yes.
cannot.
Oh, he said, "Oh shit." Wait, T-Bone, you still there, bro? Bone.
No one's gonna pay attention to my argument. Okay, fine. T-Bone.
Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna start getting people to argue with me though about because the interesting thing that
What happened?
I was gonna tell you about to go to bed, bro. Do you want to shut it down? 'Cause I'm gonna drop
Shut
here
it
soon as
down.
well. Yeah, just shut it down, bro.
I'm coming for that ass officer on that fascism.
All
Just
right,
letting you
bet.
know.
Hey,
I'm gonna
Aaron
catch y'all
Walker,
tomorrow.
bro.
Yep, we'll
Catch
see
you in
you
the
in the
morning.
morning.
Hey, Aaron
Well,
Walker.
I'll let y'all.
Hey,
You're
bro, Aaron Walker. You know we're gonna have to have our debate too, bro. You pick and choose what you want to debate, man. Pick your strongest suit, yo.
you know what I'm saying? It's been a while. We'll figure one out. I'll
Yeah,
holla at
bro.
you.
All right, Brody.
All right, peace. You know what I'm saying? It's been a while. All right, peace.